Like that.
You sounding ignorant right now.
Who said? How you don't know who's going to hell and who's not?
I don't. Allah knows best. It's not my decision to make. But the Quran says, look, bro. Look for example, right? It says in the Bible that if you commit, fine. The Quran, only about the Quran, right? if you want to be gay and commit homosexuality in the Quran, like according to the Quran, you're committing a detestable act, and that is not only shirk, that is evilness ultimately, and you are going against nature, and Allah will judge you according to that.
Guillotine. So it's homosexuality.
Here's the question. Here's the question I'm asking you, right?
For real.
So are you saying that your country is perfect because of that?
What country? I'm American.
No, you Muslim.
No, you ain't.
You sound like
what country is Muslim?
What country is Muslim?
I'm just messing with you, Practical. I was messing with you, man.
This man a fool, bro.
You from
Islam is a religion.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Practical. If Islam starts to ride on these Americans, they coming to get your ass. America coming to get you too.
Look, at what age did you begin?
Look, everybody who embraces Mosaic law,
like a Crip in the blood.
Look, everybody who embraces Mosaic law inadvertently embraces Sharia law.
You like
Mosaic
the Crips?
law is pretty much the same.
You like
Mosaic
the Crips?
law is the same.
I'm saying is you like the Crips.
So you was raised Muslim, right?
You don't count.
I was born Muslim, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't count. So you better hope your people don't ride because they come to get you.
Ride me? What the hell?
If your people ride on America, if Islam say, you know what, we going hard on America, you know, hey, Clinton and all them come to get you.
Look. Everybody who embrace Mosaic law gonna be riding with what I'm saying. How about that?
I'm telling you, man.
Mosaic law.
I see them give y'all some harsh time in the pen, man.
So for the original topic, social media desensitizing people to what?
That's a good question.
You twerk at the club?
Hey, Lady N, I'm from America. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I already said it. What the hell?
You can't get desensitized to that. So what was the initial, like, what are we being desensitized to?
So when you twerk at the club, it won't be like nothing.
So the rant
work in the club, you're getting arrested, especially with a big booty.
From Jay Prince earlier,
I know PhD even know how to twerk.
He pretty much it was something along the lines of what Rufus was saying. Whereas relationships are happening and it's not necessarily any weight to them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Hookup culture.
You're wrong, Eso.
Oh, I go ahead, Nidus, you got it.
Did you see the video he played?
Nah, go ahead.
It was a dude from the UK robbing stuff. He was like a UK boot gang. You know, that dude that used to run in stores and steal stuff out.
Yeah, that little thief. Chop his hand off.
So people, when he was talking about is social media desensitizing people from reality, he was talking about people that's taking this social media stuff so serious that in reality they're going out and doing stuff. That's how he began the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what if the guy was stealing to feed his family?
Yeah, but why are you videotaping?
You chop his hand off.
Hey, look,
wait.
Chop his hand off. Chop his hand off. What the hell? You better go work hard with that.
He can even one hand.
Yeah, one hand. You gotta work hard with it, so you don't have to steal.
Okay, so you're saying, desensitizing people to reality, as in you don't know how to distinguish which one is which. Like you out here doing stuff for likes and views. No. Social media.
That social media is so overwhelming that you don't want to live in reality. So you know people that follow the gram and they had this lifestyle that's not really their lifestyle. They're just showing you the good stuff. Or you outside in life trying to live up to one of these content creators. Basically you're not living real life. You're trying to live a life for social media.
And that is
right. And they got a lot of dudes on YouTube, like they got a lot of people on YouTube like that. But that's why I like Big J channel, man. Big J the same dude every day. You know, I can deal with an everyday person. I can't deal with somebody who fake online and different in person. Be yourself.
Everybody fake online.
You talking about the Big J that always
I ain't fake. I'm the same person.
Wait, Kev.
Yeah.
You talking about the big J that's always hollering all the time?
No, I'm talking about J. JJ on this channel, J.
OJ
for president.
Oh.
Yeah. J, that J, not Big J. I did say Big J, but I meant J.
Nidus is the same person. He just falls asleep and wake up.
Now I do agree with 5D, but I don't understand with the. It's a very small group of people that I understand when men have issues with child support. But overall, I don't see an issue with it.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, men, get your house or your mama's name. That's all you got to do.
Lord.
Get your mama's name. Your mama say, "Look,
I do like Rick Ross, work for your own company.
At least get a house.
Y'all. I really do apologize. Right. So someone in the chat, like, keep on. Someone in the chat had made a claim that I am. So they made an idiotic claim, said I am. How am I Islam and I'm American? First of all, Islam is a. As I'm saying, it sounds stupid. It's Lady N.
Yeah, that's a religion. Man.
I am Muslim. Islam is the religion. You cannot be Islam. Second, Muslim is not a country. I do pray 5 times a day. I do it faithfully in America. Oh, I know it seems so hard to embrace a religion that doesn't embrace liberalism and stuff.
But I can look. This is the very thing that Ruthless say don't do. Talk over people. Look at him. He want people to do stuff he don't do himself. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of these dudes need to be led.
Practical, I got a question for you, Practical.
He said they need to be led, though.
You said that, wait a minute, hold up. You said that you're American, right?
That's true to a degree. Men are to be, a lot of men are to be led.
Didn't you just say you was born Muslim?
Yeah, I was born Muslim. I pray 5 times a day.
I thought you was born black.
Oh my
God. Yeah.
He never said he was black.
Well, who determined you was Muslim? Your mom or you?
I ain't gonna lie, bro. What the fuck?
Rufus, where was you going with that question? My fault,
bro. I'm losing brain cells right now.
Who determined you was Islam? Your mom or you?
Who is black, my mom or me?
No, I said who determined that you was Islam, your mom or you?
I cannot be a religion. You
just said you was born Muslim.
But you can't be Islam. What the fuck, bro? All right, fine, bro. I'm gonna call you Christianity.
Okay.
You know how stupid
he said, okay.
You know how stupid that sound?
No, okay. Listen, in the Bible, it ain't like it's glossaries. It's not about education. It's about indoctrination. So you can't be mad at someone.
It's about indoctrination.
Who doesn't
what the fuck
believe?
Are you talking about, ESO?
See what I mean? And then Nidus the one talk about somebody talking over and then does the shit. And then he talk about somebody need to be led.
That's why Rufus
and
be
nigga, you need to be led.
This is what I do. I talk over motherfuckers that need to be led. Because I'm your fucking
older
leader.
Than us. Y'all motherfuckers older than us and
the
worst.
We let you know that you should hush. Just be quiet and follow.
Ain't no I should hush. You gotta understand something. You gotta hush. And you motherfuckers who need to hush gotta listen a little more. And not all that, you know what? I'm gonna just talk right now.
And that's what's the problem with you young motherfuckers
I want to say as soon as I want to say it. As soon as I'm gonna think it, I'm gonna just say it. And that's the issue we got right now with the OGs. You know what I'm saying? How are we supposed to teach? All y'all niggas did was talk.
That's teaching.
Fuck out.
You teach by talking.
Not to him. To him, that's just talking.
Them niggas just been talking and ain't showed not shit.
You want to see my prayer rug? Here's my prayer rug. What the hell?
Yeah, we believe you're big PA.
Like, it's just retarded. Like, people in the chat just are retarded. I'm sorry. Not everybody, but some people.
You just now learning that?
I know, right? Yeah, I know.
like listen to ESO. Motherfucker trying to tell him something. He talking about, you just talking. That's how you young motherfuckers talk. What the fuck do you mean by that?
Don't put all that on us old niggas. ESO.
It was a lot of words. It was a word salad. That's what they call it nowadays. Word salad.
What was
that's food?
No,
keep you out of jail for 18 years.
He said you teaching by talking, right? And I get what you're saying as far as for if it's a lecture, if it's something that you have maybe some expert knowledge on, or you got some, you know what I'm saying? But it was a bunch of opinions given. It wasn't no teaching, you know what I'm saying? It was a lot of talk. That's what I'm saying. OGs did a lot of talking.
Damn, let that shit go, SO. What you gonna say?
What I'm saying is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The whole
Eso won't get rid of all the OGs.
Listen, only reason, and this is what this might have been a triggering part. I was talking, and then OG talked over me, and that's why I started going on this rant. The only rant that I probably had, but that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't even know because only thing you're doing is waiting to talk.
Okay, so say what you gonna say. You
I already said it. That's what I'm saying. If y'all ain't hear me, then you ain't hear me.
I heard you.
You young niggas don't have nothing. You young dudes don't have nothing to say.
Nigga, if you have a point to add
I'm messing with you, so
you want to sit here checking, nigga, then that's not gonna happen. Everybody gets over talk to all these shows. Young men do it and old men do it, nigga. So accept it.
Where's
don't come on the panel.
What happened to Pookie?
Real Pookie down there, he changed his avatar. That's why he ain't talking. Real Pookie said he shook Obama. Now he fucking with Trump again.
I smell manosphere.
It's definitely on Ruthless and ESO.
You said what?
It's definitely on Ruthless and ESO.
So what?
The smell of manosphere.
The whole manosphere shit. Listen, most men in this atmosphere, all right, have pretty much same ideologies or the same type of, like you see how practical he on his Muslim shit, or somebody else might be on their Christian shit, all that. And then it's other people who are on the other side who are not, you know what I'm saying, going to just subscribe to whatever is what they were born into. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's certain people who question everything, right? And I would be on that side. I'm not on the side who is just going to follow behind whatever you think is right. You know what I'm saying? If you think is right there, that's cool. I'm gonna ask a couple more questions. I'm gonna get more to it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Most people would just be like, oh yeah, forced labor, yeah, let's do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, probably was like, people was agreeing with me as if that is some type of indication that he's right. And that's what I'm saying. People will just agree and really not have any pushback because, I mean, they may not have any other solution. That may be one. I mean, or you know what I'm saying? The solution that they hear, they ain't heard nothing else that sounds as good. So they just go behind that. And I'm saying, nah, it's got to be another way. It's always another way. It ain't just black and white out here. It's a gray area.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say this, right? It is what it is. There will be no peace. This world's gonna go to shit. Everybody's gonna die. So just wait your turn. That's it. What you gonna do? You ain't gonna live forever on here. So just enjoy it while you can.
So to your point about
and to the women, I owe the women an apology once again to PH Diva personally that I was so wrong because I was so blaming y'all for giving me attitudes and shit when you got dudes like Thaddeus and them doing pro-women shit. And like, there's a lot of men and backing women. So it's like, damn, I'm not finna fight this war by myself. Hell no.
So why do we have to have a war? Like, why do you think that men have to be antagonistic towards women or women have to be antagonistic towards men?
PhD, but we don't really want to be antagonistic toward you guys because you guys are not our competition. You guys are not really like for me to even really honestly, I don't even want to argue with women because I know aesthetically and physically my opposition is something much more greater than her. Right? I just want her to be corroborative. I want us to be able to work together and get this shit done. But I don't know what it is why that women, and I'm not speaking to you, because there's never no one on this panel, right? But a lot of women are like when the women were saying that there's a lot of single mothers, and I was explaining to them there's a lot of variables to that. They came on a panel calling me broke and your bank account and you nigga, who the fuck you is? They all sound like happy, right? I'm like,
how does that make you feel, Ruthless?
That made me feel like, okay, if I seen these bitches on the street, I'll slap shit out of them. But
what?
It really wouldn't help me. I go to jail probably. But I'm just saying, right? All I'm saying is this, but this is why I'm apologizing, and this is why I'm apologizing to them. Because the men is backing this shit. The men are backing this shit. Huh?
What shit are the men backing?
All your behavior. Yeah.
All your behavior. Women, all the behavior.
What behavior?
These men are rewarding you. Like, for example, PhD Diva, Cherry Prince just gave you the controls, and all these men on the fucking panel. Because he's rewarding you for your feminine, your you know.
I don't think it's that, bro. I think she.
It is. Listen. This is what he did. When he did it to tyranny.
Feel the job.
He did the same thing with tyranny, right?
Oh yeah, he was tweaking with her. He was tweaking with her.
He was what?
He was tweaking with
her. I'm just saying, too many men are rewarding women. Now, PhD for you being you cool, so I'm not really.
Bro, she got a whole PhD, bro. She got a whole PhD, bro. I didn't do.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm not gonna really blame PhD because she is what she is, even though she would not hold women accountable. So that's the problem I have with PhD.
Shout out to Happy. Ruthless, here you go right here.
Yeah, you go Happy.
Hi, Happy.
Oh my God.
Good morning, Happy.
Shoot me in the fucking head.
Hey, you brought her up.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Hi, everyone. How's everybody doing this morning?
Very well. How about you?
Good.
Happy Friday.
Thank you. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. Yeah, I was watching in the chat, but somebody called my name, so and he lied on me. I never called you broke before a day in your life. I ain't never called anybody else here broke.
I didn't say you called me broke.
No, I'm saying no. You said like Happy. No. You said all this stuff they was calling you. I don't be saying that kind of stuff to you or anybody. It's not that deep.
You tell somebody shut the fuck up though the other night.
Oh, I will tell somebody quick because they be talking over each other and they be lying and they don't wait their turn. Well, that's like talking over each other, but they be doing a lot of crazy stuff. Yeah, so I will yell over them because they claim they hate my voice. So I will yell over somebody with a quickness. But I'm a nice person. I don't be getting on you like that.
So basically, the women hurt your feelings, is what you're saying, Ruthless.
No, they didn't hurt my feelings. No. They don't hurt my feelings. What they do is, though, like, I kind of lose respect for the etiquette, right? Just to have a conversation. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. But you want to always come talk about how much money I got to have an argument? Like, what does that got to do with anything? So that just lets me know that you are anti-man. So, like, that makes us enemies, correct?
Well, so the thing is with the whole broke thing is if you don't have any money, then you're irrelevant to most women, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that basically telling you you're irrelevant.
But okay, that's fair. That's a fair point. But now, if I'm on the panel having a conversation with the host, and you jump on the panel to ask me how much money do I make and all this other shit, just make your fucking argument that you disagree and we be gold.
If only it was that simple.
That's my point. Is
I get it, but that's the nature of these spaces. That's what people do in these spaces.
But see, in other words, that's the fun part.
They fight.
It gets the people going.
No.
Right.
And then guess what, PhD? The host sided with them. I was like, what are you doing? Man.
What he said, you are broke.
He said, y'all gotta ask the right questions.
What determined if a man is broke?
Yeah, they just jumped on there. On it because I said that single mothers, there are different reasons why they single mothers. I was born down a different study. They were just saying, he was just saying, and then they was agreeing with him that, black men just leave to baby mamas for no reason. And I was telling them that's not true. And then the women jumped on the panel and said, you broke ass nigga. And then he jumped on their side. Y'all ain't asking the right questions. Ask them this, ask them that. I'm like, damn, nigga.
Damn.
What the fuck is y'all doing here? And then I went on the PhD Vinod, went on the show the other day. And I didn't realize these dudes were women empowerment men, right? Mm-hmm. And these niggas kicked me off the show because I said I don't want my women to work.
Right. How did that make you feel, Ruthless?
That made me feel right there that my niggas, that men and women together, like the women are getting their power from the men.
Yeah,
no,
I think
that's not
we coming
what
up with some. I think it's definitely more nuance within men, whereas it's not just you know, I want to be the man, and this is what a man is. I'm gonna just work, and you ain't got to pay no bills and all that. Yeah, that sounds good to a woman who doesn't have her own shit already. You know what I'm saying? Like if she already got a PhD and she got a penthouse,
we ain't talking about
she
that.
got to give up
dudes when I said this.
No, she don't.
I'm saying if you are a dude who understands women, then you gonna understand. Like you gonna agree with some of the shit they say. I mean,
listen, SO.
That's just what it is.
He asked me in my stage of my life, right? I told him I'm retired, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he asked me, so what do you need a woman to do? I just said, I just need her just to chill and be cooperative. I don't need her really to work. I really don't need her money. And them niggas said, a woman is not just a thing.
Man, what? Yeah, because it sounds like you want to get a dog. You know what I'm saying? Life size.
No, nigga. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, I don't need her to go out and fight for resources. I just want her to be with me and we can spend our time together.
Right, but you messed up. You messed up when you came up there and said her education don't matter.
Yeah.
Audience is an audience of educated Black women. So as soon as you said that, you were
it
stuck.
don't matter. It don't matter to men.
Right, but
it
in
should.
that audience, you
can't
say
why should a woman education matter
with a fool? You don't want to
no, a fool is a fool is completely different than an educated woman.
Huh?
No, I agree.
He said you don't want to sell your that's different than an educated woman. So if a woman is not educated, okay, hold on. If a woman is not educated and not a fool, okay, what's the problem with the women in that group, which is most women are?
Right, the educated women. Right, that's what I'm saying.
What if she's not?
Yeah, he's saying you could be not educated and not a fool, which is what category most women would fall into. Okay, well, if that's what you want, that's fine. But in that audience,
it's the same thing as an educated woman to me, because their money don't matter.
How?
Because their money don't matter. Because usually the education is to make more money, to get a better job.
If men,
that's what it is to get a good job.
Right, but if men are on average earning $45K a year, then her money does matter. That's why most married women work.
Right, because she's not going to be complacent.
We living in a two household income society, though.
But look at this,
right? And so her money matters.
Yeah. Right, so her money. Right. But our education, don't necessarily does.
You just said the purpose of the education is to get a better job.
Was to get a better job. Now, the better job don't always mean it's going to be that much more money. Now, you are the exception to the rule, Diva.
Listen. PhD, even though I made a disclaimer that it depends on a point in a man's life that he catches love of his life at. Now, if he's 21 to 25, of course, he's going to need a woman to bring more resources because he's not at his full earning potential. So
no, he don't. What would he need that for?
That's what I'm saying. If you get a young man who's not making the money that he's supposed to make, right?
What money is the man supposed to make? Because I asked earlier, what is a broke nigga?
Bro.
I'll be right when I'm finna break it down.
Hold on, let him finish, Diva.
So what we're having is, what I'm saying is the dynamics changes from man to man, right? Older man who's established don't really need a woman. He's not really checking for a degree and her to make a lot of money and that. But a younger man, right, who's trying to reach his earning potential, he needs her to have a woman that he meets. He might want her to have a job and bring in some extra income. That's what I was saying to them.
I got you.
Did they ask me? So what do you need a woman at right now? So I'm retired. So I really don't need a woman to fight for resources, and I don't really care if she has a degree or not. As long as she can come in and be cooperative and a team player. That's why I started.
All right, Diva, I was asking, what's a broke nigga? What's a broke man?
I think
because people like to throw that word around, broke. You know, men broke and stuff like that. But
check the check.
45,000 is broke.
Yes.
Yeah, Elite Belzo said men need to make $150K a year.
Right. So like
for what?
now is in these
who said that
or better. That's what she said.
No, you don't.
In these spaces, if a man earns less than 6 figures, he broke.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
I think if we honestly as
so
men come together
on
some real shit, ruthless, because
that mean everybody up here pretty much broke except Diva.
Yeah, I'm broke for sure.
I'm a broke.
Yeah, definitely broke.
Now.
On that scale, yeah, I'm broke. But listen, I don't think we should, as men, just be like, oh, okay, you know, we gonna just be like, F that, you know, F women, all that. Because a lot of these incels are on some where they don't even want to deal with women now type because of the requirements
from experience, though, brother?
No, my experience is different. So my experience has been actually with the women. You don't even really tell them how much you make. It's not even the discussion unless it's like something like obvious. What she taking trips like out the country, flying first class. If she on that type of status, you understand. Like more than likely, you're not going to try and keep up with her or do more than that.
Are you talking for yourself?
Unless you got it like that. If you got it like that, then yeah. I mean, I thought we were speaking from a experience that we're not doing that. But what
who is the you when you say when she taking trips? You, who is that? Who is the you?
You as in whoever's dealing with that woman.
So like you, ESO.
Right. So for me, I'm not on that type of level. You get what I'm saying? So I'm saying you meaning proverbial you. Whoever is dealing with that woman at that time, because
proverbial, that's a big word, brother.
You said what?
That's a big word.
Oh yeah. So if we're gonna have a discussion about all this, you know, whatever's going on the internet, I think the distinction should be made. Whereas though when I'm speaking about myself, I'm going to actually say me or I, or you know I'm saying something like that, other than just, you know what I'm saying you or whatever. But anyways, back to what I'm saying.
All these people was rich up here on these YouTube spaces.
No. I don't claim to be rich at all.
I'm broke. I claim I am broke, but I thought everybody else.
Yeah, I claim broke too, bro.
But here's the deal, though. But here's the problem, right? Problem is
broke college, bro.
But see, the thing is, it's only a few places in the country where you need to make 6 figures to actually survive. New York, California, maybe Chicago, such and such like that. Every other place is working on 45 to 60,000 a year.
Listen, people, even if they're doing it right, they're operating from a sanctimonious mindset. So therefore, it doesn't matter how much they make. They're gonna try to make it look like they make more than what they really make, just to make you look bad, just to say they're better than you.
No, certain people are making that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even about that lifestyle they have. Like the Ebony K, how she was talking about
98% of these dudes ain't making no 100,000 on this YouTube.
No, indeed.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is,
we know that people who are making that money, they don't need this shit.
Go ahead.
They don't need this shit. A rich dude who's really wealthy is not going to come on here and talk shit with all these people just because they make money. He's going to be flying.
Look, Five Diva, I told somebody last year, they were saying, I asked that same question, what is broke? And I said, well, look, I made about 40,000 last year. You're like, well, okay, well, you broke. I said, how you going to determine if someone broke? Y'all going by salary, okay? You're not going by net worth. I have two homes. I have absolutely no bills. The homes are paid off. Literally, I have my highest bill is car insurance, $200 a month.
Okay.
Right. So, and I was like, you know, I was explaining to her, y'all got to, you know, factor in that you just factor in job, or you factor in net work for being not necessarily you, Diva, but I was talking to this person. You factor in net worth because I'm a stock guy and I work in the filming industry. So I was like, my shit fluctuates from year to year. So some year I might be way up and some years it might be down, but I'm also retired from UPS. But I own my home and I have rental property, you know, so I said, so even when I worked full time at UPS back in when I did that, I was making what, 45,000 as a full time driver to start out. Okay, so that nigga broke too? Damn, you know, so a lot of people on here don't understand what the difference in broke and net worth and what their salary is, because you can make 6 figures and spend all of that motherfucker and still be broke.
Man, cost of living matters.
Or you can make 45,000 and have great credit. So I mean, I don't know. You know.
Yeah, that's what I know. But that's what I'm saying. If say for instance you were trying to keep up with the Joneses type shit, then more than likely you broke. You going broke like how a lot of these women are. Like a lot of them in debt, and they don't need husbands, they need help. You know what I'm saying?
In debt from what? Like school debt? Like student
Just
loan
all
debt?
kind of debt. Like they spend it before they get it a lot. I've seen a lot where they you don't know that they're, you know what I'm saying, spending more
And
money
they
than
did
they
come
get.
out with a report that the women do have an extraordinary amount of debt, but that's usually through school.
Yeah, usually through school. You're right.
Yeah, that's usually
But
through school.
even then, in those cases, they'll have a degree that they're not using or something because of what for a man to take care of all the bills. And
See,
so
I
if
told
that
you I
man,
smell madness free on ESO.
yeah, a lot of the talking points that the manosphere niggas be having, you be like, damn, like I don't want to notice it, but it's like, damn, like when you look around, what do you notice?
Well,
Like,
so I
And
think
then
a
there
lot
one of
of
them niggas
times,
making that kind of money.
no,
Yeah.
you see, they taking trips, they having fun with whoever money they spend. I seen it. If you look
Man,
on,
you could take trip making
they
$30,000, man. I traveled the globe. I traveled all over the damn near the world, man. I've been in 5 different countries and traveled throughout the states, and that was me making 30 to 40,000. So it don't cost much to travel. To go to Brazil, it was like $1,200 for the flight. The
right.
hotel room was $150 for the damn week. So and I did that no full. So it depends what the person want to do. If you want to
Which
stack up and travel, you could travel. If you want to
you,
stay here and buy Berkeley bags or rims for your car, then you can blow your money on that. Me, I like to generate memories
Hey,
and
I got
stuff like that.
okay.
hey,
What I'm
What do
saying
the
is,
Berkeley?
you did
Wait,
that
wait,
all
wait,
on
wait, wait,
credit.
ESO, 1 second. What do the Berkeley bags look like?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just calling out
You
names. I
did that.
don't
You did
believe
that
in
all on
designer.
credit though.
they
No, I did
private
that.
back.
No,
They want
I
that
went to
private back.
Brazil on my damn income tax. It was three
Oh,
thousand
okay.
dollars return. Right, went
not
to
on income
Brazil.
tax.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did that on my income tax, man. And I
Hey,
went with a female that made way more money than me at the time. So
Oh wow.
it
now,
yeah.
Pierre Cleaver, interesting
Hmm.
fact: women's debt, for the most part, is student loan.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the issue?
So the point is this: you're actually not smarter for going to college. You're actually less smarter to go to college.
Why?
Depends on what you're going to college for.
Because no, listen. Because the debt is so high,
Mm-hmm.
even when you get a job, the student government's taking most of your check.
Oh, really? So
So
when
men are
I
actually smarter
graduated,
not going to college and get a trade so they can make their money in a faster rate.
okay, and so
you guys should follow our lead.
I went to college, and from undergrad, I was foolish enough to try to go out of state my first year, which racked up most of my student loan debt. Anyways, when I graduated, I had about $26,000 in student loan debt. And then I went and got a PhD. So it accrued interest. By the time I finished with my PhD, I think it was like 28,000 or whatever. But if I got a job that allowed me to pay $10,000 a month and pay it off in a few months, was I stupid?
Hey, shouts out to
No,
Elite
because
with
not
4
because of your
degrees, no
profession.
student loans. That's what's up.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's because of your profession. You got people out here that are social workers that's 30,000 in debt to be a social worker.
Hold on, okay. Let me have this conversation with PS Diva. Now check it out, PS Diva. So we know that in most cases, maybe you're a special case. Once again, anecdotal. I'm not going to hold anything against you, so I'm take you off the list, right?
No, now I'm
But
off the list. Okay.
in most cases, right, even after you get out of college, most college students aren't getting hired because they don't have the experience. So therefore, there is such great debt to ratio that even when they do get a job, they're like literally like pro for like the first year. Just it's astronomical.
I don't think that's the case. First off, so there are entry-level jobs in every field, right? And so that's where you gain your experience typically.
Right. You're losing money.
And so I'm sure so I've seen it. The employment rate or unemployment rate is higher for people who don't have a college degree than people who do have a college degree. So that's one thing. So it's not like we just got these massive unemployed college graduates, right? And college graduates on average earn more than people who don't have a college degree. On average, there are exceptions. And so I don't really see why it would be a bad thing for people to go to college. So the highest earning group in the country, which is Indian Americans, like over 70% of them have a college degree. So
Indian American or Asian?
Indian. They are considered Asian. So the East Indian people, right? So they earn more. They earn more. The Chinese people, Japanese people, the East Indians earn the most in this country now.
But black people make a lot of money too?
Black people have the fewest. It's either black people or Hispanic people have the fewest college degrees.
But black people owe 8% of the wealth, though.
I don't even think it's 8. You mean 0.8%? 0.8%.
No, 8% of the wealth. Then the other one is the Asians that have 8%, and then the Mexicans have 7%.
I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think that's the case. Asian have
white people got 70%. White people got 76% of the wealth in America.
Not no more. Asian have more majority of the wealth.
No, wealth. I said wealth, not
wealth.
Job. Not per job salary.
Wealth.
Asians make more per salary. But white people have majority of the wealth in America.
White people become number 3.
No, you talk about salary.
Yeah, you talking about income.
Yeah, I'm talking about wealth.
There's a difference between salary and wealth.
Let me tell you, Lil Durk
and net worth
is out earning all the Asians by himself. So
Lil Durk,
the rapper.
I gotta look into that. I don't know how true that is.
Look into it.
No.
He what? The Durk what?
Lil Durk makes a lot more money than all the Asians out there together put together. For each Asian, he's earning.
Well, entertainer.
He's got way more wealth than them.
Okay. So okay, and so how is that helping black males?
Well, I'm not saying that's helping black people. I think money's actually hurt us more than it helped us, which is strange to hear.
Okay.
Because we all want money. Money corrupts. Money does corrupt, and people are selfish. They're going for self. So yeah, without indoctrination through our people, it's just going to go worse and worse, right? Because the poor people are hating on the people who got the money. The people who got the money, people don't like the people who ain't got the money. So we're going to have one big happy family.
Yeah, but you niggas better get married or go to jail.
Try and find a woman to marry you, huh?
No cap.
So when I went to Columbia, that's where I was. We went to this little I guess town. It was kind of maybe an hour and a half outside of Cartagena, and it was an all-black town because so a little bit about the history of Cartagena. It used to be the largest Spanish port, and so they had enslaved people there. Anyways, it was the blacks who actually freed them from Spanish rule, right? And then there was a population of those blacks who broke off and created a settlement about an hour and a half outside of Cartagena. Okay, so when we went and visited there, it was all black people, and they actually, the language that they spoke was actually a combination of like African languages, Spanish, English, and maybe a couple other things. And so they like kind of governed themselves, right? So they didn't need police. They didn't need, they had their own like schools for the kids or whatever. So they were like self-sustaining because they were kind of separated from, anywhere else or anybody else or whatever. And so I get one of the questions that I had when I, went there and saw this is, okay, so if these people can do this in a country that is actually poorer than the US, what's to stop blacks in the US from being able to self-govern to a certain extent in our own communities?
The existing government?
No.
Who do you call the police on if the police are the ones creating crime? Or if the police are the ones what was it, 5 of them jumping somebody and beating them to death? Who do you call the police on if the police is the ones you're supposed to call for those type of acts.
Right. So they don't call the police though. That's the point. They
right.
don't even have any police.
Even if it was, so that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't no police, right? Like you're saying, self-govern in America.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So they're in.
No, she was talking about in Colombia when she went.
Yes,
when she went
but I'm
on
saying
vacation.
what's to stop y'all?
No, I know, but what she was saying, what she was relating it to was us here in America, right? Or
correct.
Did I get that wrong?
No. Correct.
Okay,
so one thing is that they all, know each other. So it, and they have a patrol, like a citizens group or whatever, and whoever has this stick that they, have, it just lets people know, like, oh, okay, we're all the people on patrol. If there are any issues, then like the elders kind of settle it, right? They take it to the
kind
elders.
of like an Indian reservations here.
Huh?
Kind of like Indian reservations here.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah, because the
like
police don't have no jurisdiction in that; they govern themselves.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at. Is that would be what's stopping us? I think that was the question you had asked. What's stopping us?
So exactly what are you saying?
What I'm saying is the government that already exists here would be the thing stopping us right now. It's not like we have. It's not an Indian reservation or anything like that. But go ahead.
Yeah. The thing that's different from there and here is that culture that they have is solid and been solid. But if you want to see these people in these places that are black, they got a channel, Ace Live, black dude. He's been to Brazil and Colombia and all these places looking for the black folks in those places. And he got that well documented. But the thing they have there is a strong culture. Here, the culture's all broke up.
I missed the name you said. Here. Can you say that one more time? Who is it you said?
Ace Live.
Where's that?
That's a channel, a black dude.
Oh.
He's a traveler.
I got some interesting facts though. Who has who has the more poorest people in the world? Nigeria. They got like 89 million. They got 89 million poor people.
Yeah.
Damn. Black people lose.
I think they just actually.
Yeah, you ought to name one country in Africa, though, man.
Like
that's
all
only
the
one country
that they had in circulation
what
became
is it,
worthless.
52?
Like imagine if all of the dollar bills you had became worthless, and they say we're changing to a different currency. Crazy.
We talking all that shit. They talking all that shit on us. Why they people so poor over there? Damn, they talk shit.
Ain't nobody worrying about no fucking Nigerian. I be hearing them tether babies. I hear them though.
They be talking big shit on us.
Right.
Well, they're doing well here.
How? How can we prove that? You see their paychecks?
You talking about on YouTube. You talking about on YouTube.
Nah, they actually do have a community. And that's
they do have a community.
Listen, I had a cellmate.
Yeah, I live in a community.
And the same thing that she was talking about Cartagena or whatever.
Hey, I had
it's
a
community. If we have more of that village mindset, like if we all think like village minded, then we could actually have that here.
Man, that's not going to happen.
Kev.
No, we still got to call the police on some niggas when they get out of line.
Okay.
But the community I always grew up in. I'm in the South, so I don't know if that's different. It was always men. I mean, all the homeowners, most of the homeowners are black homeowners down here. Hey, so you have more black communities.
Hey, you
I mean, unless you get into major cities like New Orleans, Jackson, Mississippi, or something like that. Other than that, where they got crime, man, in major cities, everybody else is all black communities.
Hey,
but I'm saying no.
Who's
talking?
My fault. I said my fault, nigga. Keep going.
Y'all funny as shit.
Keep going, nigga. When you want to stop the call?
Nah, seriously, that's funny here.
This nigga want to stop. Hey, why you got me up? Nigga, just talk, nigga.
Nah, but for real though, if we have, and I know you thinking that we ain't gonna be able to ever have that, but if we had a village mindset, don't you think that would change
Nigga, we do have a village mindset.
We do got that already. Why niggas be saying we don't have that? We have that.
It's too.
What you mean singular? Most of the South is a village mindset where majority of the black people live.
Yeah, and right here in South Central, nigga got village. Nigga got.
There it is.
Nah. Yeah. I'm talking about.
Okay. You'd have been here.
Elders were able.
You was talking points. That's all.
Right. That's it. Yes. Yes. Elders.
Elders was able to patrol that community. I'm talking about in actually your community, not just on YouTube. I know y'all.
I'm talking about in my community. Yes.
All right.
Listen, we got communities out here, man.
Right. Shit is going great. You know.
I mean, even PA.
No, we doing great. You're right. We just need to keep up the good work.
Yeah. No, you said that they didn't have any talking about, and I'm saying they have a lot of them.
You're right.
Yeah.
I Kev.
Y'all know y'all neighbors. All y'all neighbors is y'all friends, of course.
Listen,
I know our neighbors. I've been knowing my neighbors for over 30 years. Over 30 years. My mama knew them, and she lived on the next block for almost 70, 80 years. Yeah, we all grew up together in communities like that. Yes. Even especially in New Orleans, they go so deep rooted. They go back 8 generations of communities. Yes. Yes, we got black communities.
My whole family, whole block.
Kev, 504 question.
Yes.
What's going on with all the women being deleted in New Orleans lately?
I don't know. I'd rather watch the local news, but just like a lot of the other places, some of the women getting out there now because now we got some girls carjacking. We got them, following the men with the youngsters out of control. So they did have a couple, but it is a major metropolitan city. It's just
New
a small
Orleans
one.
is different. Yeah, but New Orleans, y'all be over there wilding for real, man. I wouldn't want to go to New Orleans now. And I've been to New Orleans several times, and it's a good time because the people, I just, at this point, probably wouldn't go. Maybe Essence Festival.
Why not?
Because it just seems
too many circle
dangerous.
lines.
Because what?
It's very
too
dangerous.
many circle lines.
What's dangerous? What's the dangerous part? What's so much more dangerous about New Orleans than any other city?
Probably that I am not very familiar with New Orleans outside of the French Quarter, and so I'm from Miami, which is, if you watch the news, is also very dangerous. But because I'm from
Florida
there,
crazy too. Yeah, I got you.
Right. So, but because I'm from there, I know where to go and where to avoid. Right.
Shit is the same.
Well, this why I take it when people ask about New Orleans.
Because I'm from there, I know where to go and where to avoid. I don't know that about New Orleans.
Yeah, well, you got to get around. One, we don't have gangs. Two, a lot of when it comes to our murder rate, a lot of those that deletion rate, a lot of that because we have the right to carry guns. A lot of that is self-defense. So I know a couple of dudes that deleted some people and they didn't go to jail because it was self-defense. And here we don't have gangs. It's not territorial. Our mentality as a people is different because we go give you respect. Some people people got to earn my respect. No, I give everybody respect. It's up to you to fuck that up.
Yeah.
So our mentality is totally different. You just happen to be in a major city, and then it's damn near a poor city because it's a service industry city, hotels, restaurants, and bars and stuff like that. We throw parties. For the most part, I host events. So that's what our whole income in, which is quite different from Chicago or New York or LA and stuff like that. So what I'm saying that is nobody really ain't gonna mess with you in New Orleans, when it comes to crime, unless you in that genre. Those dudes on the street. That's just street dudes with that for the most part. Now of course you're gonna get some of your regular pickpocketing and stuff like that in the quarter and stuff like that because it's a tourist area. But for the most part, we don't have those issues. When dudes get shot down here, they know each other. It was an issue they had. It's personal. We don't do gangs. It's a personal thing with us. So that's the difference.
Well, I know that after Katrina, when there were numbers of people from New Orleans going to different cities, many of those cities reported the crime rate going up.
Yeah, like Houston crime rate went up because you just put damn near a couple 100,000 people, and in the city, and just drop them off in the city like that. Yeah, the crime rate did go up to a degree. But if you had 500 people that went to New Orleans and one of them committed a crime, the crime rate went up. If you had 1,005 of them committed a crime, the crime rate went up in Houston. That's just how it is. That don't mean all the people are, because it don't take. And I had to explain this to somebody the other day. It don't take 2 dirty cops or 2 or 3 knuckleheads to damn near destroy or have an entire 20 block radius just with negativity. And it's similar, kind of like this. When you seen the looting on TV during Katrina, that was one project by damn Nike and Foot Locker, right behind it, directly behind it. And they just showed that over and over and thought every nigga in New Orleans was looting. Literally.
Yeah, that I don't have
they thought that. Right. And so what I tell people is you never believe everything you see on TV.
Hey,
when niggas start doing that.
Yeah, what's wrong with looting?
Man, what?
I just choose not to do it and get caught.
Yeah, don't get caught.
It was nothing I wanted.
Getting caught is the bad part.
Right. Yeah, as long as you don't get caught. But no, I don't agree with the looting
second lines though.
Yeah, we always have second lines. That's like when I hear some people say black people can't get together without some man. We get together every damn Sunday. Thousands of black folks. Haitians, black, foundational black America, thousands every week. I can send y'all videos of that now. And all the time. And every now and then with those kind of events like a second line, in which you have 5 to 1,000 people out there easily or more, you have every 5 to 10 years, you have one dumbass come out there and see somebody had a vendetta with and have a shooting. Once every 5 to 10 years. But we have them every other damn weekend. You see what I'm saying? So it go come out, there was a shooting at the second line. Okay, well, you can't go to the second. Well, they have second lines all the time. It's just that one dumbass fuck up a whole second line. Like we had a Mother's Day shooting. And if you Google Mother's Day shooting in New Orleans, that was the only Mother's Day shooting because this nigga shot through a crowd because he was trying to delete a dude that deleted his sister and fucked up the whole holiday. He just come out the door shooting. Like, nigga, what is you doing? 19 years old. And hit 3 or 4 people, which was quite different for Chicago when you got 17 people shot at one time because they had the clips on. They got the clips on 9mm, making it fully automatic. So they just pointing and spraying. We don't do that. It's more personal here. So all crime is different. When I went to Chicago, that was a little different. I've been to Greens. I haven't been to New York yet, but I've been to Napa Valley. I've been to LA. I've been to Oakland and stuff like that. Different things, different situations. But I grew up pretty much a street dude, so I can maneuver. What'd you say?
Oakland was the hospitality, right?
I didn't stay in Oakland long, man, because I was right there with Napa Valley, and a friend of mine got married in one of the mansions out there in Napa Valley. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. Definitely something different. So we just stayed for like a little weekend or 2. I didn't stay in that long. So I didn't get really into the park, but I did get around in Chicago and stuff like that. I didn't have a problem. I hadn't been to Memphis yet. But I'll go there.
Oakland is being gentrified, correct?
Yeah.
So they're trying to do it to Chicago too with the immigrants coming in.
Everywhere getting gentrified. And they try to figure out
what to Louisiana's starting to get a little hit of it too because we starting to get some Hispanics in, some hate, we're starting to get some in coming from Texas. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we just started. Hell, there wasn't much work for you to come over here in a damn poor ass state. But I will say that if it wasn't for the immigrants coming in and helping rebuild New Orleans, it would have never been rebuilt.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Yeah, they came in. I forgot what they was called. Hondurans, right? They get mad when you call them Mexicans. They ain't Mexican. You're like, I'm not Mexican. Right. Our ass is ignorant. Everything south of America is Mexico. But yeah, they came in. And when people ask, well, how were they able to come in and do this, and this? I said, well, they came in with a different skill. Down here, we don't even have a trade like New Orleans issue. And like the brother was saying earlier with the steel and shit, we didn't even have a damn trade school for construction with all the damn hurricanes we got. And we ran by a black damn, mayor, city hall black, all that for the last 50 years. And they actually, and New Orleans developed around the same time Atlanta did. They asked Atlanta's mayor, who's the guy who was a mayor 50 years ago when New Orleans and Atlanta was on the same level. Why was they asked, why was Atlanta able to thrive and New Orleans wasn't? The old man from Atlanta said, well, we didn't steal the money.
Oh, wow.
And that was the answer. Right. That was it. New Orleans operate like Chicago old ass. When they, with the corruption. And that's a problem. Now you had an 80% black city, but not one black business in the French Quarter where all the money at. None of those places you went in the French Quarter, that's old white money. And if we don't, right. So what it is when these niggas get in office, they don't challenge to even try to fight that, to try to get some black businesses where the money at. So other than that, it's a service industry city.
Yeah. It's interesting because I used to live in Birmingham, Alabama for a while. And so they were, at one point kind of asking the same question, like, why is Birmingham different from Atlanta? Because they're only 2 hours apart. And at one point they were kind of on the same level. And one of the interesting things is that initially the Hartsford airport, so the airport that's in Atlanta, the first choice they had for where they wanted to put it was actually Birmingham, Alabama. But those idiots were saying like, oh, well, we don't want all those people in our city. And so they actually turned it down. So that's how it got set up in Atlanta. And so it's just
and
like
Atlanta mayor at that time said, well, he took affirmative action and made sure that 25% of all federal money in that airport in Atlanta had black people working on it. And that helped boost the economy, even though they had Morris Brown, Morehouse, Spelman, and Clark, HBCU schools. We have Dillard and Xavier University here. So it was almost always not only that, Atlanta has Coca-Cola and a couple Fortune 500 companies up there. Louisiana and Birmingham don't have shit.
Well, that's now. So, like those places came later. But they didn't have the mindset. At least Birmingham didn't have the mindset to have a major company. If you don't want a major airport in your community, in your city, because you don't want all these people from outside coming to your city, then you don't have the mindset to have a major corporation there.
Right, and therefore you don't grow.
Right, exactly.
And it's ran by, and Birmingham was ran by black folks.
Yeah, it was, but so
right, still is.
The difference. Yeah, right. It's just interesting the difference in mentality between the Negroes in Atlanta and the Negroes in Birmingham. And
well, see, the difference with Atlanta also is people travel from all over the country to move to Atlanta, dating back, from the 80s on down because of the schools.
Now.
And then they had, well, no, that people been moving there since Freaknik. I've been to 4 or 5 Freakniks. They just kind of, there was work there for when they come to Xavier here, they usually go back home with the education. In Atlanta, you can stay there. They don't, in Atlanta, they usually fly back home for the holidays and stuff like that, and they just built their own thing. Don't forget, Atlanta had the strip club culture. You had Missy Elliott. You had a lot of music when they left New York, the East Coast. Everything landed in Atlanta, so Atlanta was able to just keep thriving on it. And it became somewhat of a black Hollywood, but they also had businesses that, required good educations, and people stayed. Here, it ain't gonna do you much good.
Well, I know Dillard, is it Dillard or Xavier? One of them.
Both of them are here. Yeah.
Right, but one of them sends the most black students to medical school, and I know they got to have
that would be Xavier.
Hospital. Yeah. Okay, so that's Xavier. they have to have hospitals there. So are the people not coming back?
Mm. Well, you got nurses and stuff like that, but let me say again, New Orleans is not a very big city.
Mm.
It's not. It's small. Literally, it takes 15 minutes to cross New Orleans on the interstate.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was that small.
15 minutes. Yeah, it doesn't take much long at all. And like I said again, it's the service industry. I mean, you got the best jobs, of course, hospitals, UPS, FedEx. Of course, you got your lawyers, your judges, and stuff like that. But other than that, most people just work. I know friends of mine that went to Tulane and Loyola University that are bartenders.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nothing new. And they like it. They have no problem with it. Now, granted, it's not the ones that want to do like you and go ahead and get a PhD. They went to school for art, just the rich kids, and shit like that. But they like the living. They like the comfort of living. Right. Don't cost much down here. I mean, shit, for me growing up, my rent was $300 a month and I had 2-bedroom townhouse. Making 45, 50,000 a year driving UPS truck the first year I started driving. So I don't need 100,000. I tell people now, I literally could live better than somebody making $150,000 in Chicago or New York or something like that. Maybe even two. I can make 70,000 and have a better life because the cost of living is so cheap. Just like Birmingham, dirt cheap.
Yeah.
It's just different dynamics for different areas. And I had to learn that listening to YouTube. People like, oh, make 100,000 and something. Who told you, man? Y'all on some KS, some Kevin Samuel shit? When you need to make 100,000 to fucking buy a house, who need that? But you got to open your mind up. Chicago, California, the whole state need $100,000 in California.
No,
but other places really don't operate like that.
Kevin Samuel was talking about the aspect of like living in the city. Because people, a majority of people want to live in the city. That was going to cost.
New Orleans is a city. Birmingham is a city.
Is it?
But I think he was talking about the high, like Miami, downtown Atlanta, downtown LA. That's what he was referring to. Well, from my listening to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is Birmingham a city, Diva?
I mean, it is, but it's not like a major city.
You don't need no major cities. They got cities all over the country that aren't major. You can name the major cities on one hand, pretty much.
Well, it's
out
not
of the whole country,
you should want to live.
Oh, Birmingham, yeah, with the water, yeah, they got some water issues.
Well, just period. It's just not a place anybody should want to live.
Well, damn sure pretty much can't grow there. That's different.
And I heard that Miss Jill was asking you a question. She said, did New Orleans ever replace Charity Hospital after they closed it?
No, they never reopened Charity Hospital. What happened is, let me say it in New Orleans. What had happened was, right, after our governor of Katrina, after she Kathleen Griselda Blanco, yeah, she was a Democrat, and that's the one. It wasn't George Bush who fucked over us. It was her, because Bush asked her, "Do we need help? Did she need help with the military before the hurricane hit?" But yeah, I almost forgot the question. What she asked again?
Charity Hospital.
Okay, yeah. So what the Republican came in as Governor Bobby Jindal and stripped, because none of the money that was ever donated to New Orleans never got to the people, because they had a changing of the guards. And when Bobby Jindal got in, he stripped all the all the resources for all every damn program you can name, and that was 1 hour city hospital. So they closed that, and he wanted to privatize everything, even closing all the mental health institutions that you would have for the state, and gave all the tax breaks to the wealthy. Was that a $700 million surplus And then from that, when Katrina hit and went to a $1.3 billion deficit when the Republican came in after that, statewide. And they never reopened Charity Hospital. Nor did they reopen the mental hospital, Mandeville, which, of course, if you have someone who has some mental issues or need medication, you was able to send them to a state hospital. They cut all that out. That's why now New Orleans, because he did that, the Republicans know one thing: if you cut all those social programs out, you're gonna have to raise taxes to get them back, and that's damn near ain't gonna never happen. You can't run it, as an elected official talking about raising taxes to open up any damn thing. So, right. So that's how they got that. They did that. They gonna do that state to state.
Yeah, so
nationwide if they can.
When you think about how messed up reality is, that's why we need social media, because it'll definitely keep you from all of the issues you already know you probably facing in your community or as a whole people, as a society. Because fucking oceans with plastic in it, or island-sized plastic ocean. Like, what the hell? Crazy,
right? And see, now that we have the internet, now we can talk to each other, because that used to be the main way to pass information, right? Who hiring? I got a CDL license, right? That now we can chit chat and talk. But I was on YouTube for a good while. Then it got into the damn gender war thing and the date and shit, and that just went south. Some people just go cling to that. Everybody like to run to a fight. Nobody want to run to a chemistry experiment. So that's one thing. But that's how you gain knowledge, man. When I want to know something, I talk to Diva from, somebody, your boy from Florida, he out there at FLAMU, a brother from California. That's how you find out information of what's going on in other communities with black folks, instead of watching the damn news. Too many people start watching the news and believing what the news say all the damn time. And that's not just what it is. I literally asked somebody, what percentage of black men you think in jail? They say about 20, 30%. I said, it's not even 2%. It's not even 1%. What made you think that?
It's not?
I don't think it's 1 or 2%.
I mean, it's worth a Google. Let me see.
Yeah, Google it up. Black men in prison. While others was saying it was damn near 30%. Well, that's almost half the niggas in jail? No, that's not right.
Yeah, that came
Same
from
thing with
that was projecting that 1 in 3 black men would have a felony conviction.
Right. And we already know how that went. Back there, I'm a Gen Xer, so I remember all those days when I went through the whole crack era. I went through the 80s, the 90s, 2000. I remember they was locking dudes up. I went to juvie in 84 with the crime bill. They didn't just lock up a bunch of black people. They opened up a whole bunch of juvenile facilities and made a killing. Because the best way to make money or get rich is with federal money. And they knew that. We didn't know that. That's why you're starting to see more truck drivers, women and men truck drivers and stuff like that, trying to get federal contracts when they have disasters and stuff like that. You get on with FEMA, you'll make $100,000 easy. So we start getting in our mind and believing the stuff that they say. Like with the black community. Why black people can't get together? Man, we get together all the time. I know 8 people on my block by name. Their kids play with mine. I got an 11-year-old daughter. I'm a single parent. I have a 22 and a 25-year-old. I had my last child at 40. Her mom passed when she was 43. So her mom died when she was 3 years old. And now they just said, they just had another stat that said, I just saw Oprah. I saw that thing about, I think that was one of the YouTube channels was showing. Oprah was saying, well, it's a myth now that the CDC come out that black men were more involved with their kids than before. Well, I only knew a couple of dudes that had kids that didn't live with their kids, that didn't deal with their children. Now, it might not be on the financial levels or the marriage level like PA was talking about, But black men are in their children's life more so than what we thought they were, but that's just the media.
Okay, so what's that sound? That being the case, why do you think the outcomes for young, like black youth, aren't better, given the fact that the fathers are actually involved a lot more than we thought they were?
Because them niggas fucked up too. I'm messing with you. I think I think it's a group of youngsters, and you can call it what you want. We can go back to the old days, crack babies, baby kids, such and such. I remember in New Orleans, one of the worst blocks, Martin Luther King blocks in New Orleans. It was only 4 families that had 6, 7 kids coming all out the house, and you had to deal with their kids' asses and stuff like that. And they can just make it a bad thing. And not only that, here they don't even have trade schools. They're trying to reopen trade schools in New Orleans. And see, that's what I mean by, and that's why I hold black politicians more accountable than the white ones, because we had the black ones here stealing. And I talked to some of my black friends. I'm like, man, these motherfuckers stealing, no, dude. They're like, well, they doing the same thing white folks did. I said, man, that don't make no sense. If you go to jail, who you want fucking you, Bubba or Tyrone? Neither one of them. I don't want neither one of them fucking with me, right? So, and if I'm paying taxes, I want to see something done, So, but then you have the churches. All you got to do to get elected is go in and get in good with the churches. New Orleans have about 3, 4 major complexes in the city, major apartment complexes. That's being ran down slumlords, and the slumlord is a church way out there in Tennessee, big rich church in Tennessee. That's who own the property. But what the churches do is they get the property and they don't have to pay taxes on it, and that's a problem. So you can own like Tulane University own a whole lot of land and property in New Orleans. They don't have to pay taxes on, but we struggling. So they came in with that foundation while white folks was in, kind of locked it in. So you got to fight to get it out. Now, if you're a politician going in and say, okay, look, we need the church, Catholic Church own too much shit. We ain't getting no money off it. They own entire complexes. Ain't giving nobody a break, just going along with the rate as they go and don't pay no taxes. And if you go across the country, most Catholic churches do that. They own more land than the top 2 landowners is the Catholic Church and McDonald's.
Okay.
Boy, Cal,
so if we can't
lecturing this morning.
Well, I've been preaching, man. I'm just saying that's how it is here. So when I listen to y'all, I get a feel for how it is there. I'm like, okay, that's what's holding them back. Like I say, dude was talking about the gangs like Chicago. Okay, Chicago different. They gonna initiate your ass in the gang. And if you're not in the gang, you might get jumped by a group of about 14 dudes on the other side because they want you to join their gangs, those GDs and all that. Okay, well, that's different. I listened to King Von. He said, yeah, well, growing up, I had to join the gang. We don't understand it because we ain't in the gang culture. But shit, you like, oh, you had to fight every day. Oh, you had to bring a gun to school. Pop Smoke went to 4 different high schools. The boy was a star basketball player. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, 32% of the U.S. population is represented by African Americans and Hispanics, compared to 56% of the U.S. incarcerated population being represented by African Americans and Hispanics. In 2014, African Americans constituted 2.3 million, or 34% of the total 6.8 million correctional population.
Which means, what are you trying to say, Issa?
Yeah, he's trying to find out the difference with black men being in prison.
I went and looked it up, but I guess that's the national average. Maybe he means 2% in New Orleans.
Nah, the national average of black men in prison is what?
34%.
34% of the prison system is black.
Right.
34% of the black male population is in prison. That's 2 different things.
Nah, it ain't discriminated male and female. You want me to look up the male and female?
Yeah. That's up to you, fella. I'm just putting it out there guessing. I know it wasn't that damn. I knew it wasn't no damn 30% of men that was in jail. I thought it was in somebody did a little thing and it's like no, it's like 2%. And that's after we had to go through the whole crack epidemic and 3 strike laws and just trying to
Yes,
pack the
that's right.
jails as much as they can throughout the South and stuff like that, the whole prison population. Then you have a lot of brothers in jail. That's why you're starting to see brothers get out of jail after doing 20, 30 years and found out it wasn't them. Now in Louisiana, Bobby Jindal, our governor, had 600 people that they shouldn't be in jail. He refused to sign to let them out, pretty much because his wife, owns one of the companies, is part owner of one of the companies that use the phones in the jail system. She owns it.
So what
Why you want into jail?
But Kev, what they're trying to say with the statistic, they're trying to say black man is more beneficial, better. Pretty much, they're more better to be in the prison system than anything else, which is not good.
Well, who is they? And if you're talking about white folks or society, well, they ain't never mean us no good anyway.
No, I'm talking about society itself. Yes.
And it's a white society, yeah. So we was never no good. You was never a black man was never any good. And that's why I don't understand. And for us women going to college on a YouTube level, women always have been always working. The girls went to college. There was no thing with that because they had to compete against the white women to get the decent jobs to get in the healthcare field. I'm just glad to see that they got a lot of black sisters in the healthcare field now. And then you had KS talking about don't marry a nurse. These niggas at their 30, $40,000 a year job thinking they ain't gonna marry a nurse. And Kevin Sam was talking about the 1% who nobody ever met or ever knew that and these niggas did taking it to the head like that. There goes she a nurse. Nigga, you work at a grocery store. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but you ain't on that level. You can't have that talking point like that. Man wasn't talking about you.
But the thing
You
is,
walk up to the door.
But
Go ahead.
Kev, the only thing KS did was pretty much took the talking point from the black manosphere and just repackage it. That's all he did.
Yeah, black man is them niggas some joke ass niggas. I remember when they started. I remember how it started. I know Anger Man and all that. I didn't talk to all them niggas then. And, Anton, just Uncle Tom ass nigga. Anger Man started off with that. Me and him bumped heads. I had to carry him up and tell him, bitch, I'll slap you in your fucking mouth. Nigga, you cursing me. I don't curse like that. I ain't disrespectful to nobody, But them niggas don't be the same nigga in person. So that's why I take them for face value most of the time. And they still go run on with the same old bullshit over and over. Modern day women. Man, you don't have, if your business straight as a man, regardless on what financial level you on, most women will respect it. That's just human nature. That ain't never changed. Never did. And now they thinking that you got to make 6 figures. No, you don't. Some places you do. Don't get me wrong. Some places in the country you do, but for the most part, no, you don't. You just got to have your business together. Have your shit straight. I made up to 60, 70,000 and dated women that made way twice, 3 times more than that. Doctors, lawyers, that's no big thing. I have a 3-bedroom house with a garage. They had more than I did. That wasn't a problem because the foundation of the man is already set. They know they ain't got that many men and or they don't want to date their coworkers like talking about. So you could do that on every damn financial level. From a young man coming up. I always tell young dudes because I do talk to young men, in high school and stuff. Because my friends, I've coached little league football and stuff like that. Don't get a girl pregnant because PA go put your ass in prison for 18 years. Go ahead and move in. If you go move out your mom's house or whatever, your dad's parents' house, get your own crib. Establish paying your own bills first. Most people tell you they had more fun when they was in college or broke ass college student than they did as fully grown working adults working damn near 12, 18 hours a day. If you get your own crib straight with your cousin and everything, and then build from there. So when they come in your house, they're walking into their femininity. If they're comfortable, if a woman's comfortable, she'll sit on the sofa. You'll be able to see it. Next thing you know, her knees on the sofa, and she done kicked off her shoes. Now you're winning.
Okay, so I do have a question. Why does it seem that Black men are so comfortable with earning so little?
I think it's the times, and I think that, you know, because like at Xavier University, right? It's 3 damn girl dorms to every boy dorm at every HBCU school I ever passed through.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me, I went and got my CDL, and you know, most guys like to jump and work and get the good job for, you know, jump on a decent job first. The girls had, you know, went to school, and you know, school paid dividends, that, you know, start paying dividends for them. It's no hate on it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate the fact, you know, on it because I'm about Black people first. I don't care if they're making more money. That's fine. But I don't think the men's going to college in those fields like the women are or have been.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's part of the problem. I think we need more men in college, though.
Well, okay, so that, you know, is something. But even if, like you said, you got a CDL, there are, you know, people who got a CDL and were able to parlay that into, you know, a high paying, you know, career.
Yeah. Truck driving is good money. That's good money. So,
like, I mean, whatever you do, but it just seems like, you know, there's a way to make it profitable, or gosh, what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, profitable, you know, lucrative.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And so again, I just wonder, like, why it seems like so many Black men, you know, gravitate.
They just don't go to college. I mean, think about the degrees a Black man can get in college. Pretty much the same as the women can get, but they just not into that. I don't think a lot of Black men was into that. It was pretty much, you know, find a job, go to work, and just grow with the job, which is still a pretty much American thing. Yeah. But I think we damn sure need to get, you know, some more brothers in college. And then when some of these niggas go to college anyway, PA, like the brother in Florida that ran against DeSantis, here your ass is, you go get all that education and still sell out.
It's not about selling out. It's just that because the black community don't make enough resources to pay for somebody for going to college.
Right. And see, this is the thing. When I say sell out, like in New Orleans, we have all these top, put it like this: all the damn people that's stealing out of the city of New Orleans went to private school and went to HBCU schools.
Oh wow! Don't do the HBCU.
The motherfuckers stealing. Right. Well, that's what it is. Right. And so it's easy to steal from an uneducated society. Yeah. And so they just do, instead of looking out for their people by getting some businesses in the French Quarter, where we can have some families making some money, they just sell out. That's what I mean by sell out, bro. They just sell out. We're like, nah, I just take this, I'm gonna do me and fuck it. Do a little something for the Black folks and that's it. Which is quite different than what the guy what Atlanta did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, me personally, yeah, you can get a trucking job, then get a piece of rental property, then get another piece of rental property. You can do a whole lot, you know, with that start. While your girlfriend in school.
My fault. Go ahead.
But this is what I mean. That I think we as Black people sometimes we be biased because we'll tell everybody, yeah, we need to work together, but then we'll still tell her to go get a rental property. Who owns the land? A white person.
Yeah, but I'm getting revenue. I'm getting revenue from the land, though. I'm getting revenue from it.
Ronnie said, what I'm saying is if I think she's more asking more or less, why don't they have the drive to, like, what's like, why is it that they don't seem to want to do all of that shit? Because there's so many ways to get it out here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's
that's exactly what I'm asking.
Why?
Well, they didn't have to. The women had to. The women had to go to college.
You don't have to go to college. You just said you got a CDL, got a job. And
okay. I thought you were talking about the educational thing. No, I don't know. I think the doors are open more now that people can understand how this shit work now with the new internet age. I think more people branching out. than ever before. And getting it, because I was always a firm believer, and you got to have more than one hustle.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I was raised like that too. Yes.
Got to have more than one hustle.
Mm-hmm.
And so in having that, that's what I'm saying. Why don't they have at least one? Is what she's asking. And I think, you know what my answer is, it's kind of a mindset as to where they're being taken care of so much nowadays. Like, you know what I'm saying? That whole, oh, you gotta leave by 18. They like, nah, we don't even do that no more. Now you can stay as long as you want. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what age I
That
probably would
is
have
a
left
different.
if
I
that was
wanted to leave
optional.
at 18. Shit,
Could you
I wanted to
imagine
get out
like
my
having
mama house.
right? But that's what I'm saying. I couldn't imagine having that. But you see, these children nowadays are given that. Like, oh, you when are you really a man? Like, oh, I'm gonna call you a child, a kid, or all that. Misterming things like, oh, you know what? my baby boy. You mean like how? At what age are you no longer a baby? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that
Like,
goes back to what PA was saying. I hate to agree with him because PA gonna put everybody in jail, but but that goes to the whole parenting thing.
yeah, he said
A lot
forced
of
labor,
women,
right?
a lot of women coddled their sons, and they didn't have a man in the house.
Mm-hmm.
But even when there's a man in the house, a lot of these sons be coddled,
Yeah, they
right? So
don't. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
my coworker was just telling me yesterday about how his son is 26. You know, they paid for a master's. Well, he went and got a master's degree. He bought him a Range Rover when he graduated, and he really does. I mean, he got a basic job that's just enough to put gas in the car, but
Oh
he
shit.
basically lay up on women. And
Yeah, I
so,
see. That's some
even
bullshit.
when they are raised by their fathers, a lot of times the most coddled boys are those who had a father in the home, because then that frees the mom up to,
Mm-hmm.
have more time to coddle them or whatever, because she ain't out working 2 or 3
Mm-hmm.
jobs.
Yeah.
And so,
All she
Yeah.
doing is baby and that boy.
right,
Mm.
like daddy in the home, daddy not in the home, it still seems to be the same outcome.
Yeah,
But
I get you.
even above all that, like, so even like men that I would meet in professional settings,
Hmm.
I'm in a lot of like professional organizations or whatever. And so, you at happy hour. And so like I have rental property too. And so usually, I would get to talking about it with, some of the other women who have rental property, because it was, a lot of women who got me into it. But the men, a lot of times, will sit there and they'll say, oh, well, I don't have a house because I'm not married and my wife might not want to live in that house. And so it's like,
Oh, they make
okay,
an excuse.
but like, just because you have a decent job don't mean that has to be your sole source of income. And so it seems like they got complacent, like I got a professional job and now that's it. Meanwhile the women, even though they have professional jobs, still go out, they get rental property, they doing this on the side, they doing that, so it just seems to be a difference in mindset regardless. But let me read this super chat before y'all respond. Omar Smith, $5. Good morning, Omar. When I speak with most truck drivers, they all say they are scared of the responsibility of owning their own truck. I'll never understand that. Interesting.
I got an answer for that. It used to be. It used to be a real good thing to be an owner operator on your own vehicle. Now, when Trump just, and I'm speaking of just some of the stuff I knew, when Trump got in, he cut a lot of those write-offs the truck drivers used to have, the per diems and things like that. So I know some guys, and don't quote me on exactly, but some guys used to have their own truck, decided to go ahead and drive for uh, for a major corporation instead of running their own trucks. And that kind of changed things. I mean, the first big hit was when the gas prices went up, diesel went up so high, and then you couldn't write all off your fuel. So when that changed, that hit the truck drivers hard.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of that, it's not like they was wanting to own it in the LLC. They were trying to own it in their own name, so that all that hit on them. which is really, you know what I'm saying, the issue I think Omar is trying to get at is why people are scared of owning their own trucks is because they don't have that LLC or they don't have that C Corp or whatever that they are running that truck through. And all of that would be on them and instead of on that company that they have, or, you know what I'm saying, whatever, trustee, whatever, you know what I'm saying. But PhD would go back to what you were saying.
For a company that own my, I would rather drive for a company that own my own truck because of the maintenance and the upkeep of it.
Right, you
and,
got
the
that
gas
buffer, that leverage. Yeah, where it's not all on you. Like you got, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to have all of that responsibility.
Let them fix it. Let them pay for the gas and all that, and make good money.
Let
then I'll
do
go
the
get some rental
contracts,
property.
all that. You know what I'm saying? Or, let me just drive. You know what I mean?
Now LLC is only what, $150 at City Hall. I mean, anybody can do it, but it just got to be worth the tax breaks.
It ain't just, that's what I'm saying. Anybody can do that, but it's more to it than just that. You know what I'm saying? Even like just saying, oh, just get the LLC, as if it's like that simple. Yeah, you have to file whatever forms, all that, and actually put in whatever work for that company. But it's not necessarily just to say, oh, why don't you just do that? You know what I mean? Like, because that entails more. It's not just do that. I mean, I wish more people did have that drive to be like, I'm gonna start my own whatever company in the hood, you know what I'm saying, and make it that way, you know what I'm saying. And it's not like we don't see the, like she's mentioned, the Indians that or whoever coming over and what they make, tobacco store, all type of stores they put up in the hood. And it ain't that black people don't have money, it's what they spending it on. And so if we could get people, because they pretty much essentially created it to where you don't even go to the stores anymore. Malls are being cut down because people are just shopping online, and they didn't think that would actually take hold like that. And so because of that, pandemic, all that happened, people shopping online, not even interacting with people anymore as much. So what do we do with, you know what I'm saying, necessarily the whatever interactions? How do we, keep people interacting in a healthy way, and not having these mass shooting, all that mental health, crises that's not actually being fixed. It's just we going to the next one. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, we need to be more. We need to stop being so much as far as being consumers, and start, and start being sellers. We the biggest consumers in the country, and that was broken down. Because we used to own a lot of businesses. And they systematically broke that down. We just got to get it back. Me personally, I was happy when the internet came up. Now I don't have to go to the mall and buy shit from white folks. 10% of my money is spent on black businesses. I can find them online. I got a daughter. I know people that sell tennis shoes. A couple of sisters own some Nike Foot Locker down here in Louisiana. All of my daughter's school shoes from them. ST has a black division on their platform where you can go to the black owned, where I can get the black authors and books like that, so my daughter can read outside of her education at school, because I'm a firm believer you teach your children at home, as much as you can. And I just support black businesses. That's step one, but people won't even commit to that. So if we can start doing that, I don't care who it is, as long as it's a good product, I'll pay a couple $2 more just to support black business, because we ain't gonna never get, well, I ain't gonna say never, but we ain't gonna never be able to get the corner stores and the people that's selling that shit in the local neighborhoods and stuff like that. So I'll just do it online.
So we can support black businesses, but to what end? So for example,
to no end.
No. So for example, Carol's Daughter is a hair care brand that was started by a black woman, and it started, getting a lot of support from black women, and they were buying it, and she started making lots of money, and the company got big enough to where she sold it to some white company. And so that seems to be the trajectory of black business, right? So we say
kind of like
black
BET.
business. we say support Black business, and so we do support these businesses, but it seems like their business plan
They turn right on you.
is to, you know, get large enough to have some white company buy them out. Now, so I guess my question is, how does that help us?
Well, you know, most businesses are small businesses. That's the backbone of the country. Now, if it's a big Fortune 500 company, yeah, you know, just like BET, I was kind of felt some kind of way when they kind of sold BET. But right now, you got Shaquille O'Neal and two other brothers and Snoop about to buy BET back. So now maybe we're starting to learn what to do with our money. You know, now that we know what to do.
That's what I kind of mentioned earlier about having that village mindset, but I guess maybe more tribal is what I meant. You know what I'm saying? And understanding that, you know what I'm saying, we definitely can win if we come together, but that's some kumbaya type shit.
Well, it ain't for me because I put my money where my mouth is.
Well, so we can support
I support it.
Right, so we can support small businesses, but if enough people support it, then it's gonna not be a small business at a certain point, right? So even with Miel Organics, another hair care brand that started as a small business, started by a Black woman, a lot of people started, you know, supporting it. Apparently the products are good. I've never used them, but she recently sold the company to a white company. And so I know that for many business owners, they say that you start the business thinking about your exit plan, you know, when you start it. So the goal is to be able to sell it to a larger company, and then you take that money and start another business. But I'm saying in terms of like the community, how does that benefit us if all we're going to do is prop these businesses up to then be bought out and owned by white folks?
Yeah, that's different, especially when it comes to women hair care products and stuff like that. I just hope the sisters hold on to it. Don't sell it.
Well,
I'll leave it for generations. Right. Like I'm not selling
none
of my I'll never sell any of my rental property.
Hey, let me talk to the truck driver real quick. I'm gonna get out y'all way. So some of the confusion we be having, we looking for other people to do everything for us. So I'm talking to the truck driver. Even when I sent that super chat, you still responded as being a worker. You said an owner operator. That's not a motor carrier. So I don't know how long you've been driving. Well, an owner operator is somebody that still works for somebody else. So a motor carrier is a person that works for himself, his own company. So even our thought process, like, why would we become an owner operator and still go to another company and say, let me work for you, even though I got the equipment that I can work for myself?
No, you talking to me?
Whoever the truck driver was.
I'm not. I work for UPS, but we were just having a truck driver conversation. I knew some dude that drive trucks, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
But right now we mad at the people that chose the college route or whatever, right?
No, I'm not mad at them. I hope everybody.
Just hear me out. I'm gonna get out your way. I don't really like arguing.
Let me respond to what you were saying with the owner operator thing. That's cool. That's cool if you can hustle your own jobs. You see what I'm saying?
Like, all it is. Let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you how you get shippers and loads. All it is a fucking app you pay $100 for a month, and it sends you thousands of loads every day. All it is you calling the shipper and say, whatever kind of trailer you got, whether you're delivering cold food, whether you're delivering flatbed equipment, you just call a shipper and say, hey, I can haul X, Y, and Z. Here go my insurance. Here go my MC number. They say, come get this shit.
Right.
It's that easy. 5-minute phone call.
And that's one load, right?
Thousands. You get how many loads
I'm just saying that's one load. Right. It's a hustle thing. I get it.
Let me tell you, trucking. It's first come, first serve. They don't give a fuck who moving the product.
Right.
As long as it get where it's going.
Yeah, I'm not on the operator.
And the government got something in play for the black brothers, whereas though you got to get 25% of the fucking contracts that they give the major carriers.
Right.
Whether it's federal, state, or local, meaning your townships. They allotted 25% of whatever the budget is go to minority companies. So basically, I'm just saying, what I'm trying to say is we worrying about the guys that went to college and all that shit that they know about what they should do in the French quarters and all that. If you got that CDL, do your business, do your black business. Let them handle theirs. We focus on everybody but ourselves.
Oh, I don't have no problem with that, my brother. I'm not an owner operator or anything. I just drove for UPS, but I get what you're saying. But that's also what we was talking about as far as the internet now. You just pass on some golden knowledge that we wouldn't go get nowhere else. Just that quick. So when we start listening to each other and talking to each other about what a job to do, how to do this, what, you know, if you got some rental property or whatever like that, and that's how you get things started.
Well, look at this here.
He talked about this yesterday.
When the Russians get here, right? Do you see the Russians go sign up for somebody else's job, or do they come here and buy a fucking truck and build it to a fleet and have all the black men working for them? Do you see that Indian man, that dude that be with, you know, they got them wraps on their head every time we see them at truck stops? They go get their own equipment, build a motherfucking fleet, and then go sit in the office. We the only ones that go fill out applications.
You don't think that's changing?
Yeah, with Sherelle. She don't. Everybody else get online and talk about how they work for UPS or drive for this company or that company. The only person out here talk about ownership is the female Sherelle.
And now we need more people to speak up.
Well, no, he talked about it yesterday, though. He spoke on it yesterday.
Listen, I've been getting online talking about getting this money through trucking since I got online. The problem is we talk about it, but what I'm trying to address is that men don't have no desire to win. We talk about this shit every weekend. We was talking about it every weekend for a year now. And then they would still get online and say, ain't no money for them. They still get online and say they don't got no money. When you can get a fucking truck and make $25,000 a month and start.
Mm-hmm.
So right there, that brother just gave you a solution, man. I mean, are you going to run with it? And this is the second time I heard him talking about this. So it's not like it's not been known, it's not been heard. He shared with y'all. This is the second time I heard the brother talk about it.
Hank, it's the fear. The things that was listed not to get a truck was fuel and maintenance. What can you do in life that don't require upkeep? Fuel and maintenance was a deterrent from being successful.
Omar, your own body, your own body expects you to upkeep it. You have to do it for your body. You have to sleep and you have to eat. It's no different. People that own properties, we know that we don't keep all the rent money because I also do that. We got to have a maintenance fee for that. A fucking toilet, a roof. It's everything in life that you have to maintain it in order to get the reward from it. So there's no way that fuel or maintenance for a truck should stop you from being an owner. This logic is crazy to me.
If you want to be a owner of a truck, yeah, that's fine.
But that's what he's telling you, though. That's what he's telling you. What's wrong with it? Y'all sound like y'all fear mongering.
Nothing's wrong with it, but nothing's wrong with me making the money as a UPS truck driver or a rig driver and then taking that money and doing what I want on the side without having to worry about the whole trucking shit. About maintenance and fuel and all that. That's a problem because with that. I make a good enough. What's the problem?
The problem with that is the amount of money you're going to make going to take you forever to get somewhere. Obviously, that's why people retire and don't have shit. When you get your own truck, that money that you making driving for somebody else's truck, you're going to triple that shit and you can invest it wherever you choose. We don't, even when you got your own business, you pay taxes. They don't take taxes, right? So you got all year to flip and bounce that motherfucking money before the tax bill is due.
Mm-hmm.
It makes absolutely no sense to spend fucking 40 hours a week or however 70, maybe some truckers do 70 hours a week in somebody else's equipment for fucking $1,100 a week. That makes no sense, man. When you can get one load a day for $2,000.
I was making more than that. Yeah, that's fine for those who want to do that. But to answer PA question, I think some men just get a little complacent with like that's what he explained us, and dudes don't want to do that. Now, me personally, I ain't going out there doing that. I'm not hitting the road. I'm not a trucker that's gonna be out there. I don't like going over the road overnight. I got an 11-year-old daughter, stuff like that. So I'd rather work the 9 to 5 at UPS, making a good living, and then getting a rental property on the side because that's right here by me.
I ain't trying to dominate, y'all. This is my last thing. I ain't trying to dominate. I'm gonna get out the way, man. You know, I normally don't get on the panel, right?
Speak up, man. Hold on, man. You can keep talking.
So what I want to say to you, when you got your own truck, you could work any hours you want. You don't have to work 9 to 5. You could work fucking 2 hours a day. See what I mean? Like, our thoughts is crazy. You can get your own truck, and whatever route UPS is doing, they will sign you the fuck on as a carrier and be a business partner with you instead of you being a worker.
I use Roadie. Yeah, I use Roadie, the Roadie app to do a little something. But for me, that's what works for me. Now, that was no knock on any owner operator. I was just giving you some of the things, what are the reasons why people say they didn't do it.
Well, brother, I mean, just like you said, while baby girls at school, you can get that load in. A couple loads, doing your own thing. That's what he said. You can do about 4 or 5 hours of loading, doing your traveling and dropping and picking up loads, man. While baby girl's at school getting her knowledge, to while she's on her job. And then sometimes you get home, you got to get off the bus. You said what, bro?
That's an individual thing. That's an individual thing.
Right. You're right.
That's on the individual. Because me, like I said, you got to have. Hold on, let me finish. Like when I said you got to have more than one hustle.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming up too, bro. I don't have no problem with that. That's always good information. But for me, running property, I can do the roadie thing where I can, do a little, where I can get home every night and I'm on the stock game. That's what I do.
See, this is my belief.
My brother is he's a pilot driver, and we have 2 or 3 trucks doing the pilot driving. So he's doing good with that.
This is my belief with brothers that won't roll the dice and take chances with their own life. I just believe that they scared to compete and they waiting on somebody to save them. So they know if they get a job, they're going to get retirement or whatever that shit is they be waiting on, right? Instead of while you got your youth, you can get your money and build your own retirement plan. That's the whole point of buying on properties, to take care of your ass when you can't physically do all the bullshit no more. So I don't understand. It's just me. I don't understand working for somebody when you got the option not to.
Mm-hmm. That's right. We agree with you.
Well, look, I'm speaking on something I was talking about earlier, talking about all these corner stores. They buying all these corner stores. If you don't go buy from these corner stores, a lot of these corner stores have to shut down. So how about you in your neighborhood don't stop buying from that corner store? If you don't want that liquor store to be there no more or whatever, stop buying. Stop purchasing stuff. Stop patronizing them. And they eventually have to move because they're not getting no business. But guess what? Y'all not going to do that. Y'all want to continue to patronize them because they close. They right across the street. Oh, I'm going to go with this liquor store, spend money with these Indian people. And hey, it is what it is. But we'll still complain about how they overcharge us, taxes on the gas, taxes on the price of the liquor, on the cigarettes and all that. But you're going to keep complaining about it, but yet you're going to keep going there. That don't make sense to me.
Hey,
that means you got to take the extra mile, go down the street 3 blocks, buy with some black folks that may have a corner store, then do it.
Yeah, good morning.
What's up, dog? I didn't mean to come in like that. My bad.
Oh, you good. You good. Hey, all information is good information, brother.
Yeah.
Right on. Hey, good morning, PhD.
On the truck drivers, that was just my experience. Now, who that was Omar. Omar came in with some other good information, and that's supposed to be the good thing about, Black YouTube or the internet days. Now we could talk to each other and figure out how we can come up with a better plan. Just like Diva was saying, she get together with some of her girl that some of those needs is done, and then they start talking about rental property, even though they still work for somebody.
Yeah.
Good morning, Hank.
Because she can go independent as well.
Look, I gave PhD some game before on rental property. It's no big deal. You can do these things. But let me tell you another one, PhD. I don't know if you're doing it now or not, but I hope you don't mix your rental property money and all that with your personal accounts.
No.
Good. Have its own separate account, LLC, because if they come in, decide they want to audit you, that's going to be a problem for you. You don't want.
Okay.
So I see somebody come out. You don't have to own a home. Man, that's crazy as hell.
Yeah,
home ownership is one of the best ways you could pass some generational wealth down to your kids. I talked about it yesterday. Well, why would you not want to own a home? Why you want to rent and pay somebody else's house payment?
Yeah.
Now, I appreciate y'all renting because I'm benefiting. I ain't gonna lie. But at the end of the day, I want to see our people win. So I want every black person to own a home and let these white folks continue to rent for us. Just like we did before I owned a home. I had to rent from that white man. I want him to rent from me.
I'm gonna tell you something though, Hank. When I look
right, and see, my personal goal is with my daughters, they should never have to pay rent. By the time I leave, they will never have to pay rent, because that's the thing that held and hold a lot of people back. They have property, have money coming in, and that's the fresh start that our kids need.
I got you, big bro. What'd you say, Nidus?
I notice in these spaces as I go through them that the people with information got the lowest views.
What Nidus? Come on, bro. I talked about this the other day. Man. I talked about this the other day. It's gonna be look. I had a whole show about financial literacy, man. A whole show about how you make money. Talk about the rent, property owning, investments. I talked about all of this. I don't, but at the same time, I don't care if you got low views or not. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to see my people win, especially these young black men. That's what I'm pushing for, to see these young black men win. And if I got some knowledge I could share with you, I'm going to share with you. I had 3 other dudes up there with me sharing some vital information. We'll see if it gets the views that you talked about. It may not, and I could care less. But at the end of the day, I put it out there for my people. The blood's off my head. Ronnie's come over every once in a while. Every once in a while, he'll shoot some love. I hope he's hitting the like button, but if he don't, it's all good. But hopefully he's taking that knowledge back to his family, and maybe it's just some of his cousins and kinfolk, and sharing with them. This is what I learned. This is what I've seen. This is what I heard. And then keep on sharing it. Reach one, teach one, dog. That's what it's all about.
Yep.
When do you do your show, Hank?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Miss PhD?
When do you do your show? Is there a particular time, date?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know what time zone you're on. I'm on the Eastern Standard Time, so I usually do it about 7 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. The show is called The Basement?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. I'll be over there. See, that's what the whole black YouTube thing is all about. I never heard old boy talk before, but I hear him now. And just take that information to see. People gonna go to what they're looking for. The drama shows, people like Nidus was saying, people go to the drama. They go run to a fight. They ain't gonna run to a chemistry experiment.
But that's unfortunate. Our people love that drama shit.
Right.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Any of y'all help me out with my chemistry experiment tonight?
Oh shit, that's my friend. That's my friend.
Good morning. Can any of y'all help me with my chemistry experiment tonight?
Ma'am, I don't know anything about chemistry, but I know a little bit about math. I can help you there.
No. On my live, I'm gonna go stream live on StreamYard, on YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, I told y'all yesterday between 7 p.m. I think I got it for like 7:05. But from 7 p.m. till just whenever, I think I said yesterday from 7 to 7.
That's tonight. You said it was tonight, right?
Yep.
All right.
Y'all coming over there?
Put your link in the chat.
Yeah, put the link in the chat. We'll come over there.
Look, I don't mind come over and breaking bread with you.
All right, I'm gonna put the link in the chat right now.
I know that's right.
Is it gonna be blue though?
What do you mean blue?
Ronnie can highlight it.
I think she's asking if she got a wrench.
No, I don't. Just because you got a wrench, it won't be blue. It'll come out like it should. It'll come out like a link, and somebody can just tap on it and
once you
and do what you need to do.
Ronnie pull it up and put it right in front of us. Like right now, we're looking at Hank channel.
Oh, okay. Again, thank you.
All right. Basement out, Hank. I just subscribed to you, brother. I'll get into one of those conversations with you. Because what I do is I show people, some of the people that's in the service industry in New Orleans how to set up their own retirement, man. Instead of waiting on a Fortune 500 company job to set up a retirement, paying dividends and stuff like that. I learned how to do it myself.
Yeah, you don't have to invest in a 401k. You don't have to be working for a company. You can be an independent worker and invest. You know what I'm saying? Just do what you need to do. Talk to you. I tell you good information. Anybody who has any banking account, or checking account, or savings, they have a person there that works at the bank that they gonna give you information because you're already paying for it, whether you know it or not. You're already paying for it. Go in there and talk to them and get some ideas and possibilities on these independent ways of buying, investing in 401k. You can do that. So, and it depends on the relationship that you have with your bank. Someone may give you some stock, some stock hints. Now, I don't know if Martha Lane Stewart's gonna snitch on your ass, but it's possible. Definitely look into those things, man. Just opportunities. You know what I'm saying? Opportunities. Buy a property, like you said. Another thing is buy the land. Because guess what? If you don't own the land, that house on that land don't mean shit. You just own the house. You don't own the land. There's a difference.
All of that.
So, like right now, I gotta cut my house out in the bad part of the city I'm in. But I'm not doing anything. The only thing I do, I sit on it because I know gentrification is coming through. It's slowly making its way down there. So I'm just sitting on it. The only thing I do is go over and maintain the yard. That's all I have to do. Maintain the yard and make sure I keep everything boarded up like need be so I can keep them dope fiends up out of her and go from there. Because I know they're going to come through and buying up shit. And as soon as they do, I'm going to get 4 times the amount I paid for it.
Yep. Go through this little recession or whatever's going to happen, maybe about 2-3 years.
Well, and I know interest rates are high as far as on home loans right now. It's up. Okay, cool. Just wait it out. If you're not a homeowner yet, just wait it out. It's going to go down. It's gradually going down now. Yeah, but it's going to go down, and then when it does, go make it move. That's what you need to do. In the meantime, do that. You understand what I'm saying? They talking about, well, damn, the house payment is more than it's going to be like it for right now. But then guess what? Guess what ain't going to go down? Rent ain't going to go down. Your apartment manager ain't going to lower the rent once he got it up that high. You think he's going to show some forgiveness? No, he's going to stay right there.
Not never. It's always
he's going to stay right where he is with that rent payment. But guess what will go down? The interest. And now your home, when you get your home loan, it's not going to be as high. It could go from $1,200 down to $800. It's driving up because the interest is high right now. But once that lower, guess what? It'll be back to normal. I was paying $550 when I the last time I was in an apartment. And I don't know how long ago. That's over damn near 20 years ago. I ain't paid rent since 2005. But the last time I did it, it was a 2-bedroom apartment. I was paying $550. My first house, I was only paying $505. That's a $45 difference. I'm paying more. And I don't own this apartment. I'm renting it from this white man, and he's making this house payment on my ass. No, I'm good.
Everything you said, I think you should do classes. Because you talked about the mortgage, the life insurance. Well, you know a lot about a lot of things. Maybe you should have somewhere where you have like all these huge bullet points.
Man, I talked about it.
You got a nice channel. I'm looking at it now.
Finances. Yeah.
Man, that's what I use my channel for, man. I use my channel to help people.
I have 2 channels. I have a regular CARE 504 channel, then I got a CARE 504 investing, showing people how to go ahead on and set up their own portfolios to retire off. But I'm also an option trader too.
Happy, that's what I do it on my channel. That's what I do. I do that. I have no problem with that.
And see now, this is what I was telling some brother. The gig is up now, man. They got modern technology. You can teach. You can go to school at home on a computer now. You could, I'm self-taught. You could teach yourself anything you need to know or find out how to get it done. It's just some people ain't gonna do it like that. And that's what Diva was saying. When some men ain't motivated like that, but I am.
I talked about it yesterday. I told these dudes, you have to diversify your circle. You have to diversify your circle. Whether you get around people that doesn't even look like us, learn the information, bring it back home.
Right.
That's what you need to do. That's what you should do. So when I heard him talk about not going to college and all of this, that makes no sense. I'm going there and getting that knowledge. I'm bringing it back to my neighborhood, and I'm sharing with us. Now we all smarter. Now we all enlightened. What's wrong with that?
I used to be.
That's what it's
so why we stop? Why we stop? Why do we stop? Why are we discouraging young men from going to college? If they can get a full ride, whether it's academic or athletic, why are we discouraging them from going? Or saying, you're a white man. No, that sounds crazy.
Well, we got a bunch of crazy folks around us.
I agree. I'm leaving it at that.
Okay, super chat, Omar Smith, $5. There's a certain level of confidence that comes from competing. Don't let fear stop you. We all have fear, but cowards allow fear to paralyze.
Damn, facts.
Thank you, Omar.
Facts.
Shout out to Omar for coming through, dropping knowledge for you guys.
I mean, look, that's good stuff, man. But it's real. Unfortunately, sometimes you got to hear it in the ways you may not want to hear it. I can't say it with love. Now I got to come with an aggressive tone and be a little bit more demonstrative in order to get the point across. But why should I have to do that? And I can't be love, brother. You can own your own trucking company and do this. Yeah, but this and this and this and this excuse. But then now you got to come up and actually get in your face now. Come on, guys.
No.
Get your head out your ass and do what you need to do.
Well, some people are in that frequency and they can only hear it that way.
That's crazy. Now that you say that, when I'm into it to some kids, when I go to certain areas of town, I could talk to them just the way I talked to you first. Nice, calm, click. Some kids just got to get cussed out in order for them to get moved or motivated. I don't understand it, but that's what they need. My ex-wife used to say, why do you talk to them kids like that? That's all they understand. They used to hearing some woman or a man cussing out, talk crazy before they get to doing what they need to do, get up off the ass and get going. Some don't. Exactly. You just got to figure out what you're dealing with. Now, I'm going to come to you with love and kindness at first, off the rip. I'm going to come to you like that. But God damn, if I see that's not getting you, and I got to get in your face and start cussing and talking crazy to you, then I'm going to do that too.
By any means.
Is that my man Ted's up there? What's going on, OG?
Shit, what's good with y'all?
Hey, Taz.
Oh man, I guess you know how it goes. The last couple hours of the show, it's always about solutions. Now we was about the ratchet shit earlier. Now we're about the solution toward the end. I think somebody said yesterday that the young is asleep, so now the solutions could be shared. They will have to worry about getting interrupted and bullied and talk crazy to or cuss that.
Shit. Well, yeah, you know what though? Fuck, man, it is 7 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm just now getting back home, so I gotta get back to being on the West Coast again. So yeah, it is early over there. It's still nighttime over here though. You know what I'm saying? I thought shit was gonna be turned, nigga. I thought it was up.
So you was looking for the ranch, yeah? I got you.
Yeah, I mean, I could take, so I could take either side, but I thought, what I'm saying, it was still kind of, it's Friday, nigga. I thought it was hurt, nigga. Yeah, I could do it either side, though.
You got plans for the holiday, my brother?
You know what, man? The last couple of years, man, I don't even know, bro. I done did so many different damn versions of a Memorial Day stream, like, you know what I'm saying? When you on your 5th year on Memorial Day, how the hell do you do the 5th version of Memorial Day came from, black soldiers. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you do that version number 5 again? Like, so I don't know yet, man. I don't know exactly if I'm gonna try to dig out something different or what. But yeah, I mean, I can't just ignore it. So.
Well, man, to me, you don't have to do nothing different, man. You giving honor and praises to them black soldiers that sacrificed their life for greater good. Hey, man, that's enough.
Yeah, I've done a different one about every year. You know what I'm saying? Just try to do something different in regard to honoring the soldiers and trying to, give a different spin on it. Because I'll be honest, when I first came on YouTube, I didn't really have those feelings about soldiers. Like, yeah, my dad was in my grandfather was in World War II and whatnot. But I never carried that around like, yeah, my grandfather was a pilot in World War. I ain't never thought about it like that. And so being around different military cats on here, it kind of gave me a different perspective, because I was always one that was like, man, fuck the government. Why would you go fight for them? Blah, blah, blah. And talking to so many different people who went was like, man, I don't know about that, bro. You might have some, but most of us went for a check, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, my small circle of maybe 100 people that I knew went to the military. That shit grew by like 10 times when I got online. So I know like 1,000 people that went to the military now. And most of them didn't go fight for Uncle Sam. Most of them was going to get that check.
Okay, well, can you give us like a quick and dirty? Okay, so black soldiers started Memorial Day. How?
Oh, well, what happened? They're fallen comrades. So, just like today, what happens? You have some comrades fallen. I think 300 soldiers got together and wanted them honored. This is after the Civil War, and so they wanted to honor soldiers that wouldn't be honored. Of course, black soldiers just really got even noticed during the Civil War. So to honor them, those 300 black soldiers came together and had a Memorial Day. I think that first one was in the beginning of May, if I'm not mistaken. And so they turned it into a holiday in the later years. But yeah, it was black Union soldiers that participated in the Civil War, and their fallen comrades wouldn't get any recognition, and so those soldiers gave their fallen comrades recognition.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Yep, right after the Civil War. That's why I go into those conversations that some people don't like about some of the things that we're taught about living in America and being black and whatnot. I think just even that is an indication of blacks having a little more power than they wanted to, than we want to acknowledge. I think they were acknowledging some political power and whatnot, because I mean, it's a change. You go from being a slave to, actually being able to get on a ballot or get elected or even vote. So they saw a change. I think today we kind of just downplay and shit on the change that they saw, though. Yeah, see, that's why this shit be turned, though, because y'all niggas too quiet, though, bro. I start some shit up this bitch, bro. Get this bitch cracking. Like, what's up?
Hey, nah, no bullshit. I be wanting to jump in when some whole topic changes, though, but I don't be knowing when to jump in, so that's why I be letting people go.
Yeah, go, do what you do, man.
Hey, I'll be tripping, bro. You can jump in with me. I ain't one of them that's gonna be like, see, he cut me off. Like, I ain't gonna do that.
Nah, real talk. Yeah, hey,
shout out to my man JP.
Can be real like, hey, you cut me off, yeah. With the hey, but if we was, because it was like I don't know why practical. He got me thinking about this shit though. He pretty much suggested forced labor for people who don't have marriage if they have babies out of wedlock. What would be your? I just gotta figure out.
Esau, say that again, brother.
You for or against that?
Esau, could you repeat that? I must have misheard you. You said forced labor.
Forced labor.
Yes.
For people who have children out of wedlock.
Yeah, you're going to the
for
chain.
both parents though, not just one. And the child will go into the system.
Wards of the state. Yeah, the children become wards of the state. Yeah, that was the best part.
Who said? Well, when was that said?
That's gonna help out the black community.
That's what he said. He said it's gonna make people get married.
Yeah, I can't fuck with that. man.
He said y'all need to be married first before y'all have the baby and stay married for 19 years.
Right. Yeah. So if you have a baby
serve a 19-year sentence.
Right. You go to
So
jail.
if you get a divorce when a child's 10, you owe 8 more years then, on the chain gang.
Right.
Yeah.
9.
Well, he said no divorce. No
No
divorce.
divorce. No, you can't.
Oh, okay.
Where are your
No,
What
he
if you
said
do?
you
So
can
do
get a
you,
You will
divorce
go to
after
jail. Well, both
19
of y'all go to
years.
jail.
Oh yeah.
so but what if you get it early? What if you get it early? You have to serve the rest of your time. That child is
Yeah, your ass
underage on
going
the
to
chain
jail.
gang.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You probably
Damn.
can.
You and the mama.
Where are the kids?
God damn. He said it's a ward of the
Yeah,
state.
but where are the kids at though, fam?
In the foster home.
Like where the kids at though?
In the
In the
foster care
foster
system.
home.
Oh no.
No, not even. He said other
Hell
people could
no.
adopt your children though.
He was on
Like
some Muslim shit
basically,
though.
Yeah,
he's saying like the
people
way
who
he
got
put
good
it
jobs.
basically was like it doesn't even matter once y'all in the workforce because he called it forced labor, right? Not jail. He doesn't want to call it jail. That then they could adopt your children.
Mm.
My
Yeah, that's
nigga
a no-go for me, man.
Let me read this super chat, man. My nigga O say, Taz, salam, bro. Don't worry about the salam because it's just my lingo and I don't code switch. No doubt, bro. Salute to you. Thanks for the $5, bro.
Yeah, that's a no-go for me, man. Man, that sounds crazy. Forced labor. I get you.
So would you rather pay the child support or go through his way?
Yeah, I'd rather pay child support if that's the only options. Yeah.
I don't know how niggas get to options like that though, fam.
No,
Like
his isn't
forced
set up
labor.
for that money. I mean, his way is his way, but it's like now because it started with should the men be forced to pay or the women be forced to pay the child support? Some people say yes, some people say no. As far as getting rid of that, do you want to get rid of having to pay child support?
I pay child support and I receive child support. It is what it is. But I'm not going to stay to 19 and then suffer through that shit. No, through telling how the relationship's all set up. No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, what if he's an abuser? What if I'm an abuser? I'm beating you happy, but you got to stay with me for 19 years, thick or thin, whatever. That sounds crazy, man.
Well,
I don't know. We gotta ask him that.
There was a guy on some podcast who was saying like a woman should endure if the man is, going across her head. She shouldn't just divorce him. She should endure, and people give up too easy.
Oh, you talking about that white dude and them?
Right.
Yeah, no, I couldn't even buy into that, man. That sounds crazy as hell. Well, let me see. Why would I tell my daughter to endure some bullshit like that?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Make sense.
Yeah, lay hands on you like that, and you say, "Baby, you need to stick it out. You need to endure." No.
Hey, nah, seriously, I would definitely teach my daughter trigger Tai Chi.
Right.
And that's
my daughter know how to aim and shoot.
Yeah, that's the answer. Trigger Tai Chi, ladies. And that's what that whole protect and provide and all that. Yeah, get you a little pink little 45 or whatever, or you know what I'm saying, a dog or whatever. And nah, you don't even need to wife them or husband them, whatever the term would be. There's no need. A lot of these families have to understand that it takes a village. Like if y'all can come together on some real life grown up shit and realize, okay, what do we need in order for this child to be good? That is alone is fine. Like you don't have to be where, it's only a man and a woman that can. You know what I'm saying? That pushing marriage is cool for religious people, but if it's for everybody else who's not, then you got to understand. Okay, family structure, who's going to take them this time, that time, and just come up with your own plans. That's the reason child support exists, because people can't just come up with the shit themselves. Now you got to put the government in it, and now they got to be like, all right, you take the baby this day, you did, and y'all agree. All right, cool.
See, it ain't that simple though, man. Sometimes I think it's like people who ain't never been through nothing, like a child's mother or nothing like that. I think they think the solutions are just, surface level and cookie cutter, and they really not. A lot of times, this is stuff that you're going through in the moment, and it could go any direction. You know what I'm saying? This ain't under an umbrella. Like you piss her off, she'll fuck around and take you way down the street where you thought she would never go. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why sometimes a lot of people that's on the outside of it, they end up with a child with somebody and not knowing what to do because people make it seem like it's cookie cutter. Man, this shit, you can't predict shit when it comes to none of that. And so it's just better to know who you having children with. I think like them extra ass conversation, forced labor and forced marriage and all that shit, that's unrealistic shit. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas going through shit for real and motherfuckers giving bogus ass solutions for ass a fake solution. Like that ain't helping nobody.
Oh, sorry, Taz, to cut you off, but that's another thing he said. He said if y'all want to be hoes or whatever, if y'all want to do all of that, then force vasectomies. Y'all need to go get y'all vasectomies then.
Yeah, that's silly. I mean, instead of teaching men, telling men to have more self-control and be more aware about what they're doing and whatnot, so you can because to me, responsibility is the lesson there. Like you don't need to be incapable; you need to be responsible. But
Okay.
I mean, when did this all go down? I mean, when did he talk about this?
This was earlier. Hold on. Barry White, $2. Shout out to Practical for President.
Yeah, they was agreeing with him in the chat, like, oh yeah, you know what? That'll work.
This was maybe around 3:00.
Oh, okay.
It'll work for who though? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because again, like I'm like, fam, I'd rather just take care of mine. Like I think the child support system needs to be fixed, but overall, I would definitely argue that it's necessary. There's some fixes that need it, but it's necessary. And so until you get on an accord of understanding of that is necessary, yeah, motherfuckers gonna hate the system, but don't nobody want to do the right thing to fix it.
Yeah. I mean, we understand the concept and the reason behind it. You know what I'm saying? And that all is all for a good cause. But at the same time, like Ted said, there needs to be a lot of major adjustments done to it. That's it.
Yeah, his solution I think was radical, not practical at all, for real. But I don't know, because he asked me, "Oh, do you think the system is fine how it is?" And I'm like, "Nah, I don't think it's fine how it is." My solution wouldn't be that radical though.
Like, hey, PhD, but did you read the super chat from Happy?
Oh yeah, I did. Barry White, $2. Shout out to Practical for President.
PhD, but shout out to Happy, $2 ball. Shout out to Practical for President.
Okay, y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
No, we heard you. We heard you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right.
Ron, I think Ron a little late. He on a delay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So one thing that was interesting about Practical's perspective, and I've heard various kind of radical things in these spaces on, different topics. And I remember there was maybe a year or so ago, there was a black guy. He has a podcast. I can't remember his name. But anyways, a white guy called in and was saying like that black men like got to be under the boot and have to be like forced to do the right thing. And so some of the solutions that some of the black men come up with would suggest that some of the black men think that black men have to be forced to do the right thing as well. So I thought that was just kind of interesting because when he was, laying out his plan, that's what it made me think of, that white guy who was saying, y'all got to be under the boot.
Right.
So he had some white guy say that, and then you had some old shucker and Java reiterate what he was saying.
Nah, he probably this is the thing. He didn't even probably hear the white guy who said it. It's totally unrelated. Her hearing it is the only related part. So that's what I'm saying. That whole ideology, it stems from that basic foundation of a religion and having that religious mindset. You know what I'm saying? And what happens is that it's not. I think it actually is akin to mental illness. You know what I'm saying? Them people who follow blindly those religions and indoctrination and really think that way. Old
David Koresh.
You know what I'm saying? They really
bringing back
should
the
have
chopping
a
block.
DSM-4. They need a category for that.
And I say,
Right?
but
He's bringing back the
I think.
chopping block. He's gonna be killing y'all in front of everybody.
Okay.
And if you
Yeah, I
stealing,
got
your
you.
hand is getting chopped off.
No, seriously. Yeah.
So what do you think
That's what I'm
about
saying. People like if you see somebody who's wearing a crux or a crucifix, you got to understand like that's part of that symbolism. That's like, okay, yeah, I'm indoctrinated. Like I need help. You know what I'm saying? Like that should be like the I need help symbol for real. Because what if Jesus did die on a guillotine? Would they wear a guillotine around their neck? Like, could you imagine people walking around with ropes, hanging ropes around their neck? Like, I don't know.
See, I don't know, bro. Sometimes I think we hard on niggas for like the shit that they own. Like, I ain't on no church shit. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Fuck the church and the Bible and all that shit, and everybody support it, right? But then there comes a point too where that's your personal life. That's your personal decision. If you ain't trying to force it on to me, I don't give a fuck about it. And I think sometimes we get too judgmental for what somebody else want to do. And I'm not gonna come at you or talk to you crazy because the religion you choose. You know what I'm saying? I think that's reckless and crazy to mistreat people or talk down to them or look at them like they're stupid or don't know what they're doing because they follow a religion. I've always
you
thought
don't
that
see
was unfair.
My fault. I don't mean to cut you off, but you don't see the reverse happening. And in Florida right now, what's that? DeSantos, whatever his name is, them ripping books off the shelves.
Yeah, no doubt. I support that, man. Did you see them books?
That?
Did you see the books?
What books were they?
They were LBGT Go Be One of Us books.
Oh.
They were Let Me Teach You How to Be This books.
Oh,
okay. Well,
I covered it all the way from the books all the way up to when Ben Crump and them came out and said that Ron DeSantis stopped an AP African American history course, right? When we go digging and looking at the course, fam, that shit had queer studies in it, gender identity, and all type of other shit that shouldn't be related to Black advanced placement studies. You know what I'm saying? Black advanced placement studies shouldn't be centered around your sexuality or your fucking gender. But you don't hear people challenging a lot of that, and so Ron DeSantis is, fam. And I'm not conservative. I just ride with what's right. And if you're telling me that Democrats and people that sit on the left are going to try to force this shit into the schools, I'm against that shit. I'm against that.
I'm against all of what you just said, bro. If it's on the shelf and it's your child and you don't want them reading that, tell them to avert their eyes. Same thing. It's like when motherfuckers be seeing stuff in the chat and be like going ham on people for 30 minutes straight. Avert your attention. Why are you giving that your attention? You get what I'm saying? Like versus, you like, okay, if you want to teach your children that blue is for boys and pink is for girls, that's fine. But in all actuality, there are some people who are teaching them that it's a spectrum. And if you, however you want to govern in your household, is fine. But when you start going into other in the schools and saying what other people can read and what other people are able to view on the shelves, that's when it's an issue, bro. That's when it's like, yo, you can't teach your child other than what's going on in the school. Like you feel like that's the only teaching that they're getting.
Well, that's the most important teaching that they're getting. I would argue that the school has the ability to give lessons that will supersede whatever you teach. And I think that's why, parents can tell their kids to do this and that forever. But when they get outside and get in public and get around other kids and other teachers and shit, they're going to react to what they're being taught. And so, I mean, I get what you're saying. You can teach it at home, but then you kind of create an internal struggle if your teacher is telling you that you can be any gender you want to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I heard a black man just 2 days ago on a live stream I was reviewing saying that he's raising a boy until further notice. Right? And I'm scratching my head like, until further notice from who, nigga? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? So niggas is accepting this as a reality, and that's why it's being forced on the other people's children, bro.
I get what you're saying. And I don't know about until further notice. Maybe he meant to be determined. Because when you say, look, when you say, listen, because I'm gonna give you some real shit. Gender, when you talk about gender and social constructs like that, like you could say, oh, you know, that's a male toilet or a female toilet, or you could say everybody poops, everybody pees. You know what I'm saying? That's something that everybody does. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's
but
like,
women don't use
No, I
urinals.
don't.
no,
Women don't pee standing
they don't.
up.
Right, but if say for instance that a woman would have been born as a woman and decides to do some type of whatever change,
fuck
all
that,
that,
bro.
then
No,
she would use, you know what I'm saying? It's like the assigned and what's biological is different than what is socially constructed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
when
but
we
it's
talk
changing
about,
right now. I mean, because so many people talk about everything else and don't attack that. It seems like that's something that people can't deal with. No, I had a son and I had a daughter. I watched them come out, and if you aren't born that way, fam, and I just cut it off right there. You know what I'm saying? I have a son and daughter, so I'm not willing to say, you know, any man can walk in the bathroom and my daughter in there, fam. Nah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's weird shit. And it's because of the era I grew up in. Men or wannabe men weren't in the bathroom with niggas' daughters, bro. So that, you know what I'm saying, that the social construct you're speaking of is not set in stone because it's changing. It's changing, and people saying that it's a social construct, to me a lot of times is just to write it off because social constructs change. It doesn't have to remain that way. But if you watch it change and don't say shit about it, you're accepting of it. You know what I'm saying? You helping bring it in almost.
no,
I
I'm
agree
not
when it
saying
comes
I
to
would
their
agree.
children,
Go ahead.
because if you're not letting your daughters or even your sons see your privates while you're at home, why would you want them to walk out of a stall and see a man's genitals on display? Does that make sense?
Nah, that's
No,
true.
I get
I
what you're
understand.
saying, and I get what he's saying. I wouldn't want my daughter or son seeing somebody else's genitals or whatever if that's not what's something that I'm displaying at home. I'm saying as far as for if we have a gender neutral toilet, right? And saying okay, they use the same toilet as your son or daughter. You get what I'm saying? Like because everybody that has the same bodily functions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I don't
voting
mind
to
And they're
that.
them.
doing it at the same
Esau, can
time.
I ask Esau a question?
That's voting to them though, just for
Go
the
ahead.
record though, because I get what you're saying, but it's like, yeah, just make a gender neutral bathroom. Yeah, but motherfucker, you were born a gender, nigga. Like, what do
Yeah,
you
but
mean
that's the
gender neutral?
thing.
Like,
No,
we're voting to them and their understanding.
we don't all have the same bodily functions though, because in a woman's bathroom or a woman's stall, there's a little can, usually metal can on the wall that is there for women to put stuff in that men wouldn't have any use for. And so
And sanitary napkins.
right. So we're not all doing the same things in the bathroom.
So is Esau non-binary or something?
I don't know. He's coming out
Nah.
right now. He's coming out right now.
I'm trying to understand. That's I just got in. I'm just saying, is he non-binary? Is he gender fluid? What the fuck? He
Mr.
always
Lyman,
doing.
you got to give him a safe
Look.
place so he can speak on it. Let him speak on it. He's
Look.
being vulnerable right now.
I'm gonna just say pause for you. Even inquiring about that for you, bro, because it's a bad look for you. But look,
That's
I'm gonna
fair.
answer
I can
anyway
take
though.
that.
No, I'm
Here
not.
come the
I didn't
ratchetness. Here
say
come the
that. That's what
ratchetness.
I was.
Here come the
I'm
ratchetness.
just having a
Because
conversation, bro.
normally you've been saying
Hey,
this, like
Ted,
you say, all
this is
people the
what you
same, and
wanted,
you don't
Ted.
believe
This is
in
what you
race.
wanted.
You think black people
Yeah,
like
we
white
don't.
people and all that. You've been spewing this rhetoric. So I don't know
No,
why
no.
anybody's
Listen,
surprised if you are
race. Listen,
non-binary.
saying that you are a different race other than human being is saying that you are a subspecies.
There you
But I
go.
do
There you
understand as
go.
far as for the
Let it out, brother.
tribalism and wanting to preach. You know what I'm saying? Black power,
Is
black
it
pride,
he
whatever.
or they? Do you
Black unity.
identify as he or they? What is it, bro?
Dog, you keep on. I don't even think you listening. Go ahead. Man.
Well, look here. Hey, so let me tell you this, man. In case you didn't know, they do have, I guess, what you consider non-binary type bathrooms. They call family bathrooms at some facilities where a man or woman can go in there and do their business. They've been having those before this discussion even came about.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
since we
real.
talking about this
That's
bathroom
real.
shit, I actually experienced
Question?
What?
Oh no, I'm gonna wait. I'm sorry.
I actually experienced a tragedy with my sons. And what's that bathroom called? The one when the man and the woman can go in there at the same time.
They usually call family bathrooms.
Family
When they
bathroom. Oh, unisex.
baby changing
Unisex.
station and shit in there. My bad. No, I
Yeah.
was just saying they used to have baby changing stations in there. Go ahead though.
Yes,
No,
exactly.
it's called unisex.
Yeah, that's that new
But
shit. He was talking about the old ones.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just saying.
yeah, back
He talking
back.
about the
I'm talking
old
about
ones.
back in the day. That's what they was
Yeah,
called. Family
he talking about the
bathrooms.
old
That's
ones.
what they was called.
you can't lock the unisex one because you gotta allow somebody to come in there if a man prefer to sit down and use the bathroom and it's a urinal next to it or whatever gender they are. You
Oh,
can't lock it. You gotta allow them to come in. Well, here in
Well,
Delaware, that's how it is.
okay, I understand that, but in the family bathrooms, you can't lock the bathroom doors.
Yeah, you can lock the family because it's a baby. Well, then I'm kind of contradicting because you can take a baby into the unisex one. This shit is convoluted.
Don't worry about it. If it don't apply, let it fly, big brother.
Yeah, people just need to be respecting of others. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. I ain't trying to, you know what I mean, be out in the bathroom with, that person coming in there, from the other, what I'm saying, perspective and coming into a men's bathroom. But like I said, I'm respecting of people and their rights and shit, and so I leave it at that. Just long as you don't cross that, you know what I'm saying? Because I just don't think we need to, try to force nothing on the people or, you know what I'm saying, try to browbeat people into believing what we believe. But I just think some people cross lines, and those are the stories that get ignored and not talked about. You let some of these motherfuckers in the wrong bathroom and they can't control themselves.
right.
Yeah. So who's going next? Happy?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to bring it back to the school because I know parents that they child went to school, a girl, and came home saying that they were a boy. And that's just supposed to be acceptable. I mean, people have really lost their minds.
Well, something, Happy, you say that. I blame the parents because guess what? That agenda been put in. If a lot more parents need to join the PTA so they can have this information. A lot more parents need to join their kids' school boards so they can have this information before it actually gets into schools. They talk about this shit before they get into schools. They have to approve. They have to vote on this. So you'll get their heads up. You know what's coming, and you can opt out of this shit. But unfortunately, we don't want to get involved with our kids' education. We want to sit back and trust the teachers and the schools and let them do what they do. And now we're gonna sit back and complain about it. We've seen it coming down the pipeline. You got to be ahead of the curve, though.
And just
Amen.
to piggyback off what Happy said, um, when I was over the road, like my son was like in potty training stages, and I was over the road, and I came back, and he was sitting down. She was teaching him to sit down and pee, right? Because I wasn't there, I was over the road, and that shit had me fucked up. I'm like, yo, this is a little boy. Why is he sitting down and pissing? And it was hard for him to break that habit until I told him, you are a boy. You need to stand up, hold your thing over your potty or the toilet, and use it correctly. You don't only sit down if you're doing number two. So I
Yeah,
just
but if
adding
that's all
something to
who's
what
if
Happy was
it's
saying.
nothing but a woman teaching them, how else can she teach them? That's all she knows.
But
Exactly.
I understand that, Hank. But if I haven't, say if I wasn't there and he didn't, like for instance, if a little boy don't have a father or a male figure and to step in to tell him like, yo, you need to stand up to pee, he would have probably carried that on all the way until he was 7, 8, and then you know what? Yeah, I ain't gonna get
Well,
into all that.
forever
Yeah,
if
he
I
Yeah,
did.
ever
but the
learned
thing
it.
is, the upside is it wouldn't be piss all over the toilet seat.
Stop it, Diva. There you go with that bullshit.
Hey, nah, go ahead.
But see, Diva's trying to take it to the ratchet
We
level. We ain't
already
gonna do it. We ain't
determined
gonna let
that
you do it,
women
Diva.
are
Didn't
far
you
more
stand
dirtier
up
We,
than
we ain't
then?
gonna
men.
let you do that.
The women's
We see your
bathroom is
agenda.
way dirtier than.
Facts.
What happened? Men pee
He
all
said.
over the seat.
He said women's bathroom are way more dirtier than men's. That's
Absolutely not.
facts. That's
Absolutely
true.
not.
Y'all don't
And
know how
they
to
and they use
y'all
too
act
much
like y'all don't know how
soap.
to throw the sanitary napkins away. Yeah, it's true.
What?
Them
They
tampons,
have a
y'all
little
throwing them down
That
the
trash
little
toilet.
coochie
can.
be stinking too.
They have a little trash can. How much?
Nah, but between
You
the
frequent the
perfumes,
female
the soaps,
bathrooms?
but look, between
what'd you say, PhD?
Y'all frequenting the female bathrooms?
No, ma'am, look, I've been in there, but let me tell you why I had to go in there. Because I went to a rest stop. The men's got a line in it. I got a piss. Now, one of two things gonna happen. Either I'm gonna pee right there on the floor. I'm gonna go in this woman's bathroom. I'm lock it up. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. That's exactly what I did.
I go behind the stove, nigga.
Oh, go behind the stove.
If I got to go that bad,
I'll be dealing with these mom and pop stores.
Exactly. That's the benefit of being a dude.
Right. The world is your
when it's time to go, it's time to go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mr. Lyman, what you said? Now look, some of these stores got cameras everywhere. I don't want to get a ticket. Like Mr. Lyman said, I got a CDL license. I'm not going to sit there and get that shit a flag.
Fuck around, bro. Give you a public exposure, anything.
Yes.
I got you.
Yes, I will get flagged, and I will. And you're not gonna mess up my money.
I hear that.
But yeah, I think
let me say this real fast, though, man. And I'm in the belief kids should only go to school 4 hours a day. I've said this before, and I'll continue to say, homeschool your kids. Kids should learn at home. The only thing, if your kids do go to school, they should go to school to learn English, math, and science. That's it. 4 hours a day. That's all they should spend in school. Use that 4th hour as an opportunity for tutoring. For any kids who struggle with whatever subject they're in, they're going to get it while they're at school for 4 hours. You're going to get it while you're on the bus. You're going to get it while you're on the way home from the bus. And any activities that the school may have, say you want to participate in any sports or chess clubs or beta clubs or basketball, football, those activities, we're going to get them right there. That's your social skills right there. That's why you get to socialize with others. What you say, bro?
How you doing, buddy? Where do kids only get their social skills from the parents or their peers?
Well, sir, they're going to get it from the peers when they go to school in them 4 hours. That's what I'm telling you.
Unless they homeschool
online now.
Then it's all the parents.
I'm truth be told, I'm all for homeschool first. With what we see what's going on, what's happening. I'm encouraging my daughter to homeschool my granddaughter. That's what I'm encouraging you. If you can afford to do it, do it.
Agreed.
Right. But I think that's where the problem come in, though. Most people might be able to afford to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, when you start talking from the homeschooling perspective, now you got to have a parent that's you got to have a 2-parent household first, right? And then you got to have a parent that's not that's not having to work because the other parent is taking care of business. So you know what I'm saying? That's where doing what's right for your kids come into play, and not just having babies by any old fucking body and all that, like planning your family and shit. This where all that comes into play, because you know you can't homeschool as a single parent. You know that's just it's not gonna happen 9 times out of 10.
So hey, question.
Yes.
You said we would teach them science. I mean, what you said we teach them reading and math? I didn't hear what you were saying. What we teach them if we homeschool them?
Math, science, and English. Yeah. Those are the 3 subjects. Cool. You should send your kids to school to learn. Anything else you want your kids to learn, or if you want your kids to learn, is everything all right?
Oh yeah, my fault. I'm in the truck. My fault, bro.
Okay. If there's anything else you want your child to learn, they should be taught at home. I don't want the school to teach my son their history, because they're not going to teach us all our history. They're not going to do that. So I got to rely on them to do that. No, I teach it to my own child.
When you say history, what do you mean, though?
Bro, what do you mean? What do you mean, bro?
The past.
Come on, brother.
What do you mean by history? Because we can say history, you're talking about slavery.
Like,
it's more than just about slavery. No, it's more than just about slavery.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm asking a question, and y'all getting upset with me because I want more understanding.
No, okay, I got you. I'm gonna be patient with you, brother, because you don't know. So I'm gonna help you. Yes, our complete history. You could talk. Look here. You could talk about the white history too. That's cool. They should know that, right? But they're gonna talk about our history, our side of the story.
Okay, so what about subjects like music, right?
So those are like optional type classes. You can get your child music lessons.
Well, so the thing is, music really shouldn't be.
Well, no, It's an elective.
It's optional, but
it's an elective, right? Music is an elective, just like.
Well, when you're in elementary school, like I think you take music as part of the curriculum, just like you have like art class. I think like when you get later in school, maybe like middle school, it becomes an elective. But the thing is, like, music is like it enhances math skills. So like music really shouldn't be an optional thing. So if they're, in elementary school only going for a few hours and learning those three things, most like you can take piano lessons, but that piano teacher is going to teach you how to play the piano. They're not really going to teach you music theory, which is where like the benefits come from. Like,
so you saying it's mandatory for me to learn music in order to transition from elementary to middle school?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is my understanding is that in most elementary schools, the same way you would have an art class, like you take a music class too, right? So it's not an elective, it's part of the curriculum.
Yeah, that's true.
What I'm actually saying is that music should not be elective. It should be mandatory, right?
I agree. For PhD, I think that's a filler for them 8 hours they use it. That's all that is.
No, I'm telling you, music is not a filler.
No, it's definitely benefits.
Like they've done studies that show like learning music, especially like music theory, really enhances kids' skills, especially in terms of like math. Because if you learn music theory, you're basically learning how to deal with fractions and all, that type of stuff.
Timing, all that.
Right, all of that. So
I didn't learn a lick of music about music like that. Mm-hmm. And I was able to get a bachelor's in math. That don't mean nothing to me. Teaching music is, again, it's to me, and like you said, in middle school and in high school, it's an elective. It's not mandatory for me in order to graduate.
Right.
But in elementary, you're saying it is a mandatory thing for them to do.
Yeah, it's part of the curriculum. It's part of the curriculum.
So when I looked at the homeschool curriculum for the elementary age, there's no music in there at all.
Mm-hmm.
There's no music in there at all. If you look at the homeschool curriculum and for that age in in elementary, because that's where my grandbaby's going to be going to, there's no music. I've seen the whole curriculum.
Right.
But me and my daughter looked it over to see what's going to be taught and what I have to teach my granddaughter in order for her to transition onto middle school. What classes she needs to have and everything. It say nothing about music.
Right.
But if it has to be, then implement it. You have 4 hours, right? You can use 45 minutes. I'm sorry. You can use 45 minutes per class, an hour per class. And that fourth hour you can use for either study hall. If you don't need study hall because your grade's good, then use that fourth hour for if you want to get into a trade.
Okay.
So let me say this, man.
Chat. Hold on. Let me read the super chat. Omar Smith, $10. PH Diva, Muslim men sit or kneel at toilet to avoid an unhygienic situation. We shake hair from our privates. We shave hair from our privates. Young man, your son might have seen a Muslim family member. Different cultures. Huh.
So for me, is this though, right? Because I understand both of y'all points, but I think what's not being said there. So I think there needs to be more emphasis on the Black history of, especially in this country. So when we're talking about music, literature, and art, that's culture. Something that too many people say we don't have as Black Americans, which we do, and it's unrelated to white America's culture. So that lack of understanding of that literature, that poetry, you know what I'm saying? I just think historically we've seen that downplayed in our community to the point where people don't understand the relevance in regard to culture. So now they think music is rap as opposed to, let's say, some young white person growing up, or even us, and growing up in the fourth grade or sixth grade, you start learning about Bach, Beethoven, and all them cats. But all we hear about for music culture amongst Black people is, starting with James Brown. You know what I'm saying? As if there is no Rosetta Tharpe or even music before that, that would denote Black artists and their artistry in that. So I get what you're saying, but I think Black history is taking the L when we let somebody else write the curriculum. I think we need to write our own curriculum based on what's always been absent plus what we know is needed.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, my brother. We need to teach our own kids our history. Yeah. Not going off of somebody else's curriculum. Our history. Teach about not only your everybody else's, but your family history should be involved in that situation. So yes, that's a must. Allow our people to teach us about us. Whether if somebody decide to make a curriculum or not, hey, cool. If somebody could come up with legit Black curriculum about us, then present it. And I don't have no problem with sharing it with my grandbaby. Not at all.
So when we say history, we talking about you guys said culture, slavery, stuff like that, right?
Everything, brother. It's all going to be talked about.
That's slavery down the line, though, man. Slavery is so far down the line, though, man. I think people elevate it to the front, but that's way down the line in terms of Black culture. I just don't think that's at the top. That's just what a lot of people place.
That's literally what I learned. Me, if I can speak anecdotal from her, that's literally what they was teaching me in my history class. And it's like they mainly stuck on that part a lot and shit. It can, you can think that is your history. Damn, that's all we was really good at is being tortured and shit like that. But go ahead.
But you know how you take it further when you open the book and got that knowledge for yourself.
Right.
That's when it opens your mind even more.
They don't need to take away the books if people not reading them anyway. So making people not have certain books in school is the issue I was bringing up earlier.
Yeah, but what's the books though? Because like I say, I don't think you should just take any old book out of school. But if the book is contradictory to reality, you don't need that. You know what I'm saying? You'll need a book for a fourth grader that says, hey, that little thing hanging off of your body doesn't matter. You can ignore that. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, fam. They shouldn't be teaching fourth graders that shit. And if parents have taught their children otherwise, the schools shouldn't be combating what the parents are teaching. So it becomes a power struggle for a parent against a teacher who, has that agenda.
Well, nah, I'm saying it should be a distinction between fact and fiction. But if it's in the fictions book section, you shouldn't be like, oh, I don't want my children learning about. They not. That's actually a elected book if they want to read on their own time type shit.
What you talking about, ESO?
Like being able to go to a library and saying, oh, we should be able to ban books from the library, a public library.
You don't think there's a such thing as adult content?
Yeah, I do, and I think there should be a distinction, right?
Yeah, I think that's why they would take. But hold on a second. So you clear though? That's why they would take those books out of schools because they're saying that that's adult content or content for children that's too old. You know what I'm saying? Like a fourth grader don't need to read that, but a ninth grader could. So they're removing it from an elementary school.
So what I'm saying is, are you saying that because of the subject matter that it's an adult content?
Yes, absolutely.
And so at what age do you think they're no longer able to be an adult or a child? I mean,
in terms of education, I would say about 14.
Shit.
I would say about 14. You know what I'm saying? When you could just start putting stuff in front of them and let them decipher what they're reading without, any input or any pushback or any questions. Yeah, maybe 14, fam. And that might be too early because their minds are just so open when they're young. You know what I'm saying? And so I just, some of them are stronger willed, you know what I'm saying, when they, have proper parenting or whatnot. But I don't think we should throw the kids to the wolves by saying, let teachers that have an agenda push their agenda onto children. You know what I'm saying? That you start running into problems when you're going outside the curriculum and allowing teachers that latitude to, incorporate their life into the school system. That's wrong. But that's why you got to be active in your in your children's shit, though. You can't just be on the outside of it thinking that you can fix something. You got to be active in your in your children's schools. You got to pop up at school board meetings and go to all that shit.
Hey, again, I said join the PTA, join the board, be a part of it, Involve yourself. Again, they can't just drop it off on you if you're going to these meetings. They have to vote this stuff in. So you need to be a part of those same people you see in the protesters and raising hell about bringing this stick to the kids' school. If you don't want this in curriculum, you need to make sure you opt out of this stuff. If not, if you don't sign them papers or okay, you're saying right now you're okay with that. Doesn't matter. You're automatic. The default is he's okay with it because you didn't sign off and say you don't want your child involved in that. That's not what we need to be doing.
Facts. And the other stuff people be up here complaining about. And the other stuff people be up here complaining about, it need to be groups of men trying to change legislation in their favor instead of talking about it.
Absolutely. You ain't gonna get nothing done without groups of men. I don't give a fuck how many women speak on it, talk about it, march about it. It's gonna take groups of men to say, "Hey, bro, what the fuck are y'all doing?"
It hits harder, dog. It hits harder.
Is that right? And
oh shit! Here we go. God damn, boy! Look, we start praising the men. PhD will come bring us back down. You sure know how to try to take us down at night, don't you, sister?
That's right. I don't like that shit. I'm gonna drop a dime on y'all. No, just playing. No, so why then? My question is, are there men saying like women should be advocating for men's rights when it comes to like the child support system and child custody? Blah blah.
That's weak shit.
The reason why, because there's not enough men in the world to even make a move. We gotta co-partner with the women in order for it to make it happen.
You know what? That's a different way of saying what I was going to say. I was going to say it a mean fucking way, bro. But I'll say this. Well, I'll add this on to that situation.
Go ahead and get ratchet, Ted. Don't get ratchet.
People need to learn how to work with their fucking baby mama, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the bottom line. Like, people get online and forget that, nigga, if you can't incorporate that shit in your own life, don't nobody want to hear that shit. It ain't advice. It's not addressing the topic. You're not giving solutions. Niggas can't incorporate that shit into their own lives, but they get on here and make it sound like a fucking solution. That's the issue. If you can't incorporate that shit into your own life, fam, it's not a fucking solution. And that's what I think you hear a lot of on here is people speaking to, because like you hear motherfuckers on here talking about this child support system, they ain't got kids. I mean, you've never even been through the shit, but you want a motherfucker to hear you out on your points. And it's like, I scratch my head like, okay, fam, I got 2 closed out cases with zeros sitting on them. I hear you, but you ain't been through the shit. So what the fuck could you tell me? Both of my shit's got zeros sitting there, fam. I'm good to go. If anything, I'm just listening to you, but I can't respect your advice if you ain't been through the shit.
Well, the great thing about it, Ted, like you said about your baby mama, if you can have some type of cordial relationship with her and you can just sit down and talk, a lot of this shit could be worked out without even going to the courts. You can go get it signed off by the judge. If y'all have some type of agreement about a certain amount of money that you think, or that y'all together think y'all need to raise your child, y'all come up with an agreement and they can sign off on it and it'll be locked in. It's good as gold, but y'all have to come to some type of agreement. Unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of those situations and money, they don't always see eye to eye. And that's one part of the problem, because they feel someone's gonna feel some type of way, feel like they may be slighted. Oh, it's too much. But if you can have a cordial conversation, sit down and talk, all of that could be worked out. Now, if you can't, then I understand you got to do what you got to do. But the first thing you need to try to do is have a cordial conversation between you and the mother.
It's how we respond to breakups, though, because I think people respond to a breakup like you can break up with the fucking child, bruh. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, fam, like no matter what, I got to be in my child life, and that's got to be understood from conception. You know what I'm saying? From the moment of conception, if you're not, trying to be there, I just think a lot of times you throwing away that opportunity to have some levels of control and say what it is you want to say about your child and whatnot. You can't let a woman carry your child for 9 months and then think you got a level of say in that. And so I think that's where a lot of those issues go wrong. Men ain't looking at this from the moment of conception as an important thing to get on top of. You know what I'm saying? You have to work with her for forever. And so You might as well start now, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna turn out well if you don't. And that ain't me. That don't mean bow down to her and accept bullshit and this and that. But it do mean at the end of the day that shit got to come together and work for that child. And you know, some people don't have the patience. Notice I said patience. That's what it's gonna take. This is not something that just works, fam. You have to take some L's. Sometimes you find yourself smiling, and sometimes you find yourself like, man, what the fuck did I get myself into? But like all of that comes with the territory. Once you have a child with somebody, fam, you don't get to write it off in no way, shape, or form. That's my mentality. You know what I'm saying? I pass that down to my kids, and you know they haven't had children yet. I mean, there's a responsibility there, nigga. Make sure you want it. You know, make sure you're ready to throw it all away. To raise your kid, nigga, because to me that's what it's supposed to be. Life is over. Your life is now dedicated to them, and I think that's why they don't have kids yet, because they don't want that responsibility.
Damn, that sounds
boy.
crazy.
That's just bad. PhD, you was looking for some ratchetness to come out of that situation. You was praying for it, baby. I can hear it in your voice. I can hear it in your laugh. You was praying for that ratchetness.
Nah, look.
We gonna stay on this.
It's gonna be hard for that one.
I don't think
about the kids.
just because you, I don't think just because you may want your children to believe in Santa Claus, that my children should have to believe in the same thing. But I don't think that we should ban Santa Claus books, though. You get what I mean?
Well, if Santa Claus was molesting kids in the books, nigga, wouldn't you want them banned? Because I'm just saying, I always want to make sure that you do have limits, right?
Yeah,
this is what we're talking about. We're talking about limits.
Right.
Yeah, we only talking about limits, you know what I'm saying?
And where do we set the limits is the question.
Okay, so I'm setting the limit where you can tell my child that there's something that they're obviously not. Where you can teach them that they're the opposite gender. That's the limit for me. You can't teach my child some shit that I ain't willing to teach them, fam. That's too much.
Okay. All right. So and if we all gonna agree, is it a certain limit that you're saying that like it should be all factual until they get to 14?
Yeah, absolutely. What you mean? What you talking about?
Right. So if we speaking all factual and all facts, then we have to say what is actually going on in the world, right? And not necessarily sugarcoat it or make it into a make-believe story.
Just get to the point, E. So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is,
what kind of book you trying to have in the library, brother?
I don't think we should be just banning books. That's what I'm saying.
No books. So any
look here, man. Does these kids even pick up books anymore?
And a section for fiction. If you want your children to only look at facts, then let them only be in the facts section.
Wait, so should any book be able to be in the library though?
Yeah.
Damn.
And in elementary school library, what is the purpose of that?
No, I'm saying not okay. So not necessarily if it's not age based. I think it should be age appropriate. Like it shouldn't be like, you know what I'm saying, high school books in a elementary.
Well, wait,
school.
yeah, well, wait. So you clear. So we clear. That's what's being banned, though. You know what I'm saying? It's not just let's just ban some books. It's content that's not supposed to be for fourth graders, but it's in their libraries. That's what teachers are giving fourth, fifth graders, 8th, 9th grade material. You know, that's what's happening. It's not just let's ban a book so you can't go to a public library and see it. It's let's ban these middle school, high school books out of elementary schools. That's what's happening.
So Eso, are you?
Going to the board.
So Eso, are you okay with like a Playboy magazine to be in a high school library? Because some people back in the days, I remember it was Larry Flynn's argument for his penthouse. It's art. It's not. That was his fight when he went to federal court. He claimed it's art.
No, I'm saying okay. Certain art is intended to elicit a certain response. I'm saying as far as if we're going to have art and we can't just say we banning the whole Michelangelo because he's naked. Like what's the issue is not the human body. The issue for Playboy would be the salacious articles and some of the wordage and verbiage used. But the human body, I don't think should be demonized
Bro,
or made to be some.
So what's any difference from when that pastor was at that podium reading from that book that was found in the elementary? Because that was really salacious.
Not only
the issue it should not be whatever book.
language too.
If you are a pastor, you got to realize the book that you're more likely reading from and all of the stuff that's in that. So that's what I'm saying. It's already grown up stuff in this book that's supposed to be for everybody. So the issue is not necessarily whatever the author made. It should be about how you raise your child and not necessarily trying to ban whatever other people have for their children. That's all I'm saying. Is if you can't teach your child discernment between what they should and shouldn't read, and you're expecting that the school should not even have it in there, like if you say, for instance, with the school lunches, right? If you don't want your child eating that, right, you going to ban food from all children? Come on,
yes,
like
that's what they precisely do.
Just make your child their own lunch.
No, but they actually do that because kids have nut allergies. The schools have it where like even other kids can't bring nuts to school because the kids with the allergies may get hold to it and it cause a problem. And
yeah, but you're speaking about actual allergy, something that a lot of people had, and that was something that made sense. It's something.
But you're still,
if you have a deadly allergy, you're talking about something deadly.
Yeah, but the point is, if I'm an elementary school student, okay, nuts aren't deadly to me, but I can't eat them or I can't bring them to school because somebody else has an allergy to them. So it's still using a few people to make decisions for everybody, right?
What I'm saying is because of that dire circumstance. I'm not saying if the books was killing people, if they was jumping off the shelves and murdering people, then yeah, definitely ban them. You get what I'm saying? But no, that's not what's happening. You have to actually pick up the book. You have to read it yourself. And for you to say that somebody else can't do that have that same option,
that's not true though, fam. That does not
radical.
apply
That's
for
extreme.
Bro, that does not apply for an elementary student. An elementary student can't just pick up any book and read it, fam.
I'm talking about even in high schools, they was banning it. Okay, so you're saying, but if it comes to public libraries, the children's section should only have books certain children should be able to read, not all children.
Based
on your child,
a public library can have all of that shit in it. I'm talking about an elementary school library, bro. Like when we talk about banning books, we're banning them from specific locations. The specific location being in elementary school. That's what I'm trying to make sure you make sure you understand your point, because it sounds like you're saying the children should have access to any book.
And I said age appropriate. I'm not saying any book, right? If it's in an elementary school, it should be an elementary school book.
Right, so you agree with banning books then? That's the bottom line, fam.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but I'm saying to what extent? What my whole argument was, to what extent? Not necessarily because I feel offended by it, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
so age
appropriate, it should be able for any child to look at.
Right. So Donald Goins, Iceberg Slim.
No, it's a no for me.
Because I mean, he's saying any book, so Donald Goins, Iceberg Slim.
That should be in a public library. Yes, I don't think it should be in a elementary school library. No, that's what I'm saying. If it's in a public library, I don't think just because it's offensive to you or to you, you know what I'm saying, it should be.
I don't think no argument was made but fam, I don't think no argument been made to ban books from public libraries though.
Yeah, that's a difference. School library and public library totally different.
No,
yeah.
I could have sworn
I might be on your side if we
in Florida, not just from that school, but also from public libraries, from adults could ban books in public libraries.
No, we weren't talking about public library. We talking about school, elementary school.
I'm talking
library.
about period. I'm talking okay, yeah. In elementary, certain books definitely you shouldn't have in the elementary. We all are agreeing that. I'm talking about in a public library for adults over the age of 18 or over the age of maturity.
In the regular library,
you can't read it because I'm offended.
No, everything should be in the public library.
But I mean, it's still books even like that though, fam, that's been pulled from the shelves that you can't get to.
Right.
Like it's plenty books that's been pulled from the shelves that, you know what I'm saying, you hear about, and you know you have to go look for it. And that motherfucker might cost $1,500 to get your hands on an original copy of. You know what I'm saying? Like that, we ain't talking about a new concept when we saying take a book off the shelf, even in a public library. That's not new.
I mean, they even changing books because they took Huckleberry Finn and changed the slave name to something else.
Hey, please believe me. Back in the days when I was in high school, I went to the public library and I was looking for them Penthouse books, and I didn't see it. I was disappointed.
I found the original article when they did that, bro, and when they changed that. That was because I find that interesting, man, that they took that language out of the book. And like today, I think people speak to it as if they want that language still in the book, but I don't think that we would respect that language being taught to children. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that's a prime example of why the language changed. If you're going to teach Huck Finn in the schools, you can't teach it, you know, like that. You can't teach Mother Goose with its original form. You have to change it to the age-appropriate form to put it in a school and teach it. That's, you know what I'm saying, some of those nursery rhymes and whatnot are the perfect examples of why the language would change.
Yeah, but a teacher just got in trouble, or there was an issue with the teacher because, you know, he was teaching Huck Finn, and, you know, a black student in his class had issue with the N-word, and he was like, no, we can say it, it's in the book, and just started saying it over and over. And so
they fired his ass.
Right. So
he was wilding with that shit. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. These teachers, man, to me, that's the power they're giving a teacher, though. Because it's like because to me, if you're giving that latitude under the rainbow, when you come outside of the rainbow, there still there's an understanding of latitude still. If you letting these teachers tell a motherfucker that they're not what they were born as, well, hell, what the hell can we do? Let me push the limits on my side. I'm not surprised at what I see teachers doing now because they're letting the other teachers push limits.
You signed it already.
Damn, I ain't hear nobody. Somebody talking?
No, I think it's Mr. Alignment.
Yeah, I think he was talking to somebody, but he muted his mic. Go ahead, Taz.
Well, no, I was just saying because I think it goes back to I think what Hink said. You're gonna need men to collectivize and say, all right, this what we ain't doing. Until that happens, I don't see a real push for anything. Like it's got to be a collective of men to push back against the collective of men that's doing this shit in the first place.
So, I got a question for the panel. We come on these panels and everybody, you know, opinionated and very subjective in their responses. Is anybody do y'all go to any meetings or like, you know, council meetings or anything for your city?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know more.
Fair enough.
I don't know more.
I was just saying, like,
the only reason
if we're gonna be this opinionated on these panels, then let's do it in our city too.
I'm in a newer city, so it just applies differently for me because I'm in a newer city. I ain't locked in here like I was in the previous cities I lived in. But there, yes, I got a history of it, but not the last few years. The last few years, I'm, you know, on to different cities, and you know, I don't know the people here like that.
And normally the ones I go to,
you got new money. You on the rich? You don't need it. You don't need to be worried about council meetings.
He's selling. He's selling
out there with them folks.
Oh, he got
that's what I heard. He was getting all that money now. He getting all that money now. Where he at? He good. He fenced
it.
You would never hear me say no shit like that, bro. Nah, I really mean what I said, bro. I don't know this community. You know what I'm saying? I don't know this community like that. Now, do I be out? Do I still do what I do? Do I put food in the homeless person's mouth? I'm about to go do that right now. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not the person that's going to be at the city council meeting here because I don't know this community, fam. I just don't. But you know, I have a history of being at them. I have a history of being at the protest and doing everything I was, you know, speaking on in those years. But like I say, I'm kind of beyond that now, fam. I'm not in the community I grew up in.
Yeah, and the reason, look, most of the time when I go, it's because it applies to me. So like right now, we're going into a new zoning in one of the neighborhoods my rental property's in. So that's going to affect me as far as property tax. So yes, I'm gonna be at that meeting. You know what I'm saying? Because you know I'm on the website. I follow this stuff, so I know what's about to come up. And if it applies to me, I'm there. If it doesn't, I don't go. But that's the time I go is when it applies to me.
Only if it benefits you and it's advantageous that you have a voice towards it.
Hey, that's what it's supposed to
that's
be.
That's basically what
I mean,
bro, that's
I don't even know
what's gotta work no more. That's what it's supposed to be, bro. Like you're supposed. That's why agendas and shit from the politicians are supposed to be based around that. Look, if you want me to go vote, motherfucker, you better do this. That's what it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, I mean, I only said that because we preach togetherness and unity, when it really is we just all really selfish in our own rights, and it should be individualism should be preached. I understand we already preach capitalism for everybody, you know, as far as the entrepreneurship and all that shit. So, I mean, I'm just talking right now.
I think we preach unity. I think we just preach unity from the 1960s, 70s model. If we had a new model for unity that just simply was an understanding and respect to the next black person, and you know, understanding some of our plights are different and whatnot. Some of where we are got to change, man. We ain't in the militant era no more, where you know we got to come together as soon as we see some shit happen with the police. Like we're limited.
So Hank and PhD, y'all know the mantra is rather you than me. I mean, rather me than you. That's basically what y'all saying.
No, man, come on, brother.
What?
Look,
I'm asking a serious question. I'm not even being facetious.
It doesn't apply to me, brother. I can't ask for PhD, but for myself personally, no, man. Look, I vote on my pocket. That's a problem with a lot of us black folks. We was voting on just feelings instead of agendas. I vote with my pocket now. I vote with my pocket. So I'm going to tell you, I made a mistake and vote for Biden this runaround. That was a mistake.
Yeah.
Because I voted with my pocket. Because the reason why, because he was talking about eliminating student loans. Well, guess what? That affects my household. My ex-wife has student loans. Why not use that benefit to pay off this student loan? So I voted with my pocket. I voted for Trump the first time around because I voted with my pocket.
Yeah. So Hank, you say the poor vote from their feelings and the rich vote from their pockets.
A smart person votes from their pockets. It don't matter. It don't matter your income level.
And
when we talking about pockets, we also talking about numbers. So it's hard to say that.
The poor people, though, fam, I think sometimes the agenda that the poor are looking at is more beneficial to them on the other side, though. Like I don't think they can afford to look at the other agenda because there's nothing there for them. I mean, it's lopsided when it comes to the poor. Like you got either a chance at a few programs or nothing. So are you going to take them few programs or are you going to take nothing?
If I'm not mistaken, quote me if I'm wrong, I can't say it verbatim, but PhD has said that even 100,000 is middle class because of after taxes.
To her, yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. Well, I mean, we know that, but I'm just saying.
Well, again, it depends on what state you're talking about.
Okay, if you live in Seattle,
so you're going to be considered, and actually, I wouldn't even say middle class, middle income if you earn $100,000 a year. That's not like rich or wealthy.
It's not.
Hell no.
I mean, I'm a truck driver, and I make that, and that's not a lot of money.
Right, and so that's what I'm saying. So it's middle income.
Again, I mean, it depends on where you live at.
4 kids. I think for a single person it might be because I live in Delaware, so basically after they only I'm living with like 70, 75, but I also have children. But for a single person in Delaware, yeah, they might be living
It's
pretty
still
good
middle
here, you know.
income. It's still middle
Yeah, I
income.
mean, I'm not negating that. I'm not negating that, but we talking about comfortability, and it's just you.
It's
But I mean, I know we on YouTube we strive for wanting more and not being complacent and snagging. I know, fair enough.
Look, supplement your income, brother. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Supplement your income. Have different diversity of incomes coming in. You should always do that.
Yep. You never be
Where the
Some more
black
free
YouTube
game.
channels
Hey,
on
look
that
here.
at then?
I done gave y'all a whole lot of free game for a channel who is not solution based. Y'all
Oh
motherfuckers in the
yeah,
channel,
in the
welcome.
back chat the other day, in the back chat yesterday, you was talking that.
What's your
That's what I
channel,
wanted to
brother?
hear.
I ain't even subscribed to you. What's your channel, fam?
The basement, hate the basement. They put it in the chat. I think Ronnie put it in the chat for me.
Somebody
And you
drop it
talk
down there
about
right now,
supplementing
man, so I can
the income
subscribe
over
to it.
there. Yeah, I'm
Dude,
gonna subscribe to you, Hank, because I need to flip this
I
money,
when
man.
I talked
I
about
got you,
financial
Hank. I
literacy.
got you.
I talked about everything, though. I touched on everything. There wasn't nothing we didn't touch on between
Oh,
stock,
you
buying
right.
stock, investing, um, home ownership. You know what I'm saying? We talked about everything.
One income ain't enough. I don't care if you make 100,000. That shit ain't enough, bro.
Not if you
Well,
want
if
shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if
guess
you
what?
sitting around, bro, because listen, fam, there's some motherfuckers out here, bro, that don't give a fuck, bro. Like, if you want shit, 100,000 ain't enough. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where that conversation go wrong. There's some motherfuckers that 100,000 be perfectly fine for. They ain't wanting for shit. They ain't finna spend that shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They frugal. They kind of live like a minimalist and all that. I think for some that shit might work. But if you want to be out here, doing anything, if you want to enjoy life, I think
right.
100,000 is gonna cut it.
Right.
Yeah, but
Well, and like you said,
if you're a
Cut it,
truck
bro.
driver, and you OTR. If you're a truck driver, you OTR, and you living inside your truck, you can stack so much money over the road, man. It's crazy. It's just a lifestyle. It takes a toll on the brain and shit, on your mind and shit. But without you having to spend money like on like really clothes and all of that shit, you can really wash at the damn truck stop and wear the same thing every damn week and shit. You can stack all your money. But a lot of
Yeah.
people don't want to
Yeah,
take
that's
that risk
my way
because
I done got into
trucking is a bit, it can be,
younger.
but you don't.
Lifestyle is
Go
But
not
you,
ahead.
bad.
Is in the chat. Is
The
in the chat.
quality of
Yeah.
life is bad.
but you know something.
I've heard
Again,
that.
your lifestyle. It's all about what type of lifestyle you're trying to live. 100,000 is not is a good living in the state of Kentucky. Now it may not be good where PhD was at, but here in Kentucky,
Absolutely not.
100,000, you're gonna live pretty comfortable. You're gonna live pretty good.
I was gonna say, yeah, dog. Cause
I
I
mean,
don't know
I,
what
even in
percentage
that, I
you got,
think
but
it's
I'm
subjective,
from
right?
Ohio, so yeah.
well, it depends on the type of lifestyle you're trying to live, though, brother. Now, if you're trying to be that flashy on
Yeah.
out there on all the stuff, want the newest of everything,
I
yeah,
mean, shit
you're
is
gonna take some hits. I don't care what state
it's
you're in.
inexpensive in Kentucky though. Like
You
that's
know,
that's that's the place where shit is inexpensive at though, bro. It's just not. It don't cost that much to live there. The shit there
Yes.
don't cost that much. That's what I'm saying. That's somewhere. Yeah,
what's
yeah.
the
That's
matter
that's
with looking good, man?
that's a place, a good place to stack money, bro. Okay, why? I'm from Ohio though, so you know what I'm saying. That's why I would know Kentucky.
Oh, okay, okay. You still up that way, Ted?
Nah, I'm out west now. I live in Vegas
Okay,
now. You know what I'm
okay,
saying?
okay.
Told
I'm
you, you
from
getting all that money,
Lima,
man.
Ohio. I used to live in
Yo,
Cincinnati, bro. So Cincinnati shit right there on the border of
Yeah, yeah.
Covington,
We
Kentucky. So
neighbors. Yeah, we
yeah,
neighbors.
just
Yeah.
right there, boom, boom. It's almost you got to know Kentucky.
yo,
That's
Mr.
all right.
Alignment.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I met with Reese from Philly yesterday, right? He's
Oh,
trying
good
to
Yeah.
get
stuff.
it. He trying to get a dispensary in New Jersey, right? He in the process of doing the paperwork. He
That's what's
looking
up.
for
Yeah.
investors. He needs 30,000.
That's it. Okay.
No, he's looking for 30,000 from each investor.
Oh, okay.
So I met with him yesterday from the conversation y'all had online with him. So I just heard you say you
Yeah.
was looking for a way for a different source of income. Go ahead and get with Reese. Go over that paperwork with your attorney and give up that 30.
This the herb and the marijuana shit, right?
You can go with him. It's in New Jersey. It's legal. It's nothing illegal. He got the paperwork. He getting his thing ready. He actually running it for somebody now, but he trying to get his own thing. He need investors. So all the brothers that say they trying to get this money, He's only asking for a small 30.
Definitely need more.
A small 30 from how many people though? Oh,
it don't matter. You just worry about what you get back on your money. What's wrong with you?
It do matter because it's gonna come down to the percentage of what I'm getting back, right?
Bro, you lock your deal in for what you want off your money. It don't got nothing to do with nobody else deal.
So
you said that yesterday. You right.
To women? Is it only for men? He only looking for male investors?
Oh no, I'm sorry. You know the Muslims, we be like we don't gender mix, so I wasn't even thinking about.
Oh,
okay. I'm sorry about that. Because we don't have discipline, so we just stay away from the women.
Okay.
Because we just keep marrying them. The Muslims just keep marrying them.
Yeah, that's a good up and running.
Yeah, Practical was talking about that earlier.
If they ever lift these federal regulations off of weed, man, I don't know what it's gonna do to the dispensary business though. I don't know if it's gonna help it or hurt it. Because I think right now the federal regulation helps the dispensary business.
I asked, did the potency of it go down once it became recreational inside the dispensaries? He said no.
No, hell no. Shit. I mean, what? Nigga, they got potency from 15% to 82% in that bitch. Nigga, you decide the potency.
Mr. Lyman, this is what I'm trying to get you to realize, brother. It don't matter what's being sold, what potency, as long as you get your money off of it. You got to think about business about what's your return on your investment. It don't matter if they like whatever it is. If somebody want to buy a bottle of water that got a squeeze of lemon in it and you can make money, sell it to them.
How long New Jersey been recreational? It's New Jersey recreational, right? I'm assuming.
This is
What's the other word for medicinal?
This is Reese's business plan. That's what I'm saying. Reese from Philly that be on here. I don't know if he's listening. He can get up here. I met with him in person because I don't really, I just do everything how I do it. But you can meet him. He got his phone number. He put his phone number back there. You only in Delaware, Mr. Alignment. So it's only a 45-minute drive for you to get with Reese. And you can see all the paperwork. Go to your lawyer office with him, pan that shit out, invest your 30, and lock it in, make your profit. And then you don't have you ain't got to look at it for ever business. You just try to make a profit and bounce your money. Just like when you buy real estate, you're not looking at a house you buy and you only worry about the damn $1,000 you make every month. You go ahead and knock it off, make a bag, grab another crib, make a bigger bag. It's a process to build wealth.
But that's what I'm saying though. The federal regulation of this shit is what should cause some restraint. Because as long as there's federal regulation over marijuana in dispensaries, you could lose all of that though. You could just be throwing 30,000 away.
That's what we were talking about that earlier, Taz. Listen, Taz, we was talking about that earlier. You have to be a risk taker. If you sit there and wait for everything to pan out, everybody be involved, you don't get shit back. You got to be the dude that's going to burn the trail. That's how you make a big bag. You got to be the guy that's going to jump out there, risk that shit, and get your money.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Like I say, the dispensary game is growing. That's why I asked how long New Jersey had been recreational. Because I mean, all of that matters. You know what I'm saying? If they just started the dispensaries over there, then it might be the perfect time to get in. But if they've been up and running for a few years, like I say, you got to watch this federal regulation and where it's going. Will it drop? Will it get more intensified? Because weed is still a Schedule 1, illegal drug. Like, what I'm saying? It's still a federally regulated Schedule 1 illegal drug.
See, Taz, you one of my intellectual brothers, right? So y'all got this thing about processing this information, reviewing it, analyzing it. And I know if Mr. Alignment, the truck driver, he should be able to save $30,000 in about 2 months and still pay all his bills. And it's only 2 months worth of work you rolling the dice with. You got 10 other months. Just roll the dice, see if you can come up.
I mean, I'm not, bro. Like, you still got to do some research, though, right? You still got to check into it.
Yeah, bro. But sometimes we get, like I was talking earlier with the fear, right? Like I don't only talk about the trucking shit. I don't know all the other shit everybody know. So you got guys that got CDLs and they say shit like, "Well, the truck gonna need maintenance." It's gonna need fuel. Same shit. But what I'm saying is, if you can make a bank, look, 30,000 is, I don't want to sound stupid, but there's not a lot of money, bro, for a truck driver. He should be able to use 2 months, throw that shit. If it don't work, so what? Go to the next hustle. And then when he find the one that work, he say, I'm dumping everything in here and make my bag. Just like real estate don't work for me. Everybody like real estate, right? That only works for me if I'm a flip a house. There's no way in hell I could wait for $1,000 or $1,500 a month when my daughter gonna ask me for that shit throughout the month.
I'm trying to get there. I mean, like that's some old let's go bet 15,000 on the Lakers tonight type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to. I ain't there yet, fam. Just going bet 20,000 on the game and no shit like that, bro. Like you talk about rolling the dice. And like,
all right, we'll work the deal. Well, we'll work the deal with Reese. So if the deal gonna work, if the
rap shoot, bro, like that's a lot though, Omar. Like that's
all right, so look at it like this then. So you need a safety net. So now when you talk to Reese, you say, hey, listen, I need a certain percentage of this money guaranteed to return back to me, even if we don't profit. Like, there's a bunch of ways to do business. You just got to get in the game and start competing and figure that shit out as you go. Like I say, learn on the fly. Everything I did, bro, I never went to no school to learn nothing about real estate. I never went to no motherfucking trucking school or none of that shit. I said, yo, this what I'm going to do. I research that shit on my own as I'm going, though. I don't believe in sitting still and just be like waiting around for information, because then you be too late to get in the door. You will miss all the reward.
Yeah, I do agree somewhat with that. I don't think that's a completely asinine statement. I definitely agree with some of that. But I don't know about just taking 30, like, fuck it, man, let's see. I don't know about that, bro. I ain't made it there yet.
I don't know, bro. I'm just saying, whatever you could do, Reese, talk to Reese. Maybe he got a different slot, but that's the number he told me yesterday. He said, listen, bro, just throw like 30. He gonna get a bunch of investors. He going to Jersey, which is only a fucking 30-minute ride for us to go over there and see the property and all that. So just whatever it is, tell him, like what I say is everybody on YouTube invited to make a deal with me. So I say, try Reese. Say, hey, Reese, I only got 10. I only got 5. The fuck? Like, you just gotta shoot your pitch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. I got more confidence in the Mets game than I do in a dispensary, bro. Yeah, I don't know where that's going, fam. Like it's still shit looming with that. I just drove across the country to come home, right? And it's just that understanding of knowing that different states have different policies, and so yeah, in your state, y'all banging the weed out right now. Y'all cranking that shit like a trap spot. But like you never know when the regulations might come and they start shutting that shit down. Listen, it's a Schedule 1 federal illegal drug. Shut all that shit down and we finna start raiding them motherfuckers. Like that could be tomorrow. And so I get what you're saying and taking risks, but I don't know if it's worth the risk to go, into something that's can easily be taken down just because going in is illegal. Legal trap.
Now watch this, Tad. You can find a bunch of trucking guys that started trucking companies that's millionaires, right? But all of us know that their first truck we buy, that bitch might break down and we don't make no money. It might break down and we be out the game. That first bag we drop on that first truck, that bitch can roll off the lot and don't do one load. Motor gone, transmission gone. But you gotta roll the dice to get the reward.
Don't you got insurance on that motherfucker though?
They don't give you no fucking insurance on no motor and trans insurance. You gonna have to run that bitch into a wall.
Damn. Yeah, that's fucked up.
Leave it on the railroad track.
A motor is automatically 25,000 or more.
But you ain't breaking the law though.
PhD, did you get my message in the private chat?
Oh, hold on, I'm checking it now. Thank you.
Like, cause that's my only thing. Like I say, in the state of New Jersey, in the state of Nevada, in the state of Illinois, yeah, like you can cop weed. Like it ain't no big deal. But it's other states where it's still not even on the table. You know what I'm saying? Not even approaching the table. And so there's still federal regulation over it. You know what I'm saying? And to me, that could go either way. And so, like I said, I get it. I would like to just I would like to hear him though. I would like to hear the sales pitch, but I think that's definitely something to look at in regard to moving forward with anything that the government is already regulating against.
Here go another thing I do. I do, my own personal strategies, man. Ain't no white man gave me no ideas, no education, none of that shit. So another strategy you can use is you can just go to the men that trust you and be like, yo, let me get 2,000. Yo, let me get 1,000. Yo, and then give everybody a cut if it work. If it don't, fuck it. We all lost a stack. Ain't no big deal. Then it lightens the burden.
Yeah. I mean, I roll the dice with a stack, bro. Like that's different. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? But that's different than 30 though, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I mean, we could try it with the Thou Wow, bro, but like 30.
See, Taz, but I made that statement to the truck driver. So you gotta understand.
I'm sitting on the side eyeing you with 30, bro. Like I need results. Like,
but Taz, I made it to the truck driver because I know what he should be making. So if they get in them trucks like they say and get their own fucking truck, I know that a nigga that don't even go to work every day should at least make 15,000 with his own truck. If he decide to work 3 days a week all month, he should at least make 15,000. He ain't even got to be in the truck all day. So that guy should be able to save 30, unless he got, a bunch of wives and, double-digit kids and all that kind of shit. But if he just got 4 kids, like the man said, and just got his his car note or mortgage, whatever he got going on, he should be able to save that money and invest it in stuff. It's the same concept with real estate. I just think that you would make more money selling weed. I don't know, though. I don't know the weed game. I just know that when I drive around, I smell it everywhere.
Right.
Oh yeah. During COVID,
I know it's right now.
Hey, I was gonna say the wrong shit. I'm glad I stopped right there. Nah, but during that little stoppage and whatnot a couple years ago, it was them lines was out the door, and it wasn't us, fam. I'm just saying, like, I ain't never not went to the dispensaries in Colorado, Illinois. You know what I'm saying? Like anywhere where they legal at, they gotta slid through there, right? Like I'm telling you, don't be us in there though. Like that's white folks in there spending bands on weed and weed products. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think we look at it like that. But that's it's not a hood game no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, they making bands doing that shit. And so I know why somebody will open one up and invest and whatnot, because that shit cranking. But like I said, I would be concerned about where it's headed.
I think that we like, not you personally, because I don't know you personally like that, Ted. But I think a lot of us, we have a lot of apprehension because we didn't like see the success before us. But like everybody, like my uncles, my dad, they all rolled the dice and they all won. So I don't be having no problem with like rolling the dice. I'll be like, damn, that's the route to go. So, instance, a guy up here where I live at, he had a shop he was renting out or whatever. He a diesel mechanic. It wasn't working between him and the landlord. So he was like, man, I gotta get my own shit. He went and refinanced the crib that his wife and kids owned, that he owned outright, and put all that money in a mobile truck. So he spent $190 on a mobile truck with a crane on it, where he could do all the same shit a shop do, but he could roll up on your truck and do it on the scene. He was willing to risk his family being homeless because he said, at this rate, we ain't gonna get shit done. So I'm gonna roll all the dice. And now he got a successful business. That mobile truck is parked in the yard of his main shop now. That same one that he did the rolling the dice with, the refinancing of the crib. So I'm just saying, as in business, you got to roll that dice, man. I don't know. I know y'all be educated, so I don't know how to do the Wall Street shit to give y'all that example. I only know the hood shit. I don't know how to like explain how the niggas is on the stock market. So I only can tell you.
What year did he start the mobile truck business, fam?
I'm gonna say probably 5 years ago. Wasn't that long ago?
Because and the reason, not on no bullshit, but I was just thinking the reason for that is like in the last 5-10 years, that's become a plausible thing, and it's places where that would still work as a beginning. You know what I'm saying? As a way to start. I just think there will always be a need for you know what I'm saying, a towing company, you know what I'm saying, and all that type of shit. There will always be a need for that. So, yeah, that in the last few years, though, it's become easier to do with the advent of Craigslist. And, I think Craigslist has been around longer. But, you know, you got so many more ways to advertise your businesses and shit. I just think, yeah, it's, you know, the mobile thing works for almost anything now. So, like, even with the dispensary shit, they deliver, you know?
I would agree. This is what I'm explaining to the trucker earlier. I don't know what trucker it was, but I was explaining that they got a fucking app, not just one, but a bunch of apps. It's only costing you $100 a month, where they showing you thousands of loads every day. And when every new load get there, they post it and they notify your phone. That shit'll beep like an email when the new loads is posted. But they still scared to roll the dice. Tad, that's my point. I don't know why we got like cement boots on. I don't know what the fuck is going on with us.
So basically what you're saying is scared money don't make no money.
There you go.
No, I know I lost out on a lot of money just by being, you know, scared to roll the dice, as you said. So
yeah, you probably saved some too, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it gave you all about the the dubs, though, fam. There's some L's. Niggas roll the dice and lose, nigga.
Taz, I lost a lot in life, Taz. I ain't saying I don't ever lose.
No, I'm not. I'm just because I don't even want to sound pessimistic, but I don't think we should talk about craps with like 80% results, though, fam. Like nah, fam. You like roll snake eyes out the gate, nigga.
Listen, Taz, this is really how I live my life, right? This is what I say to myself. I say I done did so much shit in life, been all over on all them airplanes. I done did everything I ever dreamed of, my wildest dreams, right? So I say, even if I lose it all, I'm gonna be a motherfucker sitting on the crate talking, yeah, I remember when I used to have this. Yeah, I remember when I used to have it. But I ain't gonna live and say, damn, maybe I could have did this. I ain't gonna live like that.
Right.
I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Omar, you normally don't stay up for that long, man. You breaking up your record, ain't you?
I'm actually late now, man. I was supposed to have been out of here about 2 hours ago, man.
I was gonna say, normally you don't stay on the panels this long, man. It's supposed to be a record for you, bro.
I used to come up a lot, Hank, right? But I got discouraged and I started thinking like, cause you know, we got all kind of shit going on. My wife got a school, like it's a whole bunch of shit going on, right? But I got discouraged with the men here. You know, that's probably my attraction to PhD, right? Because I feel like when them girls talk to y'all and talk shit to y'all, it motivates y'all, right? But y'all don't listen to the brothers. That's just how I feel. Not you, Hank. I'm just saying men in general. You know, the girls can kind of motivate men to do all kind of shit, make them do foolish shit or make them do good shit. But it was like we was on here every weekend for a year. Only one person, his name Armored Truth. I don't know if he's still around. This motherfucker called me. I gave him the blueprint to the trucks. Next time that man talked to me, he was showing me his trucks and telling me how much money he was making. Everybody else just let that shit go over their head and keep crying about not having no money.
Look at me, like the old saying is, you can take the horse to water, you can't make him drink it, man. I was up here preaching game. I was talking about life insurance. We was talking about that the other day. We talked about different ways of investment. You just talking about the truck. My man came up the other day. We were talking about this distillery. Matter of fact, he was showing proof of what he was doing, and you even took action and talked to the man. So, you know, it's happening. People just, hey, man, look here. You can't change everybody's mind. It's not meant for it to happen. But the people who want to listen, they listen.
Brother, Hank, I can't remember his name, but I don't want to mention that without mentioning him because he actually helped me. So a little brother called me for some advice. He's from Miami, and I remember that. I can't remember his name. He called me from Miami, and he was telling me about the reefer trellers. And he was saying, instead of getting a storage facility, let's just buy a bunch of trellers and store the shit on a lot. Great idea, right? Great idea. But yeah, that's the only other brother that made some money or even entertained the idea of making money together. Everybody else just be talking.
Yeah. It's not, hey, the game's not for everybody, my man. So don't let it discourage you. Now look at this dude up here. Fuck Mississippi, bitch.
How do you feel about
Ronnie? Why you put me on the bottom row?
Don't you want to be next to Vic?
Mississippi.
What's good? What's good? I'm just
What up?
working out. Hey, I had to put a face on the panel. Y'all ain't cam up, so I had to put a face on it.
Oh,
It's
Lord.
daytime.
Well, man, I'm in the process of sweeping my floor, so I don't want to get on camera, bro. Is that okay?
Oh yeah.
So Omar left. I guess he's gone. Omar, I have a question.
Well, go ahead and ask the question.
Well, it was specific to Omar. I was gonna ask.
Oh, okay.
What I should do to further my agenda in becoming a lady of leisure.
Oh shit! Here we go. God dang.
God, dog.
Vic, look what you rolled in up on.
Huh?
Look what you rolled in on, Vic. You see what you came up on?
But I'm sure you can offer me some advice too. You talk about life insurance and whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
So how can I utilize my money to free myself from the shackles of the work life and be a lady of leisure?
Oh man. Hey, can you free yourself from the work? Hey, look, by doing what you need to do. If you want to come a full-time landlord, you can do that and make plenty of money. I don't know how many properties you got.
I got 10 doors now, and honestly, I'm ready to sell all of them. I'm ready to sell. I hate being a landlord.
I understand. Well, why don't you get a property manager, let them manage it for you?
Yeah, I have a property manager. I still hate being a landlord.
Oh, okay. You just don't want them stress at all. Okay.
Right.
I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's not. Look, sometimes it's just not everybody's built for it. Not everybody to deal with. I know one of the issues I had with mine is a woman. She was trying to offer me sex in order to offset her rent. I said, "Man, really? Is this what we're doing?" I said, "How am I going to pay this the water bill here if I don't get that rent?" I said, "You giving me a head job ain't gonna do it. It's not gonna pay the bills." So at that time, I was still married. I would have my wife to go with me to collect the money. But then it's to a point where she couldn't always go. And then I went, it's an inconvenience, right? So then that's why I said, I'm going to turn it over to a management company. And that's what I started doing from there. And that's really how I've been pretty much hands off.
Wow.
On most of it.
Actually happens? Like,
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm looking to buy an apartment. Like I was saying before, I'm looking to buy an apartment, at least about 10 doors on these apartments. That's probably about the minimum, but I don't want no more than 16 doors to deal with. And so if I do that, I might sell one of my houses and just go from there and just again, that's another way of supplementing my income. That's a retirement right then and there.
Right.
So, fortunately, I got a job that, some jobs, they still do pension. So I have almost 20 years in a couple years.
Oh, okay.
So I can retire with full benefits, 100% insurance paid and all that. So that's my plan. I'll be 51 when I retire. And I'm just going to go from there and be the landlord that this diva don't want to be no more.
Yo.
I just don't. And honestly, I could probably be making a whole lot more money off of my properties, but I just won't even sit down and map out, what I need to do that. I don't know. I just don't. It doesn't really interest me. Like, I thought it was supposed to be like passive income where I didn't have to do anything but collect the check every month and even get the property money. Right. And you're laughing, right? And so I always tell people, like, real estate is not passive. Even if you have a property manager, you still have to make decisions and stuff like that. So
yes.
Yo, what it do? Yo, thanks for dropping my link down there, Ron. Hey, yo, I saw y'all up here, yo. I want to come up here and pick y'all brain for a second, especially the nigga Taz up here. So tell me why Ken Paxton in Texas, our attorney general, our attorney, he about to get impeached for laundering money, threatening people, burglarizing, all kinds of shit. They about to get rid of him. And then we got Desensitized down there going against Disney. Now I thought that we're gonna have to really black people. We're gonna have to really think about how we're gonna vote this time. Really, I know a lot of us trying to get up here and act like we're going to swing red or swing conservative. But these conservatives are lying, man. They out here now. I usually rock with the conservative party a little bit, but they out here on some other shit now, man. They out here doing the same thing that they accusing other people of doing. So we're going to have to get up at these damn Republicans, man. You know what I'm saying? I hear y'all up here talking about making more money. Would you make more money for what? For them to scam it and steal it out your hand?
Well, dog, I mean, what you just explained is normal politicians.
Right.
That ain't nothing new. What you just sit there and talked about. That's a normal politician. That's what politicians normally do.
Yeah.
So Texas ain't doing that to the extreme or nothing surprising. I'm not surprised by this.
And I would argue that the social norms are pushing them toward moving in these directions. That even if they come through the door feeling one way, what's changing in society is pushing them towards how they're going to have to move. So yeah, they're going to have to try to get the vote based on where society is going. So they're going to lie.
I think what DeSantis is doing with Florida is criminal. I think how he is attacking Disney as the governor of the Florida, right? How you going to attack Disney because they won't vote the way you want them to vote?
Because Disney ain't shit. I used to live down there, man. Like Disney ain't exactly a great contributor to Florida. Like I mean, I think it's great, that they do business and whoever works there that likes working there and benefits from it, okay. But in terms of Florida, like that, Disney ain't necessarily benefiting Florida like that.
Is Disney supposed to benefit Florida like that? Disney is a company. It's supposed to benefit the people that work for that company. Now, when you say that Disney has to benefit Florida, what kind of socialist, communist stuff are you trying to push Disney into? That's the same thing that DeSantis is trying to push Disney into. Disney can speak as its own entity for its own employees. It does not have to speak for the state of Florida. To try to make it speak for the state of Florida,
I don't disagree with that though. I don't disagree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, as the governor, there's no reason to bow to Disney or give Disney a pass either.
Well, so I think
no
in terms of benefiting Florida, Disney does bring the second largest amount of tourists to the state, and like tourism.
Exactly, PhD. I agree with you. Mm-hmm.
Right, tourism is why Florida doesn't have a state income tax, has low property taxes, and pretty low, one of the lowest state sales taxes as well. And so I think, it does benefit the state. However, Miami still brings in more tourism than, Disney World. So I don't know how much leverage they'll be able to have, over DeSantis based on.
Well, I'm glad you said that because if Miami brings in more
tourism around Disney, ain't I would disagree that because here's the thing: Disney is its own world over there. It's like it's that
own world.
It's a whole city. It's a whole city by itself. Yeah,
it's its own city. You know what I'm saying? Right. So in a lot of ways, I do agree that they come to the state, but the state isn't necessarily seeing what it wants to see off of Disney. Maybe I should have said it that way. Because you're right. People do come to the state, because Disney is, it's almost like a monopoly down there, fam. Like, when you cross over into their property, fam, you still riding for miles and miles and miles. So I don't think the state gets what it wants out of Disney. Maybe I should have said it that way.
So, okay. So when you go to Disney, you can stay on the Disneyland, you can stay at Disney, but a lot of people don't have the money for that, because just for tickets, you paying, especially if you come in from out of state, you paying like over $100 a day.
It's 125. It's 125 per person.
They sleep and eat around Disney. Thank you.
Exactly. And so the thing is, so other things like, you want to buy souvenirs. A lot of people go to the Walgreens outside of
All of
Disney
that's
and
in
they buy all
Hollywood.
that stuff.
It's one in Hollywood, right? Hollywood, Florida.
What?
No, that ain't Hollywood. That's in Orlando, Florida.
It's in Orlando.
It's in Orlando off International Drive. But so check this, right? So this is what I'm saying though. But Tad, this is where I say that these Republicans are nothing but grifters, and we have to watch how we just fall into their hands. Because let me roll back. Let me roll back a second for you. A couple of years ago, now I don't support the rainbow flag at all, but a couple of years ago, there were these two women that were dating each other, and they wanted to get a cake made. That business did not make that cake for them, and the Republicans backed them by saying that was that business's choice and that business plan and their motto. They can do that, but they turn around and lie and tell Disney, a greater company, that no, you can't have that freedom. This is where they are worse than their opponents. This is where I think DeSantis is the I think that he should not be our president, and I think that that Florida need to reconsider.
Well, you got to look at first. He got to read the Republican representative first.
Yeah, politicians have no morals, nor no values, nor no standards. That's the real problem that a lot of people are missing. But I don't give a damn if you're Democrat or Republican. They all full of shit. That's the real truth. They all full of shit. They all ain't worth nothing.
Well, hey, on Jay Prince show, they said, remember Judge O'Brien, he said that person that didn't make that cake got in trouble. They got to go to court by that.
They lost. They won a court case, didn't they? A settlement. I thought that was already done. That was years ago, wasn't it?
That was years ago. But the thing about it is, the scientists said that they were wrong for taking that cake company through that. So if they were wrong for taking that cake company through that, because that was his stance then, but his stance completely changes when it comes down to trying to steal and take Florida. And then, and I was listening to
but things have changed since then, though, bro. I do think wasn't that like 8-9 years ago?
Nah, it was like roughly like 5 or 6.
Because I'm just saying, like now they now with the shit being put in schools and shit, you don't think that need to be addressed at all?
I think I definitely think that needs to be addressed in schools, but book burning or book ghosting is not going to be the way. I think when you do it that way, when you do it.
Have you heard or read some of these books that they put in these kids' school?
Book ghosting, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. This ghosting book I made that up.
Hold on. Have you read or heard some of the shit that they put in these elementary and middle school books for these kids to read?
I have read and heard, and I disagree with I do disagree with the books. But what I'm saying is the way they are going about it, they're going to make these people double down on their behavior and do worse.
Listen, and for anyone that's backing or supporting these books, and I'm not saying anyone on this panel, right? But for any organization, movement, or company that's backing or supporting that these books should remain in the hands of children, that shit is sickening. That's revolting in the motherfucker. I dealt with that shit here in Detroit. Not the whole book thing, but I tried one time. I went to my son's school, and this was like this was like a month or two after they lifted the whole mask shit restriction thing. And they was like, oh yeah, but hold on. So when they got found out that they was in there trying to push an agenda onto our children, I was like, hey, listen, I want to go to my son's classroom and talk to the teacher. They was like, oh no, we don't let parents into the building. This was after that shit that popped off with Project Veritas. So I'm like, oh, okay, so I can't come in and speak to my son's teacher to see what type of curriculum and what are y'all teaching in these classrooms. So no, I'm not with that. And I talked to the other parents. I'm like, if y'all are not gonna let us know exactly what it is that y'all teaching to our children, you shouldn't be in there teaching my 5-6-year-old child about no damn sex. Hell no. And then y'all want to teach about that? Fuck that. That's bullshit. To me, that's you're now sexualizing the sexualization of children. That's the shit that I would never so fucking support. Fuck that. Hell no.
Okay, so I don't support that. But at the end of the day, we as parents, we tell our children if someone touches you there or someone does this or that, we start introducing our children to the ills or ails of sex from an early age as well. When we let our kid, a little 4 or 5-year-old kid, go play at another kid's house, even if you're there, you still parents still tell their kids, hey, don't let them, if someone touches you here or there, you tell your mama or daddy or the next adult. So we are introducing aspects of this to our children already. Now the problem is when it goes left into all these 101 different genders. Now I'll still say that 85% of them, 90% of America is still heterosexual. It just is what it is. You can teach that shit in these classes all you want to. 90% of America is still going to be heterosexual, regardless of what they try to teach or whatever they try to. I don't think you can indoctrinate these kids into being that way. I don't think you can. I think that 90% of these kids are going to end up that way. So my the argument would be, why even teach sex, period, to these children? Hetero, homo, whatever. Don't teach anything to them and do sex ed at like middle school to high school. But then they're arguing that middle school and high school is too late because kids are already pregnant at middle school and high school. So it's tomato. It's going to be that you have to give some to take some.
Oh, it's not, bro. Like I was trying to let you go, bro. I just got to stop you right quick so we can clear something up. Okay, it sounds good, but right now that the shit just came out last month. Go look it up. 25% of high school students identify as the rainbow, the alternative lifestyle. 25% of high school students. You know what I'm saying? So if we can't just say 90% and throw that around and ignore that 25% of high school students are identifying according to the latest study.
Okay, I might have been wrong on 90 there.
I just want to know who's really protecting the children. Because now, I mean, what politicians are against, are for, I want to know, are for these MAPS guys, these minor attracted person people, these freaking pedophiles, and they're trying to fucking protect them, but they don't protect the children. That's what I want to know, what it boils down to. Fuck the books in the library. What about these people that are able to just freely, oh yeah, don't worry about it. I'm a fucking pedophile. I'm a fucking pervert. I don't give a fuck. Or a hebephile. And that's okay. Who are these politicians putting this shit in place? I mean, and what are we supposed to do about that? Like, what are you doing about it?
What I'm saying is the politicians will go anyway. Because look, people want to say these people are teaching in our schools anyway because of conservatives. It was Reagan. It was Ronald Reagan that helped push the legislation to get. And you can look at the log cabin Republicans gay Republicans helped Reagan, and some Democrats, it was bipartisan, helped Reagan push this whole legislation to get those teachers in our schools. So for us to sit here and act like it's a leftist thing, I see that in the chat a lot. And I'm not for the left, and I'm not even for the right anymore. I used to be hardcore right. I'm not even for the right anymore because they just as bad. But we can't act like, man, y'all, these people are going to do it regardless, Taz. So we got to find a way to get ahead of it rather than waste money getting behind it. Because even to take these books out these classes, it takes money. To rewrite Huckleberry Finn, you know what it took? Money. All that's still going to take money regardless. And that ailment will still be there, even if you spend the money to get rid of it.
So when you say how do we get in front of it? What, the train has left the station. And so one thing that I think a lot of times us as Black people aren't really like, so we're, fighting things in the here and now, not understanding that these agendas happen over decades. So they started implementing this agenda with back in the 70s when the APA, the American Psychiatric Association, took homosexuality out of the DSM, right? And declassified it as a mental health condition. So that was part of implementing the agenda. Okay, so that's in the 70s. Then in the 80s, you said the log cabin conservatives pushed to have these people teaching in the schools. Then
they did.
Right. And so the agenda has been unfolding over decades. And so to Happy's point, she asked who's going to protect. Okay, so they've already started unfolding that agenda because not a few years ago, it might be about 10 years ago now, the American Psychiatric Association, released a statement saying that they were going to declassify that as a mental illness, and people went apeshit, and then they backtracked on it. But that lets you know that they're, already trying to do that. So you have like people in the scientific community, going down that road and trying to, and, establishing that, it's a normal thing. It's a normal, what they call it, sexual orientation. Right. And so they say in the scientific community, it takes things about 20 years to go from science to actual implementation in society. And so be on the lookout because it's already unfolding. So while we're, still trying to grasp our arms around the, rainbow stuff, they already unfolding the man boy love stuff.
That's what I'm saying. You will never, you will waste so much money trying to, I think this is what they want people to do. They want us to waste so much money trying to fight them. And then when we finally get up there to be competitive against what they already have, you're spent out. You won't have anything to invest in.
I'm sorry not to cut you off, Pastor, but this is exactly what I'm saying. You and I, and we're on the panel, right? We're still talking about the books, correct? I'm talking about the fact that forget the books, because that is not what's important right now. The fact is they have the people and they named them maps, okay? And that's what we should be talking about, because that's more important.
Yeah, but all that shit go together though, for real. Like, I mean, if you look back in 79, 80, them years, in them early years right there, because this is why you're making a point about the log cabin Republicans, which I get. But you got to remember this original push for what we see now is acceptable, turning the White House to a rainbow and all that shit. When it was going on in the 70s, those pedophiles, for just to say it outright, they were outright out in front of that movement. If you go and look at the 70s leaders of that movement, a lot of them were pedophiles. I don't have the names right off the top of my head, but NAMBLA itself is started by somebody who used to march within the gay community. You know what I'm saying? So NAMBLA being, the National American Association for Boy Love or whatever. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that was all started under that community. It's the history of the pushing of pedophilia comes from underneath that rainbow. And that, to me, that being left out of the original conversation as these laws were being passed is the problem. Again, for me, it always goes back to a collective of men coming out saying, hey, look, we know what's in that agenda. Because to me, it's not a hidden agenda. It's always been there. It was there in 79. So when we see it in 2019, what's the difference? People never said nothing. People never stepped up and said, okay, we ain't going. This is too much. And so to that point that I think that was PhD was talking, I don't think nobody's going to say nothing, even if they pass a law that says, okay, we're going to lower the ages and we'll remove age restrictions on marriage and whatnot. But like people don't hit the streets for that type of shit no more. People don't. Those agendas aren't serious.
Hey, check this right.
I have a question real quick. So I asked this question to quite a few people that I had talked to about this particular subject. And I know this subject may be uncomfortable for a lot of people, but I'm glad that we have this subject and everybody's being respectful to a degree, especially because it's JB's channel. But my question is to all of y'all, if y'all want to take turns to answer, how far is too far, and when will enough be enough before shit really starts to change? Like that's really something to think about, because like here in my city, I'll just give my answer. I think too far came too far when they tried to disinclude the parents on the curriculum of what they was trying to teach the children. And then that's when the parents was like, fuck that, hell no, y'all not about to do that shit. We will snatch every kid up out the school and y'all won't be getting shit. So how far is too far do y'all think it is?
Well, the fortunate thing, the genie's out of the bottle. It's only downhill from her. When we talk about the pedophilia thing, we seen this coming. That's why they push that whole gay thing, because like my man Ted said, it's all up under the same umbrella.
Well, the thing about it is, as parents, we're gonna have to have something to replace it with, rather than just
homeschool. I've been saying it.
Homeschooling. They tried that in 2020 in the fucking pediatric trauma. The pediatric trauma abuse rate went high, and I say trauma abuse rate wasn't this. It wasn't this. Parents weren't just beating their children; they were traumatically whooping their children asses. So I don't know if I don't know if we're ready for that one right now either.
Yeah, but that's going to happen regardless if they go to school or they homeschool. That's going to happen if it's going to happen. We understand that.
You can't say you're going to have homeschooling, then you can then see the rise in children will get their asses kicked. Like
again, that's going to happen where they go to school or not, my guy. That's what I'm telling you. It's going to happen if they go to school. It's going to happen when they come home.
Sounds good. I'm telling you, it looks different. I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you. It sounds good, but it looks different.
Good morning, y'all.
I'm gonna keep on pushing homeschool till I can't, because if your concerns is about these agendas, you won't have to worry about that if you homeschool your kids. You're pouring into your kids, not some man dressed in drag.
Make me feel like a president. First black president. Dum, 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 dum.
What's up, y'all?
Good morning, JP. How you doing, G?
We turning it up.
Just waking up. Today's the day. Finna go work on this hot dog cart, right? And I've been planning this stuff all this time. Now I finally get into it. I'm kind of like nervous. I don't know. Like, how you could be barbecuing and all this other shit, then you finally get ready to eat, you ain't really hungry. I don't know if I'm scared or what.
Hey man, get your motherfucking ass ready to get out there, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Fuck you mean, nigga? Nah, you got the jitters, nigga. You about to get it popping, bro. Like, I'm proud of you, bro. Like, shit, get it cracking, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It's normal, but nah, you doing some shit that you know you can do. So it ain't fear. It's just anxiety. So ass out there though.
Yeah, gotta step out there and fire it up like he did when he streams, man. Just go out there and do it.
All right, man. I'm glad. Shit, I don't know, man.
Good morning. You look happy.
Yeah, I look happy. Yeah, I'm happy, excited because I know. Shit, I've been planning this shit for a couple of years, and now I'm really there now. And today's the day. And it's gonna be a large crowd tonight.
Well, that's good for business, isn't it?
Yeah, they say it's gonna be 5,000 people, and I'm right in the middle of it. I'm right in the heart of everything. I don't know. I always been like that. Like, I could plan for something and stuff like that. And then let's say if I'm achieving it, the next thing you know, like when it's finna come, I get kind of like, I don't know, like some people scared of, like they say I'm scared of success and all the other type of stuff.
Yeah, a lot come with it being successful, man. A hell of a lot come with it being successful. Hell yeah.
Well, don't let them.
It is what it is.
I just don't want money to change me. That's all it is.
I think that would be all upon you. That's why we're doing this whole political. That's why we're having this whole conversation right now, man, because people don't let money change them and flip them too many ways. Now they can't even stand on nothing.
Money doesn't change people. It just brings out who they really are.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all talk about. Money's gonna change you because it could change your lifestyle, your address, to how your kids are being provided for. So there's gonna be some change because of money. So you should want it to change if you want to be better, JP.
I don't know. I guess they're good changes, man. It's something that's known as good changes. Hey,
this is the thing that I'm afraid of, though. It can change my, like far as for me personally, but I know,
the changes are coming.
If I don't bring nobody up, if I don't bring the people, around me that I care about, because when you start making money, then you making tons of money, and you're gonna lose a lot of family and friends.
That's called jealousy.
Don't think
That's
negative.
called
Don't start
jealousy,
out
JP.
going in there negative. Get all the negativity out your head now.
It's called jealousy.
Hey, JP.
Man, nah, it ain't, man. See, this is what's wrong with that. Fuck that. Niggas gotta do better with that, yo. Cause we gotta stop all the yo. Niggas can work together, yo. Man,
That is true. But what he's talking about, he's worried about people. I guess not liking him or not rocking with it because he's doing something positive. Some people get jealous. Some people get envious when they see you be successful when you coming up. Some people don't like that. Not everybody's for you. You got to realize that, and you got to keep moving forward.
The topic is about the internet desensitizing people, right? That was the original initial topic I seen. And so, like, if you think about that, though, fam, like, if a motherfucker don't give a fuck about people being successful and just being supportive of regular people, because that's what I see, bro. I don't even think people just haters because they hate you. I think that kind of the internet then created that type of environment where it's like, fuck your success, nigga. Like we gonna find a way to shit on you. And you know what I'm saying? It's like we used to do that shit in the hood for fun as like playing the dozens and you know what I'm saying? There's never nothing off. I don't give a fuck how much money you got, how rich you are, you could be roasted. Okay, I think that applies now just on 10 though. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like you almost can't support somebody because it's dick riding. You know what I'm saying? It's you know what I'm saying? You from the most basic levels of damn, that's a nice car. Man, get off that nigga dick, bro. Like I think the internet made that shit, you know what I'm saying? It made it worse. And so we are desensitized even in terms of recognizing and supporting people on success.
Yeah, and like you know how that's true too. Like you know how you could have been like, let's say when we talk about jokes and roasting, right? I could have been telling one joke for 20 years, but now when you get some money, like them jokes start hitting a little different.
They shouldn't even hit at all, baby. When you getting that bread, if anything, they should hit different.
No, what I mean is people will really feel like you talking down on them.
Man, they
That's
talking down on you.
Bring people up with me.
When people talk shit to you, ain't they to a certain extent talking down to you, trying to make you more humble? So is it okay for them to do it to you, but you can't do it back to them? You scared to talk shit?
No, it's not that I'm scared to talk shit. It's just like like Taz say, it hits different like 10 times 10. Like if I'm roasting them, let's say we've been talking about you broke ass nigga and all that other type of stuff. You can have that conversation no more when you get some paper.
Listen, just let your work ethic and all that speak for yourself. I mean, you don't gotta go back and forth with anybody.
Yeah.
Say JP.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is perfect time for you to be getting yourself in front of a camera, talking about your fears, talking about the things that you want to see your journey going. Because right now you're not going to have this moment again. You're not going to have a first time going out being scared moment again. You feel me? This is the content. This is what content creation is about. It's about showing people who your true self, not just on panels, but the stuff that you do, like you say, in real life. So get yourself in front of a camera, talk about some things that you have scared, that you're worried about, talk about the people that you're going to be viewing. And then after you do that, then come back and say, okay, this is how I feel right now, because you're not going to have these moments no more.
That make a hell of a lot of sense.
Hey JP, success is right around the corner, man. Don't be afraid of it. We all got our trials and tribulations that we're gonna go through. But you'll never know what success is if you don't take that first step. I support you, G. Go do what you've been dreaming of. Go put your first foot forward, put your mind to it, and then you're gonna struggle, but that's okay. We all know how to struggle. We know what struggle is. We recognize it, right? We see struggle coming from a long way. So I say go into it, dog. Don't be afraid of it. Success is right around the corner, dog.
I
Man,
would just say
I say go into it, and you're not going to struggle. You're going to sell out them hot dogs. You had to struggle to keep up. They're gonna be different types of struggles. I mean, you had good struggles, man.
Don't come on here live, bro. Like don't nigga
Now,
pre-record that shit, bro. I don't
we
disagree
still
with
gonna
my
roast
man.
your ass.
No,
JP.
you gotta preach the game up.
Pre-record your shit, bro. Don't come on here mad. Nigga.
No,
Pre-record your shit.
yeah, you're right.
Hey, I just want.
It's almost like
I
I've
just.
been accustomed all my life being poor and struggling all my life, and so that's what I'm used to. I'm used to something being wrong, and usually, and I get the best motivations when I'm like grinding. But now when you finally grind and get the results, you like, whoa, like it's kind of like, damn, it's scary as hell.
Hey man, are you
I'm
going?
used to the struggle. I'm not used to
JP,
everything. Yeah.
JP, are you gonna have one of them lunch lady hairnets on?
Nuh-uh.
You need to.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have like some caps because, like, okay, I'm gonna give y'all one little secret. I created the Black House jerseys, uniforms, and it's like some NBA jerseys. My cousin, she gonna have like a female baseball jersey with the Black House Glizzy name on it and the seal, that like what you see above Vic.
Mm-hmm.
With some like great jogging pants. Then I got the shorts too made, but the great jogging pants is made with.
So you got Glizzy jerseys.
Yeah, he said that's the uniform. I think.
I think he froze.
What's a Glizzy jersey?
We
He
go see.
he said it.
Oh,
He
You
said
okay.
know
it's the
like
uniform or
them
something.
custom made baseball jerseys you can get with your name on it, something like that.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Then I got the jogging pants to go with it with the Black House
You
Glizzy
need it. You
stuff on
need
that.
to eventually. You need to start selling some of them.
Do you have a picture of a Glizzy on your jersey?
Nuh-uh.
Okay.
It
I
just
think I
says
could probably.
Glizzy Dogs, or what does it say? Glizzy Dogs. What does it say? What does it say on your
It
jersey?
say Black House, the team, because you can only put like so much. Just say, I just put the Black House, and then on the back I put J Prince president. And then like everybody that's working, they got that name, but it just say.
So no Glizzies on the jersey.
All right, bud. I mean, good luck with that. It sounds like it could be something successful.
I don't know why my internet on the phone keep popping on and out, y'all.
That's because you got that Obama phone.
Yeah. Omar Smith say, "Oh, go ahead, PSD. My bad. I ain't mean to
Omar
interrupt your conversation either."
Omar Smith, $5. I disagree, JP. Always have your game face on. Vulnerability shown is only appealing after success. Did he freeze again?
I kind of agree with E Black because I like for people to go through the stages. Like I want to show people the stages that you go through with step by step. So
Yeah, just pre-record it, bro.
Yeah,
That's all I'm
pre-recorded.
saying. Pre-record it. Don't hop on here, nigga. Like, don't do that, bro.
Make sure your phone is horizontal at all times. Don't make it vertical, because when you when you put it to video, you're gonna have them bars on the side. So always have it sideways.
But no, I'm just saying because even in a success and failure situation, I think the lesson can come from, like, saying the live stream rant But I think even better for yourself and for content purposes, I think if it's well thought out and whatnot, I think you'll appreciate it more. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to just being out here mad, like, letting it all out. If you do it in content form, you think about what you're doing and what you're saying, and it's just better for you.
Yeah, so just pre-record, like just use the camera recording or the StreamYard pre-record.
Yeah, like you can record a video on StreamYard without being live. You know what I'm saying? Then you upload it. You can just come on and record a video on StreamYard. You don't have to be live to record a video on StreamYard. You can just record a video, then upload it. Make it unlisted or whatever. Do it, record it, and then upload it. Or you can record it, download it, and re-upload it. Like it's
so you can edit it and do all the things you need to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just saying it's easier to do it in a way where it's gonna be beneficial to you later. Because sometimes when we just letting it out on this motherfucker, we don't get our message across at times, and you know what I'm saying. Sometimes the message come off wrong and whatnot. So I'm just saying as an experienced person that came on and said some of my issues at those moments, I do think it's better when it's thought out. You know what I'm saying? It definitely is space to talk about ups and downs, failures and successes. But sometimes when you do it live, you don't make your point. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes it's gonna be better to do it to make your point pre-recorded. Y'all niggas too quiet though, man. Like, for
are you
real,
gonna
like,
keep it freestyling?
Yeah,
that's why
I
people
agree
be
with
up
you,
here
Taz.
wilding. Say what?
I said I agree with you. I'm gonna do exactly that.
No, I said that's why people be up here wilding, because y'all niggas too quiet, man. It's too reserved. Like niggas, what's going on? Like,
what you mean? We not trying to stump on Jay Penn. We see he being vulnerable.
bro, yeah, nigga, get vocal, more vocal, talk
Yeah, I
shit,
think
talk shit to that
Omar
nigga.
came up to say something. Omar, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm just
Came back
flying
to
over these
disagree.
bumps. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, so Jay Prince, with the super chat, what I'm trying to say, man, y'all know I ain't good with all this verbal communication. I'm a hands-on kind of guy, JP. But listen, when you go into these situations, whether it's business or whatever, the reason why people be disrespected, you cannot show vulnerability before success. I'm gonna give you some examples about men that we know. You found out Michael Jordan didn't get accepted to the high school team after he was the fucking greatest player in the world. You found out Martin Luther King did whatever he did with them bitches after he was considered the most moral example for the black man. You don't sit there and put your vulnerabilities out there before success, because people won't appreciate it. They close their ears to you. But after you achieve the things they dreamed of, you can say, hey, listen, I'm human too. And they say, oh, yeah, okay, maybe I can be what he achieved. That's how you got to do that. The reason why people disrespect you in life, not just saying, I'm saying in general, not you, JB, but the reason why people disrespect some men and not others, because they view you damn near God-like when you always show perfection. The guys that treat it regular is because they go into it with that vulnerable shit, what y'all call arrogance and all that ego. You need that shit to be a successful person. When you don't have it, you just be in the factory.
That's sad that he right. That's sad, but that's right though. I cannot disagree with nothing you just said. It just shouldn't be that way.
I'm glad you used the word arrogance, because I was having an argument with somebody a while ago
Real
about
quick, y'all. It's like 4 people. PhD with Taz, Happy, Omar. Not to y'all, because I know y'all don't never cam up. But the rest of the people, man, we get some better production when at least half of the show is cammed up, so people could see, like, people. When you see nothing but avatars, it make the production real horrible. Like except PhD, we know she don't never cam. Taz never cam. Happy never cam. Omar never cam. But E Black, Hank, D Time, Will, come on now. Y'all came up all the other times everywhere else.
Nigga, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Nah, fuck with you. Give me a sec, man. Damn.
I'm finna drop.
So look, oh shit, we got a white man. Nah, fuck with you.
I actually came up here because you were here. The other week you asked a question about conversion kits, and I misheard you, and I answered a different question. So those Glock conversion kits are illegal as long as the barrel that it attaches to is 16 inches long. So a lot of them attach to a new 16-inch barrel, and then in the kit, the actual gun itself sits back behind the what you hold when it's a bullpup. Does that make sense at all?
Right. Mine ain't 16 inch.
That's the magic number.
Yeah, it's straight out the box. You just pop it in and lock it in. Well, no, I can have it as long as I don't put the actual pistol in it though. Because they don't have a serial number on it. When you buy them, they don't have serial numbers on it. So
yeah, because they're not guns. They're probably technically bracers.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't think I'll take it out like that though. I got something else I use. I got something else. I got a sub 2000. That'll do the same thing.
Vic, you got a musket. Stop.
Dang.
You can load a musket with anything. You can fill that fucker full of gravel and nails and shoot it.
Yeah. Nah, I don't have nothing like that. I did have a black powder gun. I gave it away. I don't like the way it was an up-to-date one. I don't like the way they shoot that little small delay. Nah, I don't. I gave it to my buddy.
But somebody said, I think Omar said the difference between. Well, I was saying the difference between arrogance and confidence. Confidence, like I was telling people, confidence is when you know, like you studied for a test and you're confident in it. But arrogance is when you have a higher power feeling. Like, I know I'm going to go through this, even if no matter what the situation is, and I have a higher power pushing me. I feel different. Like I'm just being pushed by something greater than myself. And I think arrogance is good. A lot of people don't think arrogance is good. I think arrogance is great. It means that, you have a faith in yourself that is just greater. So I'm glad he said arrogance rather than confidence.
It could be weaponized though, right? Don't you think?
What?
Arrogance.
Yeah, it could be, but
I think that's the only because I think that's the only way people kind of see it. I think that's why there's like a negative overtone to it, because a lot of times it is used as a weapon. You know what I'm saying? People use arrogance to weaponize it against other people. So that's why I would say people don't necessarily subscribe to it or even want to, acknowledge what you're saying might have some merit to it.
Yeah. It's like because I'm a hooper, right? I know that I have limited limited abilities in certain things, but I always had arrogance to where it was like, man, no matter what, I'm gonna make it. You know what I mean?
What's your limitations if you're a hooper?
I mean, I'm only 6 foot. There's a difference between 7'2" and 6'8". Also, there's other. You couldn't
tell that, E Black. You couldn't tell that the Muggsy Bo made it happen.
6'7".
Say what?
I could just I'm 6'7", so I could just dominate you, right?
Nah. You couldn't tell that. You couldn't tell that to Muggsy Bo. That motherfucker made it happen. He was short as hell.
I'm just saying about arrogance. Sometimes the like weaponization of it right there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, you fucking 6 foot. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
like what fucking possible chance could you have against me? I'm a Hoover too, nigga, and you a little nigga. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Then that's what, that's where arrogance gets,
But
you
then,
know what I'm saying? It
but
becomes
then,
fucked up.
yeah, your arrogance could be bad against you, and my arrogance could be good for me. So it like you say, it's a two-way street.
Well,
It could be weaponized.
the definition of arrogance is an exaggerated sense of your own abilities or importance. So if it's exaggerated, it's not to that degree, right? So
Right.
you're
No.
exaggerating.
Read the other definitions.
I didn't know
What's the other
exaggerated was
definition?
part of the definition. Hold on,
Yeah.
that changes things, man. Hold on.
No. There's three different types. There's three different variations of it. People do
Go
use
ahead.
exaggerated,
Well,
but
that's the
there's another
primary definition. That's why it comes first. So give me the secondary definition.
Here, let me so that we're on the same page.
Because the synonyms for arrogant are things like haughty, conceited, egotistic, right? So all things with a negative connotation. And
an attitude of superiority manifested in an overbearing manner or in a presumptuous claims or assumption.
Right. Overbearing, presumptuous, right?
Where in the world do you get overbearing? Like, where do you get that ideology from? That means you have you have a belief in something that people can't see or understand.
No, not
Isn't that
necessarily.
faith? Isn't that faith?
No. Yeah.
No, so okay. So the definition of overbearing is unpleasantly or arrogantly domineering. And domineering means to assert one's will over another in an arrogant way. So okay. So if you're doing it in an overbearing manner, how is that like, or what was the other one? Presumptuous, overbearing, or presumptuous manner. So you're either being domineering
or overstepping overstepping due bounds, meaning that I'm not bounded by the limitations of somebody else's skill, ability, or thoughts. I'm overbearing you. Right. I'm pushing you to the limit of your own abilities to think or to rationalize.
I don't know if that's what. Okay.
Presumptuous. Like you gotta like really, when you break down the words, you gotta understand like there's an art to these words. So, like I said, if I jump on the court with my short ass and people are gonna say I'm arrogant. You know what I mean? People are gonna say, "Damn, what you think you all that?" And I'm gonna say, "Yeah, I think I'm all that. I'm arrogant. I'm not just confident, not just because I shoot 100 shots a day. I'm arrogant because I believe I'm going to overbear you. I'm going to take over whatever willpower or limitations that you have."
Okay. But so if you hop out there with your 6 foot self, and so you say, I am all that, and then the 6'8" guy come and dominate you, then that would be you being arrogant because you exaggerated your capabilities
in a bad way,
right? No, you exaggerated
very
them
well.
because you said you was all that and you got your ass beat, right? But now, if you go
that's
out there
where arrogance has a bad part.
No. So that what I'm saying is, so if you go out there, you say with your 6 foot self and say, no, I'm all that. And then you go up against your competition and you beat everybody, then I don't think that's arrogant. Like you were just confident in your abilities because you knew what you could do, right? So it's only if you exaggerate or aren't able to your ass can't cash the check that your mouth wrote that you would be considered arrogant. Right? So if you actually do what you say you can do,
you're using it
the way the word is.
You're using it in the pretense. No, you're the way that your situation is using it in the past and the future.
Prior to you entering the situation, you're arrogant. You're exaggerating everything. You have full confidence. You have full belief beyond a bounds of the limitations that the people that you're going against. The results can be either bad or good based on that.
No, but the thing
So
is,
it doesn't matter it doesn't matter. The result doesn't matter. If you're arrogant in your ability, you walk into the situation with a certain disposition. Now, based on that disposition, you might have different results, but as long as the belief in myself is the key, that's the main thing. So I might lose and I might win, but arrogance it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
So how
Arrogance
would you
means.
So what would be self-confidence in that situation? You step on the court, and what's confidence versus
you can still lose with
arrogance?
Confidence.
No. I'm not talking about the result. I'm talking about no. So we're not talking about the outcome or the result. I'm talking about when you step on the court, right? So you said you gonna overbear and blah blah blah. Okay, so that would be arrogant. And so what would your mindset or mentality be if you were confident as opposed to arrogant?
It would mean that based on the parameters that were given, I've done 100 shots. I've studied all the plays. I've done everything. I'm confident. I have a feeling that based on what I'm going against, I can handle. Whereas arrogance is saying, I am, with all that, I still can win.
The only difference between confidence and arrogance is the way you view other people. Mm-hmm. That's the only difference. Arrogance becomes because you affect others with the way you view them. Self-confidence and arrogance, that's the split for it. When I use that word arrogant, I didn't use it in the English sense that y'all know because I study linguistics in Arabic, right? So the word arrogance, it just means to be great in Arabic, right? So when you put an extra emphasis on it, right? Now it means this is the prideful thing that can harm others because you not just that you have the self-confidence, but now you use that to diminish others. So now this makes arrogance. That's the only difference between self-confidence and arrogance. Both of these people have the ability. Both of these people know their skills, but one choose to make you a little guy, and the other one choose to just show his skills. I was talking from an Eastern perspective. I know nothing about Western education, so I'm not arguing with y'all about these good words that the white man taught us. I was talking from the Eastern perspective. You got to remember, no, I'm being honest. You got to remember, when I talk, it's all Eastern perspective. It didn't start with me. It started with my grandfather. So we all are Muslims. We got a different way of looking at the world. That's why we don't believe in like chasing the white man dream, working for him. We believe in doing our own thing. It's just like when y'all see the foreigners coming, y'all get mad at them like, why they open up these businesses? It's because that's what's taught to them. They're not taught to be workers. And that's what we got to get into. But when you mention it to us, we start being afraid. We like, but what if it fell? If it fell, you just brush yourself off and try again. It ain't no big deal. But we just so scared to lose. So it stops us from everything. So arrogance is not really a bad thing unless you abusing somebody. It's the same thing as self-confidence. So what happens through the event that whatever y'all was talking about, basketball, what happens in events, right? You believe in yourself, you're self-confident. And then once you go through the task, you sharpen your skills and you become even better. But if you just sat on the bench and watch the game, you're the same person. That's what we got to focus on.
Oh.
I disagree. Sometimes we don't like. Look, if you want to add that, that's fine. But like I said,
that's a Negro for you. That's a Negro for you. He
God damn it, E-Black, you just gotta be right, don't you?
He just out there. He just out there and explain all this stuff. E-Black, you ain't gonna act right today.
Nah, E-Black, you just gotta be right. How expensive you want your righteousness to be? You just got to be right?
It's gonna be all right. I ain't gonna mess with you today.
No, I
it's Friday.
Look, I'm very arrogant about this topic. Okay.
There we go, using that word again.
So
Arrogant.
exaggerated. Okay, he's an exaggerate now. This man has sat up there
I'm
and
overly
explained to you.
confident that I'm correct. I'm overly
Which one are
confident
you? Are
about
you
my
arrogant
point.
or are you
Okay,
confident? Which one is it?
No, I'm overly confident.
So
I will
that's
overbear
the
this
exaggeration.
conversation, okay? But
That's
until
the
you guys
exaggeration
understand
right
this point, yeah, yeah.
Well, he just said
But
he
I
is an
understand what
Eastern.
Omar's saying.
It's gonna be all
Go
right.
ahead. Fucking Vic. But no. The one thing I always tell people is to have some sense of arrogance. Have some faith in yourself that some things are not just chosen by your preparation. Some things are chosen by, or some events are chosen or laid out on your belief in yourself and beyond the limits of some things that may limit you. You know what I mean? Like walk into the situation with an overbearing, like no matter what I do, I'm going to win. I'm against the odds. I'm going to be arrogant. Confidence only limits you to the fact of preparation. Arrogance means like, man, I've been prepared, but even with
You
that
can't whoop me.
preparation, I have a bigger push. Yeah, you're not going to beat me. That's why it can be used negatively, like Taz was saying. It could be used negatively, and it could be weaponized against you, and you could be not prepared for what's going to come after you because you're so arrogant. At the same time, a sense of arrogance can be good. It's all depends
E Black,
on how you use it.
I think you blending that because of with the faith thing. I think you looking at it like just have faith, like, and so you saying the preparation cool, but I also got this extra faith. That's what it sounds like. That's what you mean?
Nah, he got
Yes.
that extra arrogance in him. Like I'm gonna conquer regardless. Fuck what you talking about. I don't give a fuck who you is. Get ran over. That arrogance in you, that the man in you. You know what I'm saying? That's what he means.
I think that's the same thing as self-confidence because I feel like that every day of my whole life.
Right,
I never
every
feel
time
like
I wake up, ain't nobody fuck with me. You right, like you know what I'm saying. So you right, yeah.
So I don't think
But
that's
that's
the
based on
arrogant
the
part.
things that you've prepared for. But that's based on the things that you prepare for. You think that you're prepared to meet the situations. That is confidence.
No,
I'm prepared for the things.
Y'all missed the conversation we had earlier. Taz, you still there?
No, I think he dropped down.
Nah, Taz logged off.
So we had
E
this.
Black, go ahead,
We
my
had a
bad.
conversation earlier, E Black, where I was saying that brothers don't be taking risks, right? Because y'all, like the educated brothers, not to offend none of y'all. I think school trained y'all to like think that y'all gotta have every what they call it shit cross the T and dot the I. And while y'all doing that, guys that's like active in life, we just go make shit happen. So we roll the dice. If you get what I'm saying. So I think that self-confidence, I always feel like I'm gonna win. Even I could not know Reese doing an investment thing right now about some hemp and some weed in New Jersey, right? He trying to do the paperwork and all that. He asking for 30,000. I don't even need to read the fucking paperwork. But most people would need their lawyer and all that shit. That's why I said, go ahead and get y'all lawyers and all that. I'm gonna get my bag up, and I'm confident enough that that man gonna know I better have my fucking money at the end of it. I'm confident of that. You know why?
All right, so I graduated with a third grade education. I mastered lunch and recess. Right, I'm not a really academic person. So I have a question, E Black, and for those who are of the linguistic value, because I don't know shit. So one of the like as y'all are talking, I'm trying to like put this into a perspective that I can understand, and the only thing I can really attribute to is all right. So with Mike Tyson, right? Mike Tyson had this air about himself that no one would ever beat him. Now, would you say that was confidence, arrogance, or belief in himself before he fought Holyfield?
I think that was arrogance. I think that's arrogance. I mean, everybody and especially in boxing, you believe you prepare. You hit the bag. You run your miles. You do the preparation. You have confidence that you can do the sport. But to win, to be a winner, you have to have arrogance because certain times you're not going to be presented with an equal opportunity. You're going to have to, somebody might be taller than you, way heavier than you, longer reach, better boxing ability, better physicality, better timing. But you have to have an arrogance to say, with all that, I will overcome.
So when I was boxing, my coach will always drill into me that, everyone's prepared to win, as in like we all believe in ourselves to win. But it's the ones that take the losses the hardest because you can't prepare for a loss. I mean, you can kind of, but once you get that inch of a mindset once you get that inch of a thought into your mindset, like, damn, I may lose. Now what you're doing is you're kind of defeating yourself. You see what I'm saying? So I remember my first loss when I was boxing. I took that shit hard. I took it hard because I lost to something that was so stupid that I trained for. I trained for an overhand right for this guy. And I knew that that's what his favorite punch to use. It's just that I got caught later in the fourth round and I wasn't really paying attention. And I took the loss hard. Like I was beating myself up about it and I was pissed off and all this, that, and the other. My coach was just like, this is what happens when you don't prepare. And I was like, prepare for losing? He was like, no, when you just don't prepare, period. So when it comes down to arrogance and confidence, I had confidence within myself. I just didn't, by the term, I don't know what the exact definition of arrogance is, but I wasn't never really an arrogant person. I'm going to beat every motherfucking body that come across me. My thing was I'm going to just be confident in the training that I had. I think that's what a lot of people really confront when they actually step into new ventures and stuff like that. That's what I was saying to JP when it comes to this thing that he's trying to do. You got to have the willingness to step out there. Success is around the corner, but around the opposite end of that corner, eviction is around that corner as well. I was just hearing The Rock talk about this on the Pivot podcast. And when he said it, I was like, damn, that resonated, extremely well with me because sometimes we don't think about that. Like, damn, if I go right instead of going left or go left instead of going right, I may end up in the hole.
Yeah, I think I think you have to have a confidence, but then also have, like, especially in JP's situation, if he's confident, like, look, I have the right place, I have the right time, I have the right look, I have everything right. That's confidence. But then to be arrogant about it, it's like, man, I'm gonna walk in there and I'm going to kill it. I am going to be the best hot dog selling vending machine place ever. I'm going to do this, even though he may not be he may be going against other established entities. Arrogance means that I'm going to overbear beyond odds, beyond the reasonable bounds of logic and the situation. That's why arrogance is good. Arrogance is really good for that. That's why you have to have arrogance. But don't be so arrogant that you're not preparing enough. So it is what it is. I love this discussion. I had this discussion like damn near a year ago. And it was a lot of people don't like arrogance has been used so negatively that people don't like to use the word. But I say use the word and take out the emotion of it and understand what it is. So I don't know. Hey, what weight class was you in, Will?
Heavyweight.
Oh, goddamn, big ass nigga.
So you know what messed me up about boxing? When I shattered my right hand and I couldn't box no more. That shit destroyed me because when I was in middle school, it was boxing. Then when I went on to high school, it was boxing and military. And then when I shattered my right hand, I was like, fuck it, all I got left is the military. Then I got into the military and I had family members dying left and right. I ended up getting discharged, other than honorable, hardship discharge. But still to this day, like every now and then, it kind of ekes in my head, like, man, I could be on the stage somewhere fighting for a belt or something like that. Then my right hand get to hurting and shit like that. It's just like, that kind of died with me because when I actually, damn, yeah, it was depressing as hell when I broke my hand. I was pissed off because I'm just like, man, like this is something that I really pour my life into. Like I got up every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. I would go run my 3 miles. I was making sure I was eating good. I was making sure I was training well. My fights I was winning. When I stopped boxing, I was 10-6. So it wasn't the best record in the whole fucking world, but it was an amateur record. But still, to this day, it kind of irks at me every now and then. But I still love the sport of boxing, though. Boxing is the most beautiful sport to me. I love it. It's the sweet science of it. I love other sports, too. But boxing, that will always be my number one sport.
Yeah, shout out to Dallas, Texas, EJ. We about to knock the fuck out of Terrence Crawford. June 29th. Y'all put y'all money up, man. We about to be
put your money up.
Oh no, you said Crawford.
Put your money up.
Wait, you said Crawford about to lose or about to win?
He said Dallas, Texas. You know where he going.
Oh hell no! You think Crawford gonna lose? Hell no!
I'm gonna be a rich man after the
he going against Spence, ain't he?
Yeah.
Oh hell! Hey, listen, as great as of a boxer as Spence is, that car crash did something to him. And Crawford,
please.
Oh, I'm putting my money up. Listen, I came up big. I came up big on Javante's fight. Everybody thought he was gonna lose. No, I came up big on that one. So I bet on skills. Yeah, well, it's Ryan Garcia. Don't get me wrong, Ryan Garcia, he good too, but he ain't Davis good.
He black.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, however you want to be on this.
That old country boy that's from Omaha, Nebraska, don't want nothing with these city boys down here. That's all I'm trying to say.
But that car accident did something to him though. You gotta watch how he fight before and after that car accident.
But look how crazy.
Hey,
hold on. Had a whole car crash and came out with no tune up and defended another title. Come on, man.
Hold on. Huh?
E Black, how arrogant you want to get with the bet? We ain't gotta take long to talk about it.
We can do a Hyundai.
Oh yeah, we good. That's a good bet. That's good.
Are we doing 100? We can do 100.
I already got 5. I got EJ though. I got Earl Spence.
Oh hell no! I need Joe. You might as well go ahead and send me my money right now.
All right, we locked in. Y'all see those?
As a matter of fact,
we locked in on the Black House.
Hey, as a matter of fact, just make sure Earl Spence got an Uber everywhere. That's the only way we gonna make sure.
You're not arrogant. But you self-confident. You self-confident, but you're not arrogant when it comes to this bet.
All right, so I got 100 on Crawford, and I got an extra. I got 100 on Crawford, and I got an extra 150 if it's by knockout.
I'm trying to talk to East Black. We still doing we talk about boxing. We still getting self-confident thing.
So I get that same bet, though, right?
Yeah, you get that same bet. You get the same bet. So no matter what the round now, if you want to call a round, you got to put on big money now. If we gonna call rounds, you got to put on big money.
I think it's gonna be 8 or 7. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's gonna be 8 or 7. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. And I think he gonna stop him with a body punch. I think he gonna snatch his body. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah, Crawford good at defending his body. Spence got he weak on the left. Spence has always been weak on the left.
E Black, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Crawford ain't got no power, bro.
So are you gonna be arrogant with this bet, or you just gonna be self-confident? I want you to be arrogant. I like Spence.
I'm arrogant on this bet. I believe this bet. I believe this because I don't even really bet. I don't even really bet like that.
The only one that know the real, man. Omar, the only one that know the real, man. See, that's why we under each other. You get what I'm saying?
What?
Bro, EJ about to beat the shit out of Crawford.
Hold on. I can't hear him. Say what?
I want to know if you really practice that philosophy that we disagreed about. So are you going to be arrogant with this bet or self-confident? Because it sounds like you said only $100. That's arrogant. Arrogant with you believe at all costs you going to win the bet. So you should bet something that's a little more
see, I don't. But see, I don't bet, so I really don't be betting. So that's an arrogant bet. I'm so arrogant that I'm making a bet. So
I see you good at making arguments and points, but
He ain't good at putting his money up. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Hey, hold on. If you see Earl Spence on Drink Champs, man, he not making it to the fight. They gonna have to. You better shuttle that nigga around the whole city of Las Vegas, man. I'm telling y'all, man. He been drinking too much, man. He ballooned up. He ballooned up too much in weight. It's about to be easy work for. I ain't gonna say it's gonna be a good fight. It might be a draw to keep it
Nah. If Spence never got into that car accident, I would pull my money back because then that'd be a good fight. But all the people that Spence been fighting, they ain't no big names like that. Like they ain't no real contenders. They might got a little bit behind them, but they ain't no real contenders. Crawford been knocking out. He been taking down his competition left and right. And even when everybody, I heard the comment that Crawford ain't got no power. Crawford got hands. He got that skill set. He got them combinations. Yeah, for somebody like Deontay Wilder, you don't really need combinations. He just got raw, unequipped power. But we seen what happened when he went up against Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury gave him that ass spanking.
He can't.
You see what I'm saying?
You got to be able to set it up.
Deontay Wilder can't fight though. That nigga can't fight. That's why
no.
he got beat up.
No. You saying that incorrectly. You're saying it incorrectly. Deontay Wilder can fight. He can't box. It's two different things.
Yeah.
He can fight. Just like, okay, prime example, George Foreman could not box. He could fight. At least younger George Foreman, he couldn't box. He could fight. Older George Foreman, he actually put more skill. He actually invested more into his skill set. That's how he ended up taking the belt back. When he was using that jab to make that motherfucker circle around to the right, that's how he caught him right square on the motherfucking nose with that right hand. That's boxing. Fighting is when you just throwing and you just hoping that a motherfucker get hit, or you just relying on one punch. That's what Deontay Wilder's biggest problem is. But like I've been saying for years, and like Tyson Fury said it on camera, Wilder don't know how to fight off the back foot. That's Wilder's biggest problem. If you can back that big motherfucker up, he can't fight. Period.
He need to launch himself off off the back foot to use that right hand, and he can't do it off the back foot like you're saying. In the third fight, I was in the bar. I'm like, you gotta go forward, man. You cannot back up. And
if you look at the third fight, look how big Fury was. He figured it out in the second fight. All you gotta do is just put on muscle, and you just gotta walk him down. That was one of the things damn it, what's his name? I can't remember his name at the moment. But he would throw as few punches as possible, but what he would do is he would be wrestling. It's called dirty boxing, right? So the bigger you are, the more weight that you got on a person, you can literally bear down on them. One of the things that I was using was, like, if a motherfucker go to clinch, I'm grabbing the back of his neck and I'm pulling down hard as hell. Eventually, you're going to get tired, right? Yeah. Now you slumped over, which means your chin is lower, and I can throw all the body punches I want, and then you can think nothing but body punches is coming. Next thing you know, I'm lighting your jaw up. So it takes skill to just sit back and throw hands like Tommy Hearns. Tommy Hearns has skill. Muhammad Ali has skill until he fought Joe Frazier ass. Joe Frazier ass sat his ass down when he gave him hematosis on his hips. So it's all into it. But Deontay Wilder, that's just power. And if you don't know how to use that power, you basically got a nuclear warhead without the motherfucking trigger.
Yeah,
Did y'all not see the? Can y'all hear me? Did y'all not see the boxing science that he did on Mikey Garcia? Did y'all not see it? Everybody was trying to talk about EJ only power is EJ that when he got in there with Mikey Garcia, he put hands on that boy. The scoreboard, it was like 200, 300 to like 100, bro.
Hey, but when you gotta understand when you're 20 pounds heavier than the guy, and it's easy to just sit behind that jab on him. You know what I mean? Like Mikey Garcia was blown up.
Is boxing weight class or not? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's why he
boxing is weight class
or not. Okay,
he should have never fought at that weight.
If you made weight, listen to me. So if you made weight,
Nah, if you made weight, bro, that's what it's all about, fam. Now,
Yeah.
I do give you my nigga EJ do walk around 170, 160. He do walk around.
Man, he walk around 180.
That's why the nigga hit so hard.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
but
I can
tell you this
Okay,
much.
I said 180, 170, 160. If you can walk around 180, bro, you can get 160. You can get 175. I'm talking about the weight.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true.
Of course, the nigga was bigger than him, but Mike
still
wanted that.
Oh shit! Hold up. Give me a.
Yeah. I mean,
shit,
I
right now I'm walking around 180, but
all right. I'm back. So
I'm fat
when
my size right now. You get what I'm saying?
When I was boxing,
you know what I'm saying?
When I was boxing, I walked around 220. I can get down to 205. Like it ain't shit. That's nothing. But the thing is, I can be 205 that night, and the next day I could be 215, 220 all over again. Because when you cutting weight, you basically dehydrating the body. You're trying to cut out as much water weight and as much fat as you possibly can. But once I can rehydrate and I can put them calories back up in me, once I step off that scale, it's on and popping. So if you look at someone like, hold up a second, hey Pop, right here. Yeah. So once you step off that scale, it's a different story. What was the girl's name? Chris Cyborg. For some people, it is physically impossible. You can damn near kill yourself by cutting too much weight.
Yeah.
Because even though your mind may want to do it, your body just can't handle it.
Yeah. They drain it. It's fine. Look, I'm fine with it. But we all know what Spencer's doing. He's a weight bully. He's been at 147. He walk around 180.
Oh,
we know what it is.
Go with all this weight bully shit.
We know what it is. And it's fine. Look,
what happened to fighting, bro? That's what he want to do. He first came into the game as well, right? That's what we're doing well to. That's when he came into the game, and when he first came into the game, he told everybody, bro. I want to be the undisputed world champion of the welterweight, bro. This class he going right now. This shit would have been done, bro. Really, if Terrence Crawford would have signed way back when. But when he was coming up, he had to fight niggas like Danny Garcia. What's that boy name?
Are we doing? So
now
we're capping now.
Okay. Keith all right. That's what it was, man. This not the people that he did not fight. This not the people he fought. Yeah, everybody.
I thought he needed a belt. I thought he needed a belt. And then it became he needed a belt to you on the other side of the street. You on the other side of the street.
No. He needed.
That's what EJ said.
Come on, bro. Y'all need to stop. Okay. Shout out to boxing finance and all that, bro. We know the truth, bro. EJ, it was all about the money, bro. Terrence Crawford didn't want to take the less money. EJ was gonna get more of the split, but that's right. Terrence Crawford is not selling pay-per-view like EJ. He's not. Let's just be real. Nebraska is not about to fill up shit like Dallas, Texas gonna fill up. Let's just be real, bro. That's what it was. So Terrence Crawford wanted more money, fam. That's what it was. He wanted more money because he knew he was gonna get whooped. But look, check it out. This contract is as in a rematch clause. You got a rematch. It's a rematch clause in this contract. So why you saying rematch? Because you know a nigga gonna get knocked out, bro. You know that, fam. I'm telling you.
Well, the thing is, when you're the champ,
clause, bro.
When you're a champ, it has to be a rematch. Well, not has to, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a rematch clause in there, right? But also, I'm glad that you brought that point up because the guy that just died, Marvin Hagler, fought. What's that motherfucker's name? The guy that beat Hines, Pop. What's his name? The guy that fought No Mas.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
Roberto Janero.
Roy Jones. No, not Roy Jones. Sugar Ray Leonard. All right. So when Sugar Ray Leonard finally fought Marvin Hagler, he knew he can beat him. But also, it was a money aspect to it too. If I'm Crawford fighting an up and comer like Earl Spence Jr., don't get me wrong, it'll be a good fight. But where's the money at? You see what I'm saying? Same thing can be said about Floyd. Floyd, he pick and choose when he gonna fight these fighters because I gotta know that I gotta get some money behind it. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference between just boxing and prize fighting. Prize fighting is, yeah, I'll fight the shit out of E Black, but we better have some money behind this because if I get out there and I get my ass whooped, I gotta make sure that I get. But see, the thing about boxing is you get paid in the locker room. You don't get paid after fight. Now, it's other things that go into the endorsements, pay-per-view buys, and all of that together. But before I walk my ass out this locker room, I need my check. You need some gas, son? Yeah, we can get some gas when it comes to stuff. Yeah, so that's the way that works. And Crawford's, I'm not even gonna say his defense, but just in boxing, this is one of the things that I don't like about boxing. The biggest, and Teddy Atlas said this too. We all know that prime fighters in their prime is the best you're gonna get at that time. It's just unfortunately it's other hands in the pot when it comes to boxing. You know that there's motherfuckers in the boxing world they got other people's hands in their pocket, and at certain point in time, that's only when they want the fight to be put out. That's the bad part about boxing. It's corrupted. Unfortunately, the same thing can be said about sports. Remember that referee who said that he was taking bribes to call the game a certain type of way? It's all fucked up. We as the attendees and people who watching them as the viewers, we know it would have been a damn good fight had Crawford had fought Spence before he got into the accident and when he was on the up and coming. But at the same time, put yourself in the position of Crawford's shoes. How much money are you looking to make from winning? And if you do lose, now you're getting that, how much money is you gonna win?
Yeah, Vic could be the bantamweight champion right now. You know what I mean? 105 pounds and
yeah, Vic could be the bantamweight champion if he wasn't putting all his time into that driving. You know? Yeah. Vic gonna throw them hands if he wasn't smoking. He wasn't smoking all that barbecue, eating all them damn pig feet. And chowing down them chitlins, walk away from that hot water cornbread and get away from that okra and all of that and the other. Yeah, Vic could be a champion. Anybody. It don't take much to really. A lot of people think that boxing is a thinking man's game. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But for a fighter, boxing ain't a thinking man's game. I'm gonna get in there and I'm gonna punch the shit out your ass. But that's what made Tyson so special. Tyson had that fighter aspect, but he had Customato behind him, giving him that boxing aspect. When Customato died, that's when Mike Tyson's career fucking shattered.
Man, you know what I like about Crawford? There's a difference between a fighter and a boxer. Crawford is a fighter. Crawford knows how to seek you out and fight you. You know what I mean? Like he can box you, but he gonna fight you though. He really low key when I first saw Crawford, I'm like, who is this nigga fighting like a street dude? You know what I mean? Like I'm looking at his style, like he not trying to box nobody. He really trying to knock you out with some old regular ass uppercut hook. You know what I'm saying? Then switch up on you. I'm like, man, who this nigga is?
I honestly believe that Crawford needs to go up one weight class. That's just my honest opinion.
He want to fight Charlo. He gonna fight Charlo.
The Charlo brothers?
Yeah,
one of the Charlo twins?
He want to fight Charlo.
I love Crawford, but he don't want Charlo.
Well, I don't see why not. He can outbox him.
No. Either one of them boys. Either one of them boys. They heavy-handed and they calculated. Them boys, those are dogs. I'm not saying that Crawford not a dog, but and Crawford is a shepherd. Them boys is Rottweilers. They don't want that. They don't want that.
He's not. Wait a second. Ronnie said he already small at 147. He got it like what? He on a nine knockout streak. He been knocking he knocked out everybody in the welterweight. Everybody he's fought, knocked him out in welterweight. So I don't know about that.
But you know who can't be beat? I'm gonna tell you who's undefeated, and this goes across all weight classes. The greatest fighter in the whole motherfucking world. It's Father Time. Can't nobody beat that motherfucker. Yeah. Eventually, time gonna catch up with your ass, and your skills gonna start derivative and all of that. I'm sorry, depreciating, and ain't nothing gonna be the same. We seen that happen with Spider Silver. We seen that happen with all the greats. Sometimes they stay too long. Sometimes they get out right when they need to. but Father Time is always undefeated. So if the fight gonna happen, even though it should have happened between Spence and Crawford, the fight needs to happen now. And with the fight coming up now, yeah, I'm putting my money on Crawford. Spence, he a good boxer, he a good dude, but I'm putting my money on Crawford.
Yeah, I really want the odds to be for Crawford. I can double my money even more.
Man, it's damn near, man. This fight is what? This fight is what? Even money fight? It's even money fight. So you really, it ain't no major odds on either side. Like,
If y'all keep
we just seen Father Time. We just seen Father Time catch up with LeBron ass. LeBron got sweat, baby.
Come on, bro. The dude been to the finals 18, 19 years, bro. Goddamn.
Listen, you can build 1,000 bridges, but if you suck one dick, you may be if you build 1,000 bridges, you're the best bridge builder in the world. If you suck one dick, you're now labeled as a dick sucker. So, LeBron, you've been to the finals 18 million thousand times, but you got sweat, baby. It's just the times. It is what it is.
Yeah, you're right. So that's when Terrence Crawford be on his ass, when he get knocked the fuck out. You sure right about that. Use that same
the day of the fight. The day of the fight. We gonna be on stream, right? I don't know if we can show the fight.
We know, bro. All Earl Spence fans, all the Earl Spence fans, bro, know that he's gonna get knocked out. It's y'all that think that this nigga really got something and he really don't. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right, well, let's
just make sure he makes. I just want him.
The niggas that he was fighting wasn't even good opponents like that, bro. Who was Terrence Crawford best fight? Who was Terrence Crawford best fight right now? Name.
Who is his best fight right now?
He don't fight nobody.
Well, it's not that he don't fight nobody. They can't keep up with him. His last fight just proved that. I can't remember the dude's name.
The Sean Porter, bro. That's my point exactly.
Sean Porter ain't doing nothing. He a good fighter, but he ain't doing nothing. He ain't got no chin. That's Sean Porter's biggest problem.
She said,
man, I thought EJ. You know what? If EJ would have fought Thurman, I would be more scared. I thought he was gonna fight Thurman, and Thurman a dog.
Thurman didn't want it. Thurman didn't want, bro. That's look, bro. Everybody that y'all saying EJ should have fought, bro, he wanted to fight them niggas. They didn't want it, bro. These niggas was truly ducking, bro. Only time these niggas started coming on the scene trying to fight is after the fucking car wreck, bro. And y'all know it's true.
Man.
Before that car wreck, niggas was looking at EJ like he was a
Let me tell you how it works. Wait, hold on. Let me tell you how it works. Let me tell you how it works in boxing. Let me tell you how it works in boxing. If I know you got all this kind of stuff, bro. Come on, man. Let me tell you how it works in boxing. If I know you got into that car wreck, I'm coming for that ass too. Especially if I know I can win.
But this what I'm trying to say, OG. You even trying to come at me after the wreck, and I'm still knocking y'all niggas out. So y'all not in my league. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
But
even after the wreck, bro. Even after
who he knock out? Who he knock out?
Who did EJ knock out?
Danny Garcia. Sean Porter. What did
he knock him out? He didn't even knock him down.
That was my decision, right? That was my decision, right? So he ain't got them hands. He ain't got them hands like he used to.
Bro, that was a stop. That was a stoppage pitch, bro. What
a stoppage is not a knockout. No, you ain't knocked out. No. If you ain't on the floor, sleeping and snoring and twinkling your toes and counting sheep, it ain't a knockout. I ain't trying to draw y'all, but my bad. Go ahead.
Money good. Money good. Nah, money good. Like my nigga EJ said, he signed that line. Money good. Now we ain't even gotta talk about nothing no more.
You right? What?
We gonna know for sure. You feel me?
Right. And just make sure you we can get the
my bad. Where you from in the D town? Where you from in D? Pause.
Man, I'm a Dallas, Texas, Oak Cliff native, high school baby. You hear me? Yeah, all the way through.
Hey man, I knew. Hey, I knew. I was like, man, he got that southern twine in him, and I'm like, man. I bet he got a fuzz. I bet he got the fuzz in the back and everything.
Hey, the thing I know about Southerners, they got that accent when they just regular talking, but when they get to talking that cash money shit, that they words start slurring a little bit more, and that twang come up out of it.
Yeah, he
And I
starts.
guarantee you like this. The day of the fight, make sure you bring your 250, right? If it ain't by knockout, I'll take the one. But if it's by knockout, I need that 250 immediately. I'll be dropping that cash out right in the box.
Hey, D-Town, we good, right? Cause me and Omar, we solidified for the Hyundai. Can I need some of your shit.
Yeah, y'all.
I need.
I'm gonna be picking up on y'all niggas, bro. Oh, that's how I feel right now, bro.
I need some verbal communication because I'm on record. I need some verbal communication. Come on.
What you got on it?
Don't.
What you got on it?
One.
The Honda?
Yeah, just a Hyundai.
Okay, yeah. I've been said that. You said the Honda.
Now, if you want to do the 50, if you want to do 25, if you want to do you gentlemen bet, we can do that too. I don't want to pressure you,
bro.
I don't want to pressure you.
I let you put your money out there, bro. Money good. That's what you want.
And you know what? I take it as this. I don't even listen. If Crawford win, right? I don't even want you to send me the cash. I'm gonna give you the website. I want you to buy me a box of cigars, and I'm gonna do a live stream. And you're gonna come on the live stream when I smoke these cigars, and we're gonna talk about how EJ took that ass.
Yeah, however you want to do it, bro. You know,
all right, cool, no problem.
Collateral to however you want.
Hey, Will. Hey, Will. I ordered my shirt already.
Are you wearing your shirt already?
Hey, I ordered my shirt. Hey, the first day it came out, the first I went to tbudcrawford.com. I ordered that hoe. I was like, man, I'm gonna be stunting on these niggas. I'm gonna be stunting. I love boxing, man. Hey, no lie, Will. I took up boxing. I took it up way too late. My mama didn't want me to take up boxing.
It's never too late to take up any sport or any activity that gets your body moving. I don't know if you remember me telling my story about how on my birthday, I figured out that I had a health condition that could have took me up out of here. And that's when I started my weight loss journey, man. Just doing the simple things. I started incorporating some of the old things when I was in the military. I started incorporating some of my old workouts when I was boxing. Just getting healthy, period. I'm not taking it up like I'm about to get back in the ring. I'm just doing it just to stay healthy. I want to be here for my children. But you ain't never too late to take up any sport.
Yeah, but well, see, because when I took up boxing, I just knew where my athleticism was. I wish I could have been like 22, 23-year-old doing that because I'm a hooper, but like you need to have some dexterity in you to do them slips and rolls. And at 32, I took it at like what, 32? I just knew I had a job, I had a wife. I couldn't dedicate my body to it. Having them headaches after sparring twice a week, and that shit used to fuck me up. I'd be at work dizzy as fuck.
Hey, listen, Deontay Wilder took up boxing late, and you see where he at.
Yeah, but I'm 147. I'm 147.
Yeah.
I need hands. I can't just depend on my weight.
That's true. Hey, you know what? That was my biggest problem, especially when I was boxing. I got hands like a motherfucker, but when I was so I give a visual representation. So when I was in the 11th grade, when I was in the 9th grade, I was going to Osborne High School here in Detroit, Michigan, right on 7 Mile. And they had the 7 Mile Bloods, you had the 7 Mile Cheddar Boys, all this, that, and the other. And I was coming out of football practice, and earlier that day in school, I got into it with one of the boys, and a little ways from Osborne, this is Dairy Queen, I said, right there on 7 Mile. These 7 Mile niggas ran up on me. I had my pads in my hand, I had my cleats on and shit like that. I just came from football practice. They jumped the shit out of me. So to everybody that's watching, out of my left eye, this is straight up and down. Out of my right eye, this is straight up and down. So my eye is permanently contorted because when they jump me, they fuck my eye up. So that's how I got caught with an overhand right, because my left eye was a little bit swollen when I was fighting this guy, and I couldn't catch that fucking overhand right. And when I went back and I watched the tape, the shit pissed me off so damn bad because I knew it was coming. But that's one of the things that, like, as you sustain these injuries, it start having effects on you later on in life. So my right side of my glasses is actually shifted to a way to where I can see straight up and down out of my right eye. It fucked me up. Boxing came at a cost, but I loved it, man. I love that shit. I love boxing to the end of this day.
Hey, you know Oshaki Foster? 130. He the current 130 champ.
No.
He just won his belt. Oshaki. He had Orange, Texas. I used to box in his gym.
Okay.
And then
he out of work. He out of work again.
He had an Orange, Texas, right on the border.
Orange, Texas. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Niggas out here fighting hard. I'm telling y'all, bro. But
yeah. And that's the one thing I like. That's the one thing I like about Texas. When I moved out here, niggas love, Beaumont brawls and all that shit. Niggas just love to scrap. I was like, ooh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we gonna fight hard. Yeah. If you even ask about niggas they went to the pen in Texas when they go to you ask about niggas that go to the pen in Texas, bro. They say niggas in this whole fight in Texas, bro. Now everybody else, they doing all other stuff, but down here, bro, niggas really from the shoulders, bro. But we been like that. We been like that since we was some young niggas, bro. Now the new age little dudes, they on this shooting and all that. But when I was growing up, bro, it was all about catching your square, bro, putting them hands up and fighting, bro. That's what we grew up on. You know what I'm saying? So I don't be surprised when I hear niggas like EJ or Jamal Charlos or Charlos Twins or this homie right here. Like I don't be surprised because bro, we fight down here, real life fight, bro, on some country shit. You feel what I'm saying?
And even if y'all, even when y'all playing, even when we playing, we be doing the chest. Just hit the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Just hit the chest.
We call it, we'll call it body down here. It's all about going for the body. So you just, you know what I'm saying? You just punching each other body. Whoever just tap out, they tap out. But you ain't gonna hit them in their face and stuff like that. But you get what I'm saying? Like, that's what we do, bro.
Somebody said I didn't go pro because my homie Medrick Taylor is a beast. Became punch drunk. It was sad. Yeah. Medrick Taylor. He's the first person. Wasn't he the first person to beat Julio Cesar Chavez? That Medrick Taylor. Yeah, that's Medrick. Yeah.
Chavez Jr.
No, senior. He the one that he I think he's the one that that lost at the last second of the 12th round to Chavez.
Man, that'd be that bullshit.
Yeah, boxing be trick. I done some referee last couple of fights that I'm like, man, this shit, I don't know, man. Y'all getting goofy. Y'all don't know if y'all want to stop the fight or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, boxing is beautiful. That's why when Davis fought Garcia and he kept telling him, he was like, I'm going for your body, bro. I'm coming after you if you weaken the body. Like it's gonna be a win by a stomach punch. And when he said that, I'm like, damn, Davis on to something. And I started going back and I started watching a lot of Garcia's fights. Garcia don't touch his damn elbows. He don't protect his body. Yeah, he good at footwork. He good at hands, but you don't protect your body. If you don't tuck them elbows in, you leaving your liver, your kidneys, you leaving all of that wide open. And for a motherfucker like who like to fight on the inside, I'm gonna eat. That's like putting sauce on ribs, man. I'm here to eat. You set the table. I'm here to take out.
Mm-hmm. Hey, them body blows, boy. Woo!
Yeah.
Them body blows, boy. Hey, that shit had your ass crunched over for a week.
I used to talk big shit about body blows because I was an infighter, and I used to talk big shit about body blows until my coach showed me how to hit a motherfucker directly in the liver. And when you get hit in the liver, or you get hit in any major organ that's in your body, because that's where most of your organs is at, right? It's in your torso. When you get hit in anything like that, and you feel like you're about to shit on yourself, and all you can do is breathe out, you can't breathe in. That's when you get a solar plexus punch. When you get hit like that, it's a motherfucker. That's what happened to Garcia. He hit that motherfucker dead in the body. He took a step back, and his body was like, "Sit your motherfucking ass down." It's be like, "All right, cool, go my ass down."
Hey, my bad. It was Frankie Randall who gave Chavez his loss.
Hey, but then he get knocked out the first two rounds of the. Then he get knocked down.
Oh
no, you talking? Yeah. He got knocked down the first time. He got knocked down the first round. Second round was
right. So me personally, bro, that fight right there, bro, is just them Mexican niggas hyping him up to get up in that ring, bro. He didn't want to fight Desensitized, really, bro. He didn't, bro. You know what I'm saying? But he had a nice
I
little
couldn't
pay cut.
stand.
He got paid. You heard me. He knew he was gonna get his pay cut, and then I feel like he could have kept going. I feel like he could have kept going, but he seemed like, what's the point, bro? He been beating me down.
Hey,
He just
could
get
not.
shot. Let me just go ahead and go to the crib, bro.
Hey, I could not stand. I could not stand sparring Mexicans, man. Them motherfuckers, they got a hard head. They only, man, they don't, and they just keep coming straight. Pause. I'm like,
well,
fuck.
I
put my dancing shoes on.
the thing about, and it's kind of fucked up to even say this, but it's just the truth. You gotta have some type of bias when you boxing people, right? When you boxing black boxers, when you boxing Mexican boxers, when you boxing Nigerian boxers, when you boxing British boxers, French, all these, everybody has, like, you gotta have a bias to build a foundation off when you fight a motherfucker. A Mexican motherfucker, they gonna come at you nonstop. Japanese, they gonna throw punches, they gonna throw every fucking angle of punch that you can think of, and you got damn near gotta kill them motherfuckers to get them to stop. Same thing with Mexicans. With black boxers, just know that it's a lot of power behind those shots. But most black boxers, and this is very biased to say this, most black boxers, their legs is usually their weakness, right? And the best way to take out the legs is to go to the body. But a lot of black boxers got footwork. You got to catch them. That's the thing. With Nigerian boxers, they're heavy in the shoulders, which means they're not going to be able to throw a whole lot of jabs. They can throw that right hand like a motherfucker. And then Cuban boxers, they got chins like a motherfucker. I don't know what the fuck it is about them Cuban motherfuckers, but these motherfuckers is built out of iron. You damn near got to work their motherfucking ass over too. Yeah. When it comes to sparring though, when it comes to sparring, you should spar heavier than you fight. That's just the way I was taught. Spar heavy, fight light. That's always the way I've been taught.
Yeah.
And what he mean by that is, if you 145, you need to spar people that's 155, 160. That's what he's saying.
Shit, my ass, man, my dumb ass. See, the gym I was at had a whole a 140 and a bunch of 130s, and then they had one dude who was my size, but that nigga was big as fuck. I'm like, man, that's why I was like, man, I'm just doing this for working out, man. Y'all niggas ain't about to be beating my ass, nigga. My shit over, nigga. I'm 32, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Nigga, I'm 32, man. I'm going, hey, no lie, I'm going to work. My head spinning like a motherfucker. My right hand swole.
Yeah.
Hey, I used to have to do. I used to have to buy the green alcohol and dip my shit in there for an hour before sparring day.
Not the green alcohol.
Man,
yeah,
because the green, because that shit my hand, because my right hand would swell all the way up on sparring day, and it would tighten up my whole forearm. So I'll be like, man, I ain't. Hey, after you get caught a couple of times, you like, man, I'm preparing. I'm playing Tupac on the radio on the way to the gym. I'm
trying to hype yourself up and shit.
hey, no lie, cause one time, you know, I'm walking in there all lackadaisical. I come in after work. I come in, you know, I'm coming in after work. You know, I get off at 5. You know, I got to go to the gym at 6, 7:30. You know. I'm walking in there just all lackadaisical. They like, oh, put your shit on. I'm like, okay,
Yep.
Man, and after that day, I was like, man, I'll never walk into a gym just not ready. Not ready.
Yeah.
Because you gotta be, you gotta be ready. Because man, it's when they call it the swimming pool, it's a swimming pool. Your ass be thinking about life. You be thinking about third grade. You be thinking about third grade bully niggas. You know?
For real.
You be like, man, how I get into this bitch? And then you just gotta fight your way out. I done seen a lot of niggas fold in that ring, man. I done seen a lot of niggas like you, like just like literally just fold, not come back. You know, they be talking all that shit, and then you see them in the ring, they get that ass whoop.
Yeah.
They don't come back.
I was in this one heavy ass spar at Conk Boxing Gym, And my coach was like, "You been doing your homework? Homework is you been doing your road work, getting your sit-ups in, you getting your shadow boxing, all this, that, and the other." I swerved and motherfucking down. I did all my homework. He was like, "All right, cool. We going to do a gym visit." We went to Croc Boxing Gym. And I got in there. I did my road work, just something like to gear up. And then he was like, "All right, cool. You're going to be sparring today." I'm like, "Bet, who I'm sparring?" It was this motherfucker who was in my weight class. But this motherfucker, so you got short, broad people, which I'm 5'11". So at 5'11", I'm considered short and heavyweight. But I had this motherfucker who was 6'1". He was a little bit taller than me. And he wasn't as big as me, but he had the height on him. He had a little bit more roundness to him. So I'm like, all right, cool. So he taller than me. He got longer reach than me. I got to get on the inside. I already know the game plan in and out, right? Wrong. This motherfucker tore my ass up from the outside. So the motherfucker hit me in my stomach, man. He hit me in my stomach in such a way I can feel my fucking intestines push up into my stomach. And when that motherfucker hit me, man, I went down on one knee and I could just hear my coach banging on the damn mat. He's like, "You ain't do your fucking homework." I wanted to stand back up, man, but my fucking legs was just like, "Sit your black ass the fuck down." I'm like, son of a bitch. Yeah, man, I was fucked up that day. I paid for that shit too. But I did get one opportunity to see Klitschko come work out. And that was amazing, yeah, to watch Klitschko work out, even though I didn't really like Klitschko. I hate the way Klitschko fight, but the motherfucker was so damn good, it was what it was. And when he got knocked out by, what's that motherfucker's name, the black dude?
God damn.
Anthony Joshua. When he got knocked out by Joshua, I was happy, but at the same time, I was mad. I was like, man, Fury beat this motherfucker. Why the fuck is Fury still not the champ? But we all know what happened with Fury. It was what it was. Depression is a motherfucker. Depression, especially if I seen somebody make a comment about punch drunk. Punch drunk is a bitch. Punch drunk, you ain't your mind ain't there no more. Now it's just all body is reactionary. But some people die from being punch drunk. Look at the guy who fought the black dude. I can't remember his name. He was like pre-Roy Jones, before Roy Jones. He had the pit bulls and shit like that. And when he got hit in the back of his head, it fucked him up for the rest of his life.
The dude he went blind.
I believe he went blind, and like I can't remember the dude's name. He was like Roy. I can't remember his name at the moment. He was Roy Jones before Roy Jones was Roy Jones. But yeah, he fucked up to this day.
Yeah,
I fucked you up, man.
Yeah, that shit will fuck your ass up. I remember one day, you have good days and bad days, right? So it'd be funny, right? But, me and my wife, I come home and I kiss my wife. I'll be like, man, I got my ass whooped today, and I would never show it. She'd be like, "How's it going?" I was like, man, it's cool. I'm gonna take this shower just later.
Yeah, hey, when you have a bad day at the gym, you don't want to talk to nobody. You also don't want to let everybody know you got your ass whooped, so you got to put on the front a little bit. Yeah. But you don't want to talk to nobody. You don't want to be, man. When I took that fucking overhand right, when I came home after that fight and shit like that, my mom wanted to talk. My dad knew what was up. My dad was like, "You want a beer?" And I was like, "Yeah, I want a beer." Fucking fine, because it was underage. But my mom, she was like, "Hey, baby, it's gonna be all right. You can get back up and do it again." I'm just like, I don't even want to hear that right now. Just leave. I want to soak in this loss. Like, I just want to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I even made for this shit? Should I be boxing? Then after that, like 2 fights later, that's when I shattered my fucking right hand. It pissed me off. Yeah. But it was what it is. I wasn't taking care of my body. I wasn't really getting as much rest as I needed, and when I shattered my right hand, it was between these two knuckles down to the wrist.
Oh yeah, the wrist. Yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah, it fucked me up. So even when I went into the military, whatever you don't tell, they don't know. You see what I'm saying? So I went through the pain doing push-ups and doing pull-ups and all of that and the other shit. It was what it was. But man, I still think at 34 years old, I could still be doing some work, man, if I was still boxing.
Man, I got like a little twine somewhere up in here. I don't know what it is. It come back when I hit the bag every once in a while, like just bad. It like if I hit the bag, it'll be like it used to be really bad because I didn't let it heal when I was
doing it.
Once I got my
So
bag.
that's why my right
Yeah.
hand would swell up. Man, but the good days
I'll be right back.
days are the best days. You know what I mean? You gonna have your good days. You gonna feel like the champ of the world on your good days. The bad days is bad. What up, Vic?
Nothing much chilling. Can you hear me?
Yay.
Okay, yeah, I ain't doing nothing, but I had to be up here to have a face on, on here. They don't like the cam up, so I ain't doing nothing. It's Friday. I'm gonna drop this load off and start the weekend.
Pause.
I barbecued yesterday, and I don't know what I'm gonna do, seafood or what. I got to figure that out.
You cooking on the lot, or you going somewhere?
I'm it's probably right. I ain't no telling. I got to see what my cousin them up to. We usually get together on the weekend and just chill out, hang out.
Yeah,
I got to see.
Just stay away from them Coors Light, man. You be spicy on them Coors, man. You be.
That's because nobody drink that damn nasty ass Bud Light no more. Bud Light don't taste the same.
Nah.
Go to the gas station. Yeah, we go to the gas station.
Hey, Vic must have drunk a whole case of Bud Lights that night, man. On fight.
Nah. Nah, hey, I was just messing with you. But you constantly call. I'm already fighting this other motherfucker. He over there. Vic. Well, Vic. I said, God damn, stop calling my name, motherfucker. I'm already okay. That's just like if you fighting, right? If you in a battle with a motherfucker, eat black holding my shoulder, you finna let these motherfuckers get off on me. Shit. I'm already over here fighting, goddamn. Hold up, I hear you. Shit.
He over here trying to.
Yeah.
I seen how irritated he was getting. I was like, oh, I'm gonna keep going. I'm
gonna throw him off.
Yeah, he was like, is this a nigga talking?
Yeah, I said, goddamn, folks. Hey, look, folks in the midst of an argument and shit. I'm over here battling these folks, and he just like he done grabbed my arm. Come on, Vic.
Come on, Vic. Vic, no, Vic.
I heard him. Like, man, it's all right.
I was laughing. I was like, I got me one. I got him. Once he was getting mad at him, you kept on getting madder. It was like a little bit of mad, and then a little bit more mad.
They clipped that and turned that. They put that shit all over everywhere. All that's everywhere. They clipped that though. It's all good though. I don't even know who I don't even know who else I was fussing with.
Yeah, you just remember me. That's
you call him a name. You used to constantly call him a name. God damn.
Man,
shit,
that's
you gonna get me beat up.
That's the beauty of the internet, man. You had a moment.
That was fun though. There ain't no telling though. I don't know. It is Friday now. I don't have nothing else to do tomorrow. It might be some more action tonight now.
Shit.
Nah.
Shit. Vic said he gonna come back. Felice Johnson gonna spring out, man.
I don't know.
PhD, you okay, Mom? I know we was talking about this masculine boxing stuff. I know.
Oh, I'm at my location now.
I don't think nobody. Anybody on the controls?
JP got the control. Or Ron. But yeah,
there might be like 6 people in the back.
Yeah. Oh, I ain't no telling. But JP might. I don't know why JP nervous about what he do. He know what he got to do, man. He got the butterflies of the first day of school thing going on. Yeah.
Man, I tell people I don't get nervous. I get anxious. Like I can't wait. Like I don't get nervous about too much. Like, yeah, I don't get nervous no more.
He gonna do good. No, if he did, he said about a 1,000 people or something, a couple hundred folks. Then, well,
Yeah.
but he gonna have to have somebody that gonna if they buy him like that, he gonna have to be sending somebody to the store. But that's a lot of people.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's pause. That's a lot of glizzies. That's
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, that's a lot of people there. Let me
yeah,
see. I got to roll the talk back. I'm gonna see if the man in the building. I'm at my location. I'm gonna drop the load, and I'll probably be off. I'll be off work by 2. Yeah.
Hey, D-Town.
Easy.
D.
D-Town. He's still right there.
What's up, man?
Hey, one of my greatest adventures in life. We evacuated to Dallas. Man, that was one of those trips that, man, we spent a whole week and a half out in Dallas. We ran them streets. My homeboy was up in Oak Cliff, right? Fucked up. We brought a youngster with us, right? Yeah. Y'all can't be having me talk to myself. Come on now. Hello? Y'all niggas sleep.
Yeah, they doing. I'm working. I made it my location. I'm waiting to get probe this. See if he up here. It's Friday. I'm trying to don't get this party started.
Yeah. But we was up in Oak Cliff, right? Now I brought a youngster with me, right?
I'm riding.
I don't think none of y'all can hear me. So I ain't even gonna tell the story until y'all. Okay. So, it's me and my partners. We brought a youngster with us. He like 19, 20 years old, right? No ID, nothing. Just living life, right? We go to Oak Cliff. We start to drinking with some females, right? But I'm like, man, y'all need to relax because we don't even know where we at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Man, this fool done got drunk, right? Man, I go to go get an oil change because I brought my little bucket up from where I was at. I just brought a little bucket and I know I needed oil change. Man, they call me on the phone. They like, man, come pick us up. Man, these niggas out here violating your boy. They pouring water on them and all that. I'm like, what the fuck going on? Man, he drunk as fuck, my nigga. He drunk as fuck. And some niggas just walked in. And I'm like, man, y'all should have told that nigga not to drink then. Y'all like y'all keep following because he on that high powered young shit, right? He was on that high powered, I'm young, you can't listen to nobody shit. I'm like, man, y'all keep following behind this nigga. Y'all don't know what y'all got. You gonna get caught up, man.
Where your people were from?
Well, I was living out of Beaumont.
Oh, okay. Beaumont, Alabama.
No, Beaumont, Texas.
Beaumont, Texas. Oh, okay.
So, like I said, we were just up there, but like one of my partners had a female from out of Oak Cliff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then, like I said, but I'm still kind of cautious. I'm like, man, we not about to be drunk. Like it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Like y'all gotta be on point. Like y'all can't be out here. We in a project. You can't be getting so drunk that you're getting fucked up. You know what I mean? Like that's we out of bounds. We visitors. Y'all can't be getting drunk with these females and then people keep walking in and out the house. I'm like, man, you don't know these people.
They throwing water on them, huh?
Yeah, they start throwing water on him. He had to lock him in the bathroom. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So we come pick him up. He start getting mad at me, like, why the fuck you leave us here? I'm like, Hold on, bro. We was about, I damn near stopped the call and was like, man, we can squab right now, my nigga. Like, what we on? What we on right now? And then they was like, nah, you black, nah, you black. Nah, just get us out of here.
Dang.
Man.
Boy. Yeah.
They say somebody.
They say somebody
in the. They say somebody in the back trying to come up to the panel.
Shoot, I can't pull him up. That JP got to do that. JP or Ron. And I don't know if Nightish might be able to do it. If he out there. I think Ron got control like that.
Yeah, boy, be
PhD
safe, man. I'm about to take my girl, my baby girl. All
right.
Yeah.
It's just us two.
Yeah.
Man.
Got a problem.
Somebody call Raw Dick Ronnie.
Yeah. Yeah, they gonna have to pull him. They're gonna have to pull him up. I ain't got the control to do that.
And you ain't got the controls on one of your headset? You ain't got a button for that in your headset?
Nah. I be telling them they better get them paramedic. So far for the audio. I'm finna dump this load and try to get to this doggone house. Shoot. What you got going on for the weekend?
Man, I don't know. We got a graduation to go to. Damn, today, matter of fact. We got a graduation to go to, and then we got a party to go to later on tonight, and then we got some. I'm gonna try to do as much kicking back as much as possible. I ain't got too much going on.
Hey, y'all talking about that boxing though? Y'all out there about the event?
Say what?
A whole lot of woods. The event, the boxing event that they have.
Where that at? A whole lot of wood.
Yeah,
I ain't heard of that
look it
event.
up on Instagram. Whole lot of woods. What they do last name Woods got something. He got people to the book. They say it's an event.
Man, you breaking up.
You something there helping I'll walk in there. We having upcoming boxing stuff. Fight for the one. Hear me?
Nah, you breaking up.
Oh shoot, it probably gonna shut down once I go up in up under the building. I'm in a bad area. Well, I'm at a lot of woods.
Oh, okay.
Put it here. Yeah. And a lot of time it'll go. I know it'll go out as soon as I drive up under this up on this pit. Yeah. You said it's a couple more folks in the back. Somebody have to text Ron. They probably have to text Ron.
I think Mr. Alignment back there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't have the control. Or JP, I'll have to do it. And then, ain't the stream about to? It's been live 9 hours.
Yeah, I mean,
how many hours they get?
They get 12.
Oh, yeah, ain't no
11:59.
Okay. Yeah.
I
might have to hop off because I'm finna.
Hey,
I'm out and dump this truck.
Well, shit. If ain't nobody, it ain't my stream, so.
Nah, I can't. Yeah, I can't pull them up.
It's like
and when they do that, you have to be on. In order to control all that, you got to be on a laptop, don't you?
No, you can do it. You can do it from a phone. But if you're not watching the stream, then I remember this happened. I remember this happened on Fight Club one time.
Right. Yeah, because if the person on there don't have the controls, you can't pull them up. I'm gonna have to drop off anyway because I gotta I'm on this scale and I gotta pull up on this pit. So I'm gonna holler at you. I'm gonna check back in after I get through doing it.
That's a bet, man. That's a bet, man.
All
Hey,
right.
be safe.
Yeah.
Be safe, man.
Tell Mr. Alignment. That's how we roll right there. You see that? Can you see that number up there? Can you see that number?
Yeah.
That's our weight right there. What we all.
All right, man. Be safe, though.
82,000. All right.
All right.